LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Napa Auto Parts is opening a new store in Riverton at 3331 West, 126 South, starting Thursday, September 4th through Saturday, September 6th. Napa Auto Parts is offering free wiper and battery testing, plus Napa conventional motor oil for $2.99 per quart. There's a limit of 36 quarts on that amazing deal. Join us in celebrating the grand opening of Napa Auto Parts, Riverton, September 4th through 6th, for free food, fun, and great deals.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense number 98. Number 98's defense actions has disqualified him from the game.
Whoa.
15-yard penalty.
Whoa.
Automatic. First down.
So Jalen Carter, the focus and the star for the Cowboys, for the Eagles on the front line, out for the game before a snap.
It hurts calling for the football. He's back. He's looking. He steps up. Still looking. Still looking. He's starting to run. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
Handoff goes inside to Barkley. He's at the 5. He's in for his first touchdown of the season. Barkley.
The Eagles open with a win at home over the Cowboys, 24-20. All but 3 of the points scored in the first half. They had a lightning delay in the second half, PK, and the offense came to a screeching halt. It's like 2 different games.
Whose offense?
Yes, all of the above. Everybody, both teams.
You can't have
one
all.
field
There's only
goal.
2. You can have both.
1 field goal for the Eagles, nothing for the Cowboys in the second half.
Because CD Goat dropped passes.
Multiple
He's
passes.
Not a lamb. He's a goat.
Multiple passes right in the breadbasket. Hit him right in the hands, Clank. Jalen Hurts, 152 yards rushing. 152 yards passing, 66 yards rushing. He scores twice. And the Eagles win without Jalen Carter, who, as you heard, was kicked out right as the game opened for spitting on the Cowboys quarterback, Dak Prescott. Game 2 tonight.
Y'all spit on that thing, I guess, huh?
Chiefs, Chargers, Brazil.
Oh, come on, Yak. You knew it was coming.
6 p.m. on YouTube.
I did, but I'm still not ready for it.
Brace yourself, Yak. Got any games that look a little juicier for you on Sunday? Ravens, Bills in primetime. Lions, Packers.
Opening day. I mean, it's just the excitement of football. And obviously, it's the extended opening day because there's a game tonight. and all that in the game last night, but any one of these things, because there's going to be things that surprise us. There's going to be things that we expected that happen. Going to be disappointments. Usually when you say surprise, it usually is a
positive, but it can be a negative. I'm surprised that went so poorly.
Yeah.
What happened to that team?
And we get to see it unfold here each week for the next, September, October, November, December. It's like 5 months, man.
Yep.
That seems a long ways away.
49ers list running back Christian McCaffrey on their injury report. Limited participant, calf issue. And he missed all but 4 games last year with various leg ailments.
So McCaff has a calf, huh?
Exactly. Seems
to be one of these guys who's hurt quite often.
Just days after signing with the Raiders, wide receiver Amari Cooper informed the team he's going to retire. He was drafted by the then Oakland Raiders, 4th overall in 2014. Looked like he was going to make a return, but instead he veers off into retirement. 10 years in the league is a long time, but having just decided to go there and sign, kind of odd timing, but nonetheless, there it is.
Yeah, I think he felt he couldn't do it anymore. He wanted to try, and it makes sense to me. He got out there. Now you know that you don't have it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah State.
Utah State headed to College Station. Aggies and the Aggies. They face number 19 Texas A&M tomorrow morning. Game kicks off at 10:45 on the SEC Network. Scotty G's on the call beginning at 9:45 here on the Zone. Early start, big underdogs. The nature of the money games for a while there, they were having a great run in money games. It seemed like they were always close and couldn't quite pull off the upset. Oklahoma, Wisconsin, there were several of them.
The past. What's the line? They were big underdogs, you said?
29 was the last I saw.
Wow, that is big.
Yeah. I guess there's nothing to lose, though, right? If you pull it off, if you even stay close, people are going to be enthused, fired up. If you don't, you shake it off, move on to the next one. Oh, it's now 31.5, so the line has moved. People have been betting on it.
Well, I guess if that's your goal, to keep it close, then if they kept it close, you would have met your goal.
DJ PK.
Hashtag Utah.
Utah taking on Cal Poly. Rice-Eccles Stadium home opener. Kickoff set for 4 o'clock on ESPN+. Having just seen Utah rout UCLA, what do you want to see in this one? What can tell you something about this team, if anything?
Well, I think it's clear, 70-0.
Put it on them, and then let's see what the backups look like when they come in.
Well, the other guy scored 69, so you need to score
70.
70.
One more. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ute fans are sky high. They really think they have something with this team. It's well beyond the Big 12. The Big 12 is sort of formality that they have to go through. There's not one single Ute fan who does not think that they are not going to win the Big 12. Every single one of them now. I've talked to 7.
You've got your sample size?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm surprised you didn't run into one person who was trying to downplay it to cushion the. You always love the fans who downplay it to cushion the disappointment.
That's what you do. So I would expect you to say that. But no, they are sky high because they think that they would be, when they came into the Big 12, that they would own it. And last year unfolded as it did. Doesn't matter anymore. And now we've got new blood here. And they think they're back to where the line of thinking is, yeah, we will dominate this conference. This conference isn't nearly as good as the Big Pac-12, and look what we did there. So we're going to come in here and just be the king, the beast. I would venture to say that there's a fair amount, maybe close to 50%, who think they're going to go 9-0 in the conference. Speak for yourself, Ute fans, but I dare you to go ahead, argue with me. Because I think there's an overwhelming majority of Ute fans think that they are going to own this conference this season. And there's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead and think it. I don't have any problem with that. But that's what they're thinking.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag BYU.
BYU hosts Stanford tomorrow night, Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Bear Bachmeier, a better test against the team he was working out with in the spring.
I practice with him.
Yeah.
This is the Grizzly Bears, Bachmeier's chance to show. I got this. It's a formidable defensive opponent. And we can say Stanford is down. If you're going to compare it to what they were, of course they're down. But what level of down are they? I think they can put up a stern test on BYU's offense. Maybe they'll go out and score 50, and I'll be totally wrong. But I think this will be a nice indicator of what is to come. And then you got the bye week to work on it, and then you go from there. First road game beyond that, cross-country trip, the conference season starts, blah, blah, blah. And so this is a real good opportunity to solidify your level of confidence in this freshman, the Grizzly Bear Bachmeier.
Kickoff at 8:15, ESPN, Bear Bachmeier front and center. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Not quite as many mega games as we saw in week one, but still some interesting matchups as we go into this weekend. Texas will try to get win number one. They're playing San Jose State. Duke and Illinois, one of the better games on the schedule, along with Iowa State. Those games both kick off at 10 a.m. Illinois and Duke are on ESPN. The Iowa State game for all the Big 12 fans here. Can Iowa State get to 3-0? That is 10 a.m. on Fox. Can they beat their in-state rivals at home after losing to the Hawkeyes 6 times in a row in Ames? Baylor SMU, another game involving a Big Ten team. That'll be 10 a.m. on the CW network. So plenty of Big 12 football right out of the gate to kick it off tomorrow morning.
What's the CW network?
The CW network is a secondary network. It's channel 30 here in Utah over the air. And then depending on your cable satellite system.
Who's the primary if that's a secondary?
Well, here the CW is owned by the people on ABC, Nexstar.
And then other places CW it's owned by other companies?
Yeah, it is. Right. Yes. In other towns, it could be owned by Scripps or Fox or whoever. I don't know.
And what does CW stand for?
There were 2 different networks that combined a long time ago, and I'm trying to think which ones
the
they
C
were.
and the W?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. One used to be, I think it was Warner Brothers. Was
yes, you're
that's
right.
the W. Where's the C?
I couldn't tell you what the C was.
Yeah, I've forgotten.
They've got a burgeoning sports profile.
Ooh, a burgeoning profile. Wow.
Yes.
I have to look that up, burgeoning.
Oregon State and Washington State went to them and got some time slots. So I think they've got 3 games on the CW tomorrow.
Cool.
Oklahoma State, Oregon. You got any hope for Oklahoma State? Or Barry Trammell was talking about basically Lambs to the slaughter route, blowout city there. That'll be 1:30 on CBS. More Big 12 football.
Go Cowboys, man. See what they got.
USF beat Boise State soundly in the opener. Can they beat 13th ranked Florida? That's on the SEC network tomorrow afternoon. Your Sun Devils at Mississippi State, 5:30 on ESPN2. Can the defending champs get to 2-0? Talking to your people down there, what are they saying about the game, if anything? Or it's all quiet?
There's apprehension, nervousness. Didn't show well against NAU. And see what they have here, man. I mean, it's a big game in the sense, but in a sense it's not. Because you got the automatic bid. And, well, you can make the case if you lose this one, how are you going to win in Salt Lake? I get it. There you go. I mean, see what they got.
UCLA, UNLV, 6 o'clock, CBS Sports Network. See if UCLA shows any better. If they struggle with the Rebels, what to make of that week 1.
When will they find themselves? Because you said they're finding themselves.
They're trying to find themselves.
I know. Well, I got that. But
I don't know when. I don't know idea. I don't know if they will. They may just wander, lost in the desert or the forest or whatever. I guess Vegas would be the desert this week. They may just keep wandering. They may not. Wyoming will retire Buffalo Bills star Josh Allen's number 17 jersey November 22nd when they host Nevada in Laramie. Something tells me that's the Bills bye weekend right there.
No, I think they play the Jets, and they said take the week off.
Take the week off. It's just the Jets. Bill Belichick has banned members of the Patriots from access to North Carolina's program. No scouting for you. UNC declined comment. GM Michael Lombardi said good luck when ESPN contacted him by phone.
Yeah, that makes sense. You don't want to have scouts there promote your program because you have some type of grudge. At Dillingham, when you walk in the gates to their practice field, they have a grease board that lists all the teams.
Who's
scouts.
there?
Yeah. So if there's 10, they list 10. If there's 5, if there's 15, whatever.
Making the point to the guys in this program when you come here, or the recruits who show up at practice on those unofficial visits.
Especially the recruits who would show up,
right?
Didn't know who they would be.
Local recruits who he's had problems getting. And he's like, give me 3 years and we'll get them. So you can only have so many paid visits, but you can have as many unofficial paid
you can
visits
go over
as you
anytime
want.
you want.
Yeah.
If you live in the valley.
Tempe, Scottsdale, Mesa, wherever you're coming from, you drive over and you're like, oh, the Jets are here. The Broncos are here.
You're constantly selling.
Market, sell.
Yes.
I like it.
And I have heard that NFL scouts are besieging the University of Utah for the October 11th game against the Sun Devils.
Because the Sun Devils have NFL guys, they have a lot of starters back, so there's a lot of potential NFL guys. The Utes have a lot of potential NFL guys, and the scouts don't want to spend the limited weekends they get to watch football watching somebody, run over Cal Poly or Portland State or whoever.
Right.
It's like, okay, we got potential NFL guys against potential NFL guys. Is this guy a third-round pick? He's going against a guy we think is a fifth-round pick. Let's see what happens. Adjust what we're thinking based on what we see. Makes sense?
Yeah, and you could conceivably have up to 20 guys off these teams that play in the NFL. Not all next year.
Right. But long run, sure. I mean, there's a freshmen and sophomores who are out there who they're already looking at.
Yeah. And I know that's what the U.S. told me, that the scouts are really, really interested in coming into that game and being able to do their thing.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Swinging the ground ball, just past third and short into left. Read well by Triolo. He's around third to score. Throw comes to third. Safe. Nick Gonzalez is in there. Reynolds will scoot into second. Pirates are up 2-0 on the Dodgers.
Here's a drive deep to right, and he did more than pick up a run. That bad boy is gone. A 3-run homer, Trent Grisham. And the Yankees have an 8-3 lead. Another home run for the Grish. He's got 30 of them.
Highlights from a limited day of Major League Baseball. 5 games, although we did see 3 division leaders get beat. Paul Skeens' ERA below 2, 1.98. Pirates sweep the Dodgers, 5-3 the final. Dodgers get beat. The Brewers get shut out by the Phillies, 2-0. Ranger Suarez shining on the mound in the shutout victory. And the Astros, to lead the AL West, got beat by the Yankees, 8-4. Carlos Rodon tied for the Major League Baseball lead, picked up win number 16.
So how do you explain Grisham? You think he's, because his Major League high before this season is 17, and he's got 30.
Almost doubled his home run total out of the middle of nowhere.
Still got 3 weeks to go.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he ends up with. But 30 is very impressive these days. A little more normalcy rather than 45 guys cracking 50.
Have you heard or read or seen anything on Taylor Trammell's bat getting confiscated? Do they think he was corking it? Was it something else? I guess, the whole George Brett pine tar up the bat. I don't know. There's multiple rules on a bat. Maybe it was...
Well, what did we have in the earlier in the season? What was that phrase they were using? That it was such a hot commodity. It was news. Remember, what was the phrase they used? They had a word for it.
Can't help you. I'm struggling here.
But you remember it, right?
There was something going on, yeah, but what was it?
They called it, it's a sweet spot was bigger or something. It was
about the barrel. It was about making the handle skinny and the barrel bigger, but what was the phrase for it?
Rage.
Yeah.
Earlier in the season.
And then it quieted down.
Yeah, it went away.
And Taylor Trammell, it's Alan Trammell, Barry Trammell, Taylor Trammell. The guy had his bat confiscated. I thought it was Trammell. It's Trammell.
I got that, but what does that have to do with Alan
Every time
Trammell?
I see that name, it's been Trammell, and now it's been Trammell, and now it's Trammell.
How many times you see that name?
A few times. I think I've gotten it wrong.
You never even heard of him until yesterday.
No, he's been in highlights before, and I think I've gotten it wrong. But I was listening to the announcers go through the at-bat, I was like, oh, I think I've been messing that name up.
But nobody else knows. So
yeah, that's true. I'm pleading guilty to something nobody knew about, but
That's
curveball.
You're conscious, man. It is the most purest form of conscious. Even if you did something wrong like 8 years ago, you have to come clean.
No, that's
who you are.
That's not true. I wish you were who I are, suppose.
The relationship you have with the Lord is just amazing.
Okay. The Bees lose to El Paso 6-5. Came back and tied that thing up a couple times, but lost it late. Game 4 set tonight. First pitch, 7 o'clock. 6:50 for Tony Parks on the call on the Zone. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up, question of the day. Hot Takes or Toast is next. Kevin Graham is here at 8 o'clock. What will he complain about? The Eagles spitting would, I think, be high up on the list. David Locke at 8:30. Jazz Radio Voice will join us. DJ and PK, question of the day next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash in Draper on 123rd South and State Street. Several directions of travel are blocked, so take an alternate route if you can around that area. Also slowing on SR 36 in Tooele County on the 201 freeway traveling east through Magna at this moment. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age. making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready to host Stanford. Kalani Sitake's assessment of the Cardinal.
A really good system. I mean, obviously, Frank Reich's leading the way as head coach. And you look at the staff, they have a really good coaching staff, good talent on their team. All you have to do is look at the guys that we got from there. I mean, we got Bear and Tiger, and they came from there. I think they were put in a really difficult situation as a program, and I think Andrew Luck and Frank Reich are doing everything they can to make it right and make sure that they can do what they can for the outgoing seniors and get that program going.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ethan Miller with Teton Wealth will be live in studio with Hans and Scotty Monday to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. Question of the morning, hot takes or toast? What are your bold predictions for this weekend? Steven, there will be football this weekend. GR, you asking about the weather?
And those wives are lucky because their husbands are so funny.
Russell, baseball and football we played in the cross-country season starts.
Why so late?
I don't know. Utes win big, Cody says. BYU has to win big to prove something, and Utah State's going to get smashed.
I don't think BYU has to win big to prove something. I think we're downgrading Stanford a lot. We're not giving them the due. Not saying they're a bowl team, a great team by any stretch, but they have some players. And so with that in mind, BYU needs to look good. Win big.
Define win big. Double digits or 4 or 5 touchdowns? I'm with you. 4 or 5 touchdowns seems like quite a bit. But double digits. I mean, just beating them. Hawaii beat them right at the end, but beat them.
And Stanford's offense tripped all over itself.
Yeah.
the game was won, had it in their back pocket. And the defensive lineman gets an interception, and why were they throwing it anyway? It didn't make any sense. So that I think it's important for the Grizzly Bear to look good. That's what he needs to do, look good. We're just looking to look good because obviously with him, whatever his best ball is, he's a good ways away from it. So you want the progression. That's the most important thing for them, is to have the progression, to have him continue to improve and not look overwhelmed. Because if he looks overwhelmed, I was like, oh, man, my gosh. Because it seems to a good degree, even if it's not accurate right now, we're going to go with their season's going to go as he goes, right? So if he's...
I'd say, yeah. If you talk to 10 Cougar fans, you're going to get that at least 8 times.
And if he just looks comfortable out there and is fine, doesn't have to be the greatest, but just look like you have a good idea of what you're doing, you're grasping everything, the stage isn't too big for you, you're ready to play, look better than most of the first-year freshmen who got out on the field for BYU in the past. Now the program is in a much better state, so that I think that allows him to look better and just be comfortable.
Nothing wrong with that if he's got better players around and they help him make plays.
Well, the program is in a better spot. You cannot dispute that.
Nope, they've had multiple years to recruit to the Big 12.
It's undisputable.
Right. How to show up in the depth.
With that in mind, just do what you can do. The catchphrase of complimentary football, I think, is most important to the Cougars right now as he gets his bearings and gets more and more experience. It stands to reason when I say his best ball is a good ways away.
That's fine. And so if he passes the eyeball test here and just looks, I don't know, whatever your word is, competent, looks solid.
To me, it's comfortable.
It looks comfortable. And then you get to build off of that.
Yeah,
once you get 5 or 6 games in.
Right, and he should be better next month. And the progression that everybody wants for him is to do what you can do now, and we'll put more on your plate as the time goes on. And then, then you got East Carolina after the time off, and then you have a reset. For better or worse, you have a reset at the start of conference play. Everybody does that across the country. You go into that 0-0, and things amp up at that point because conference games are just so much more intense, and there's more familiarity. A lot of them, this conference is a little bit different. We're thinking of older conferences where most of the kids on the other team, you probably have an idea, at least minimally, if not big time, because you recruited them. A little bit different with West Virginia and Cincinnati and the Florida school and all that stuff. We understand that, so it's so far spread out. But still, the intensity in the conference. So you expect him to be. He's going to have to be better at that point, and that's where they're at for them. And just to me, certainly 10 points if you want a margin of victory. If you're looking for things beyond the score.
Well, we're going to look for both, aren't we? I mean, we are going to look for the score, but we are going to look for beyond the score. I mean, we're going to have former quarterbacks on next week. Frank comes on every week. Riley comes on every week, and, whoever else.
I quarterback Seacrest Hall,
kid.
Freshman dorms.
And they will say about, where were his eyes and the throws, and was he holding the ball too long? And we'll dive into all of that. But, yeah, the final score matters.
Yeah.
I mean, if they win by 14 and he makes a few mistakes, fine. Those mistakes get cleaned up, but they got a pretty good team. And
we'll look at the film and we'll clean it up.
On to East Carolina.
We can clean that up. Well, it's on to the bye week, but we can clean that up. Yeah, we'll know what they say, and just do that. And for the Utes, this is the opportunity to get in front of the home crowd for a kid like Dampier who hasn't had that. And this will be a walk in the park. This will be further evidence that this is a special team. Arguably the best team they've had since the Sugar Bowl. A lot of Ute fans are thinking that's going to be the case.
Better than the Rose Bowl teams.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, almost definitely. I mean, one of the Rose Bowls, you backdoored it to an extent.
Yeah.
Now you ain't backdooring anything.
Was the 11-1 team the best team they had? They just lost the conference title game to a better Oregon team, even though they didn't win it. If you could have an imaginary 4-team tournament, how would that team have done?
I have no idea. I just threw the past in there to get you back where you're most comfortable.
There it is. Thank you. What a gift.
I don't remember a darn thing about that 11-1 team. That might as well have been 20 years ago to me. And I just know you love that stuff. And so I dangled the bait, and you came
Snapped
up.
at it. Jake says BYU will lose to Stanford. There's the bold prediction on our list.
That is bold.
Cougars get beat. Now, should I click on this and see if Jake went to Utah or Utah State? Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of Ute gear in those
I think
photos.
it's possible. I don't think it's out of the realm. It wouldn't be a shocking upset to me. I certainly expect BYU to win. But you are putting a freshman quarterback out there, and things can happen.
Turnovers, a couple scores for the defense to help their offense, which I think would need help to win the game. I mean, you don't think much of their offense versus the BYU defense. BYU defense ought to win that matchup, right?
Yes.
But you get a couple short fields or maybe a couple scores where the defense isn't even on the field.
Well, see, that's where the complementary football comes
Right.
in, most especially this year, most especially this game, right? Because that's the one avenue to a Stanford win, and A-Rod knows that as well as anybody. So he likes to take shots, but he's not going to be irresponsible because the Stanford path to victory is aided by BYU's miscues on offense if they should happen. And so make sure that they don't happen, and you should be able to win that game. It could be something along the lines of what we saw at SMU last year, to where you win a close game, and obviously you got an ace in the hole, and that field goal kicker is really good, and we've seen it now for over a year. So be smart in your play calling, and don't cut him loose. You don't want to hibernate the grizzly bear, but you don't want to open the cage door and have him come rushing out either. There's somewhere in the middle, and A-Rod would have the best feel for that. He's with him every day and all. And where is that? Is it closer to the hibernation? Is it closer to letting him run loose, metaphorically speaking? Where is he on his progression timeline? They would be able to answer that. And what they feel most comfortable with, and they've had a whole week to practice for it and all that. But they're going to see some decent defense, and what can they do to respond? And that's what they got. And obviously I'm way more intrigued about that game than I am the Ute game. The Ute game is, I wish they didn't play these things. You only get 12 of them, but really you don't get 12 of them. Because
you got 11 plus this thing, whatever it turns out to be.
Yeah. I mean, it's a waste of time. I'm not criticizing Utah because everybody does it. So if I'm criticizing Utah, I'm criticizing everybody. But I have no passion for this game whatsoever. I'd have more passion for the Wyoming game, and certainly the Texas Tech game. I've got as much passion as I could possibly have. Hopefully both teams come in at full strength, and that's going to be a fun game. I wish, in a sense, I could fall asleep and wake up and have it be the Friday before that.
No. Now you're wishing time away. That goes against what you believe. Don't wish time away.
Right. Hence the certain sense.
Yeah.
But I'm big-time Jack in all conference games, because if the other team on the other side of the conference isn't good, that's their fault, not yours. You control who you want to play in this game, and you chose to play Cal Poly SOL, and here we are. But Ute fans will go. We'll have a great time. They'll be able to do the tailgate. 4 o'clock is a nice start, so you can mow the lawn or whatever in the morning and get up there at noon or whatever you want, and you can make the food and the brisket and all whatever you want. You want a place to get it, go over to Kenny J's Barbecue. Very good.
Now you're talking.
Watching you go to town on that free food was something to behold.
We can't eat this in the break, and you and I just look at each other like, there's some things they don't know about me.
Yeah. You see that plate? That plate will be gone in the break.
Gone. Work that thing over.
We were over there doing our football roundtable, and it was a lot of fun. Got to meet the family over there. It's a family-owned business.
His mom was there.
Yes, she's very sharp.
Yep.
My wife talked to her at length because from that point we were taking off to go to California for the Ute game down there. Yes, so good people over there in the district. Good food, good barbecue for sure. But so it'll be a fun time. You know, I don't discount that.
In addition to the Bear Bachmeier story, which will be the most, interesting thing and the most talked about thing, it'll be stories 1, 2, and 3. How is LJ Martin going to run the ball, and what's the running game going to look like against Stanford? Because your point about the Stanford defense, they got some players and they got some veterans, and man, of all the things you can complain about in Stanford losing to Hawaii, you can't complain about Stanford's run defense. They held them under 100 yards. I think they had 96 yards, and they got 30 of them on one carry. Most of it was 2- and 3-yard slogs for Hawaii. They weren't making any progress at all running the ball against Stanford. Now, BYU ought to have a better run game than Stanford, and LJ Martin's coming off eye-popping numbers, 8 carries, 131 yards.
Better game than Hawaii, but yeah, I get your point.
So, but to what degree, what is that going to look like? How does that end up? To me, that's a pretty intriguing part of this game.
Okay. But A-Rod guaranteed us they'd be able to run the ball.
Yep.
So
it is a strength of this club in his eyes before they ever played a game.
He went out of his way to state it and then restate it with emphasis. And normally when coaches do that, they have a really good feel of what they're talking about, especially someone who's been doing it for his number of years. Yep. What's he? He's pushing 50 by now, so he's been in the coaching business for most of his adult life. And he's been a coordinator for coming up on 10 seasons plus. So, yeah, when he makes that statement, it comes from a voice of experience and a vision of what is good, and clearly he knows what's good. So, yeah, I would expect them to be able to run the ball. They need, as always, you need to have a diversified offense. And that's why, yeah, I'm going to hustle home from Rice Eccles as fast as I can because I want to watch all of this game tonight or tomorrow night. I'm glad it's offset by Utah. It was nice of them to start that thing at 4, and 4+ hours later, start the other game. And I mean, it's not Utah. I understand that. It's not, a big-time team, but it's a nice early season test, offense versus their defense. That's the whole story of the game. And I'm jacked about it. And for Ute fans, this is another one to check off on the way to minimum, I say minimum 10 wins. And I would think most Ute fans would say we will have more than 10 wins. Because if you only have 10 wins, that meant you went 7-2 in the league. No. And nobody, none other than the most qualified voice, the Hammer, coming out of San Jose. You told me yesterday has them 11-1.
11-1 with a loss to ASU. That was his prediction. And the 11 wins, he had them all because he's putting scores at the end. He had like a paragraph summary for every game.
You read it.
I did, and he had them all double digits.
That's just simply domination.
Working people.
Yes. Devin Dampier, tomorrow with Roy Jefferson and Ron McBride, there will come a day.
Devin will join them in the Ring of Honor.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're talking football with Kevin Graham at the top of the hour right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got good speeds on I-15 as you head into downtown from Davis County, also from places south, Utah County and the like. Coming out of Saratoga Springs on 2100 North is really slow as you try to get over to Redwood Road, over to I-15. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah welcoming Cal Poly to Rice-Eccles Stadium tomorrow at 4. Devin Dampier excited to play his first home game as a Ute.
Super excited. I've heard a lot of articles before I even came here. The Rice-Eccles effect. Everyone that comes here, especially away teams, are it's so hard to play here. So to be on the home team, I'm really excited to get to feel that.
This Ute update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Radio Gaga.
The band of the day is Queen. Freddie Mercury, born on this day in 1946. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Or is that Radio Gaga?
Chicken or the egg, baby.
Question up on our Facebook page. Ron McBride goes into Utah football's Ring of Honor on Saturday. What is his legacy? Multiple people, Jason, he built the foundation for what we have now. Alan, he most definitely got the program headed in the right direction. Steve, 34-31. Gray, 34-31, and then 34-31. He brought Utah football back on the map.
Yeah, that's what Kyle said the other day when I asked him about it. And, they can argue that that is certainly one, and then 1A is the advent of a true rivalry, not a one-sided rivalry. Because at that point, it became basically split down the middle once he started to go getting it going. What was it, his third year? Fourth year, somewhere in there?
Fourth year, I think.
Fourth year? Yeah, and at that point, it was on. And that's all I know.
I saw one of the lopsided, where BYU won 18 out of 20. They got up 31-0. There was all this hype for the game, and then Utah scored 22 points at the end to make it 31-22. And I thought, But the next year, which was your first year, that was the first 34-31, and then it was on. Drama year after year. Rare blowout once in a while, but mostly right down to the final play.
So for me, my only firsthand knowledge of this rivalry is, yes, in fact, it is a rivalry, and it is what's going to happen. I don't know. Am I going to watch? No question, absolutely. Wouldn't miss it. And that, for me, not having grown up here, not having an affiliation or an affinity for either, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to see back and forth. It must have sucked in those earlier times when the other team was dominating. Now, it doesn't suck for the winning team, I understand that. But from a rivalry perspective, it's kind of a snoozer. But then he changed everything. And that's really awesome to be able to change everything, because that just amplifies his level of importance to Utah football because of the fact that it was about literally as one-sided as you could possibly get. And then here he comes along. It's his third stint. He had been an O-line coach. He had been a coordinator earlier, comes back for the third time as the head coach and knows what to do. That's important, right? So he's not from here. I think he's from San Jose or somewhere and, has California roots deeply. But by the time he got the head coaching job, he, in a sense, was from here because he understood all the things that this state has to offer, advantages, disadvantages, and knew how to use them to his advantage. And he built the program to where then it became a big-time rivalry capable of going either way. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, those two trips through town gave him that knowledge of here's the challenges.
Right.
Here's where we're having problems.
Right.
And he saw other people attempt, and it didn't work. And he knew when he came back what he wanted to do. And
so he wasn't an outsider.
He was right.
Yeah.
He knew this is what I think we need to do, and it turned out he was spot on.
He was, he had inside knowledge on how to get this program going because he had been here. I think that's a lesson that is pertinent even today, that when you make these hires,
sometimes somebody who may have this just unbelievable resume maybe not is the right person, man or woman for the job because doesn't have the knowledge. Now you can say on the other hand, Urban Meyer, but Urban Meyer is to me the slew of athletic directors at Utah State. It's their press, and they'll hold a press conference here soon when they announce one. And that person, man or woman, could have come out, should just say honestly, I'm going to try to make this the best possible situation for you so I can make it for myself and take another job. And move and hasten
when they bring
my
someone
career
in from
and advance my career.
Bringing somebody from Connecticut or Virginia or South Carolina.
Because I'm going to be here and I'm going to work as hard as I possibly can for you, but I'm also leaving, and everyone needs to know that up front.
We'll see. I've heard there are a couple people who are interested who do have local ties, so we'll see if they go with one of them.
And that's what Urban Meyer was. He didn't say it. He buffaloed some Ute fans into thinking that he was going to stay, but that was not true at all. It was, and now he used you used him, and it was a beautiful relationship. It's just it was a one-night stand, so to speak. But Ron McBride had all that knowledge, comes in and implements a program that got it on solid foundation, and away you went. And it is a just, honor. I was going to say reward, but reward isn't really the word. I guess honor, recognition, that type of thing. And they just started it last year. I know you're all huffy. You wanted him to have it last year. Slow the flow.
Slow the flow.
It's going to be fine. In fact, it'll be even sweeter this year because he'll get more recognition than Roy Jefferson would have. I don't know, last year he would have got more recognition than Alex Smith did. What's crazy, and the point that you brought up, which I think is the far more important point, is why didn't they have this Ring of Honor years ago?
No idea.
Because
there have been Rings of Honor in other organizations for decades.
It's not a new idea. But it's a right, and everyone can have it.
The Cowboys had it when I was in high school, so there's been plenty of time to.
And
do
they
stuff
have
like
a
this.
very good history, and it needs to be celebrated.
Yes, they've honored.
And fans love that
this will
stuff.
be 3 people now, and they're all no-brainers. They're as is the case usually when you have 100 years of history and you start doing something like this, you're going to have a whole series of people who are locks. I don't know who it'll be next year, but whoever it is, we'll probably all look at each other and think,
I think they know who it is. Because they told me that.
They've mapped it out.
Well, last year, somebody came up to me and obviously I have a format, so they want to educate me, and I appreciate that because I can look stupid on my own. And they said, okay, we're going to go Alex this year and then Coach McBride next year. That was the plan, and here we are, a day away, and it's going to be a beautiful day for Ron McBride and Roy Jefferson too. Roy Jefferson was an accomplished player in collegiate level. Obviously, I remember him more from the pros with Washington and a couple other teams, and he was a no-brainer too, obviously. And so is Ron McBride, and it's really cool that this is going to be, in a sense, a crowning moment. This is who do we talk about? Vernon Law. Remember last week? Mm-hmm. This is Utah's Vernon Law moment.
Vernon Law. He was in his
95.
95.
They put him in the Pittsburgh Pirates Hall of Fame 60 years after his
Then you read what he did.
achievements.
He probably could have done that at 30 or 40 years. That would have been okay.
Yeah.
No one would have pushed
So
back.
this will be a great time tomorrow to celebrate the history of the program, and that's awesome.
When we come back, Kevin Graham talking NFL and college football next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is a Friday, and the first full weekend of September is upon us. What does that mean? Well, in no time, fall is going to be in the air. We'll feel it with the cooler temperatures, the colors on the mountains and all. It's a good time to be alive, isn't it? Now, you want that good time to be alive for all of your life? Yeah. particularly as you grow older and you want to do things. When you're done with work, you got to prepare. When? Right now. That's why I'm telling you about Trajan Wealth. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you be ready for that time because they can help you plan. You know, they understand completely that your plan, my plan, Bob down the street's plan, everybody's different. And we all have different aspirations, different goals. Things change, just like the weather will be changing. Well, all the stuff with inflation, economic policies, new laws, interest rates, all these things affect the financial markets in the short term, but you can't overreact in the short term. You know, it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to those daily news that comes out, the daily news that comes out. Instead, Trajan Wealth will help you understand, that will review your strategy and make sure what you're doing is right for the risk that you're looking at, right? You want that risk tolerance and time horizon. Trajan Wealth will help you decide on what to do. Get with experts, local people, local phone number, 801-899-7600, 801-899-7600. Offices to meet you at are in Draper and in Farmington, both sides, north and south. And the website has a lot of information available literally immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy.
No way!
Yes way! Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight champ, Riverton Chevy.
On Red stock number 25T0272R and 25T0326 of 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, new 2526 vehicles only. Base upgrade Icon pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Valid until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, win tickets to Breaking Benjamin in 3 days grace, Saturday, September 27th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or tune in Wednesday for your chance to win tickets. Listen to the Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ PK, and we're joined once again by Kevin Graham, the irrepressible Kevin Graham. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Friday, first weekend of the NFL. I mean, college football's great. It's 1A, 1B for me in that range. But, man, now we got some, real quality, very good football across the board, because college football, you get some crappy games. So I'm excited. And, by the way, I've been listening, and I know PK is saying this Utah team could be, the best Utah team in the history of Utah football. But I am thinking – and PK knows this because I think he was at the game. In 1869, Rutgers, being a Jersey boy, took on the College of New Jersey in the first college football game. That's 156 years. I think Utah could be the best team in 156 years of college football.
Oh, now you're just playing with us. You don't really.
You know what? They were impressive, man. I mean, I have to give it to you. I mean, Dampier, the offense. I mean, you couldn't have a better start. I was very impressed. But there are three things that Utah has to be aware of: health, because let's face it, they had a bad run of that last year, and that's what put them in the dumps. Coach Winningham and winning, not losing bad games in some of those seasons you watch, except for a couple of them, obviously. There's always a bad loss or two, so you got to avoid that. And third, Kyle Whittingham has to continue to let Jason Beck run the offense as opposed to what he's done to the 9,050 other offensive coordinators he's had in his career where, he clamps down on them and they get too conservative. So if they can keep the offense going like they did, man, and Dampier can stay healthy, look out. I think they will win the Big 12. With BYU, they're pretty impressive too, but we got to see them play a real football team.
Oh, yeah, if Utah can do that, the first loss isn't coming until January, if at all.
Yep. No, I think it's there. I mean, again, we'll hyping it up, but there's always that loss, it seems like, so let's see if they can get over the hump and see what they can do. But it was fun to watch them. And then I just saw highlights of Big Bear, and it's just funny. It's kind of like they're kind of like the misfit of like the Island of Misfit Toys and Rudolph. They're kind of like that with our quarterbacks there in Utah because Dampier, I know he's like 5'11", but he looks like he's like 5'6". And then you got Bear, who wears a fullback number and looks like a fullback. So, I mean, not your typical quarterbacks per se, but pretty impressive the way they both played.
Man, you got the hype machine. You got the hype machine all the way up to 11. 10 just isn't loud enough.
I watched a lot of college football this past weekend.
I like that. Spinal. I was talking Spinal Tap, but it comes together with the number of wins. Yes.
Yes.
Well, the hype on Utah is so high.
What's that?
The hype on Utah, it's sky high now.
Yeah,
across the country.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it last week. I don't know. I mean, you're definitely right. But we said, even though UCLA honestly is really bad, I mean, just watching them play, but because it's UCLA, I think we talked about this last week, if they go out and rock UCLA, they're going to get some hype about them. And, man, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game because they always have a great defense. I mean, look at all the pros. Look at all the Utah players in the pros. I mean, that's an obvious. It's just they never had a consistent offense. So if they can have a good offense and stay healthy and Whittingham lets Jason Beck continue to run the offense, then there's a good chance that they can – at least playoff bound, at least winning the Big 12. And then once you get in the playoffs now, you never know what's going to happen.
Amen, brother. Preach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm not counting BYU out either. They look good. But now see, they got to flip this weekend. BYU has to do what Utah did last week. Now BYU's playing a team that sucks, in the ACC now, which is still so weird. And they got to rock Stanford. They got to go out and just blow them out because they're a lower rung Power 4 team. If you're going to be a big boy, in the Power 4, you got to roll these teams. So they have to do that. And then Utah has to do what BYU did to Portland State last week and just put this game out of place, in the first quarter and and then get their subs in and stay healthy.
Well, what Utah has to do, because you're always competing with BYU, they need to beat Cal Poly SOL 70-0
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. If they don't, it's a failure of a game.
Right,
totally.
100%. Oh, yeah, I'm going to backtrack everything I ever said about this team. Because BYU beat, I don't remember, Portland, something or other. They beat them 69-0 so Utah has to up
they
the
ante. They got to win by a point.
Yeah.
I know.
Portland
I think they can
something
do that.
or other.
Right, I don't know. Were they in Maine or Oregon? I don't know. Which one? Oregon or Maine?
If they can't play any better than that, they need to move to Maine.
So they're
Oregon will
By the way,
banish them.
PK.
What?
Yeah. By the way, it's Oregon. I don't know if you. I'm sure you're aware of that. I mean, the Midwest they say Oregon, but if you go to Oregon, they say Oregon.
I never go to Oregon. You've been to Oregon lately? Come on.
I drove up the Oregon coast last summer. It was nice. It's a pretty state. I would never live there, but it was cool. Yeah, too expensive.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. crazy stuff happening there.
Were you outraged that the NFL opener was marred by a spitting incident right at the very start of the game? I thought that'd be the number one thing you came on complaining about.
Well, no, I was trying to roll, try to help,
roll with our local colleges. Look at you.
Yeah, exactly. Try to catch listeners before I go into NFL mode. Yes, I was a little shocked. I mean, it's just dumb, And then of course the video comes out later as the game goes on. It's Dak spat first, and it's like, well, he didn't spit on him. I mean, if anything, he might have hit his own teammate. I mean, so no, I mean it was dumb. And it impacted the game because I mean that guy's a force for the Eagles defense, and so they take him out of the fold, and then suddenly they don't have to worry about him, and the Cowboy offense actually looked pretty good. And really, I thought they had a really legitimate chance to win until, of course, CeeDee Lamb couldn't catch key passes as the game went along. And I think, like you said last hour, everything changed when they had the hour plus lightning delay or rain delay or whatever. I don't know. Am I old, guys? And I am old. Yes, this is back in my day. I remember when I was playing football, like Pee Wee football, because when you're the slowest and smallest guy on a team, you're not really going to play in high school. I remember playing in rain and lightning, and as long as the lightning wasn't right on top of us, I don't know if you guys remember this. If it was like 30 miles away, we continued to play. So I don't, but whatever. I know we're a softer society now, and nobody wants to get, even though like 1 in 100,000 people get struck by lightning or something. So, but anyways, I thought that kind of ruined the flow of the game, and then obviously the Eagles hung on at that point. But I thought Jalen Hurts looked really impressive to me. Saquon Barkley's still going to be just an absolute stud, and I don't think the Cowboys are going to be as bad as they are. I mean, I was actually impressed by the Cowboys. I actually think maybe Micah Parsons could have helped possibly in containing Jalen Hurts when he was running the ball around. But overall, I thought the Cowboys actually were performed better than I actually expected in that game. So, and the Eagles, I thought in some ways performed worse because they had a lot of penalties and seemed to keep shooting themselves in the foot. But like we saw in week 1 and week 0 of college football, there's still going to be mistakes made, and it takes, I think, a week or two for teams to really crisp up and start playing a little cleaner brand of football. Unless you're the Jets, and then you're always going to suck.
Yeah, I think that's the NFL, man. I don't know that teams even want to be playing their best ball in September. The season is so long. I just used my fingers earlier in the show and counted how long we have. And we have 5 full months before we even get to a winner. So in a sense, it's like just play the game and don't get too high, don't get too low, because there's so much left to happen. So if I'm the Cowboys, obviously you want to win. I get that. That's the number one objective every time you play the game, obviously. And to me, I thought they showed well enough that they look like they can have stuff to build on.
Yeah, no, I think there's something there. I mean, Brian Schottenheimer, he's more of an offensive guy, and I thought the offense, looked pretty productive. I didn't think the defense was terrible. So, but yeah, that was a reasonable take, PK. But again, it's the NFL, so yeah, it's a long season. But in an overreaction society and world we live in now, we're going to totally just overreact for every game. So, if the Jets go out, my Jets taking on the Steelers, if they go out and get blown out, it's like the season's over. We're jinxed. We're going to suck for the rest of the year. Even if they turn around and get to 7-10, which is what I would be actually happy with. So yeah, I agree with you.
Chiefs and Chargers tonight in Brazil. You got one of them winning the division. You going with Denver? They had 3 playoff teams in that division last year.
No, I'm not taking that. It's Kansas City's thrown until someone knocks them off. But I will be curious to see how this game goes tonight. I like the Chargers. Obviously, I don't like them as much since Slater got hurt. They're starting offensive tackle because obviously that offense is predicated on the run. That's what Jim Harbaugh likes to do. Kansas City, I'm just curious how they come off after the blowout. Are they going to have a hangover and kind of is this finally kind of where the kingdom starts to crumble a little bit, or are they going to come out ticked off? Is Jason Kelsey, in shape? Is Jason Kelsey, able to get over the engagement with Taylor and actually focus on football? So we'll see. I think, again, as PK said earlier, it's week 1, so you can't overreact to it. But I am curious to see how the Chiefs come out and if they win this game, because when I think NFL football, I think playing NFL football in Brazil. So, a new tradition happening. I'm really excited for that as well. I'm going to go to a Brazilian steakhouse, I guess, before the game or something.
Nice.
They still have those in Salt Lake. There was a good one in downtown I used to go to when I was living there multiple times.
No, they said, man, if Kevin Graham leaves, we're leaving too. They shut it down.
Brazza Grill packed up and hit the road.
It's all boarded up. And then
those places are the great, man. You get a meat coma there. You just keep keeping the green thing up, and they just keep delivering the meat, man.
Well,
I used to go there, and I'd have literally like a pound of meat just sitting on my plate because I would never turn the little green-red thing over. I just let them keep delivering. Oh, it was tremendous.
I think that's still the pregame meal for BYU, right?
Is it?
Yeah,
oh,
Tucanos. That's Brazilian, isn't it? Yeah. They've been doing that for a number of years now. Yeah.
Nice. There you go.
It is. It is really good.
Everybody looks forward to it. I was talking to media members about it last week, and they're like, "Yeah, it's going to be a terrible game, but that pregame meal is going to be awesome."
I look forward to it on October 18th when the Utes go to Provo to play BYU, and that'll be.
Can't wait. That's going to be so fun.
We're looking for both teams to potentially be undefeated. I don't know if it'll happen, but from a story standpoint and radio standpoint, all of us would enjoy that to be. I'm not sure, was it about 6? Oh, I know what it was. Yeah, that'll be the 7th game for the Cougars because they showed they were serious with the Retzlaff suspension, and it just so happened to be 7 games of suspension, and that 7th game was BYU Utah. Not 6, not 8, not anything, but 7. They hit it right on the button there, right on the head that he would miss that game, and they sent it. Obviously, he took off, and away we are here in that situation.
Yeah.
But
I'm sure the honor code office didn't look at that at all. It was just a random thing.
Well, maybe it just was a coincidence. I don't know. But nevertheless, and so obviously here locally, the big intrigue is not so much with Utah. They just flipped it. Last week it was Utah. This week it's BYU. And we've decided that I call him the Grizzly Bear Bachmeier. And the Grizz is great. And I've been telling BYU to go ahead and use that. And don't worry about it. I don't need any subsidiaries or what do they call that stuff? Not subsidiary.
Trademark it. You should trademark it, PK.
Yeah.
That's what everybody does now.
Yeah. I've never been a money guy like my cohort here. It's just simple guy, just the basics, and I'm good to go, Remember, I don't know if you heard, but there was one time he was bragging about the size of his television. Can you believe that?
I got a big TV.
Really? No.
Yeah, listen to it. He'll play it for you right now. Say it again,
I got a big
I got a big TV.
Yeah, he tells us he has a big TV. Who would do
remember
that?
Guys like him and our old friend. Remember our old friend Gordon Monson? He used to say, "I have a nice car." PK has DJ has a big TV. I mean, I know, I get it, man. They're legends, man. Those guys are the true legends and media darlings, of Salt Lake City. People like PK, like you and I, we're the outlaws, man. We were always we were always kind of the overshadowed too. So
I have a nice car.
We grinded. We were grinded.
The only thing.
Wow, dusted that one off, Yock. Dusted
that. Good work.
There had to be some spider webs on that thing.
I would make the word car plural, and I would put fleet in front of it.
Yes. I don't know if that's when he had his sporty, $85,000 Audi that jazz NBA players would be an all over at practice, or his 911 Porsche. I can't remember which one that was for, but yeah. We love you, Gordon, if you're listening.
They give them away for Christmas, man.
That's right.
Each kid has a couple of cars.
I know. This is not inside at all, by the way. This is great. I love it.
All right, we're out of time, but Kevin.
Really?
Yeah.
We didn't even talk any NFL, really. We only talked like 2 games.
Well, you'd rather make fun of me. That's fine. So,
Sunday night's a
now
good
he's hurt.
game.
No.
I've lived in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
He says he's lived in Utah too long, whereas Kevin, I haven't lived in Utah long enough.
Yeah.
The beauty of the state and its people, I want more of. He's running around telling people he's lived here too long. That's a difference.
I'm going to call you. I'm going to call you after the show, Kevin, and I'm going to tell you a story about PK and Money, where he totally outfoxed an ex-boss of ours, and the guy didn't even know he was done and dusted. It was it was epic. PK, you hear about people that, he's always a step ahead. PK was a mile and a half ahead in the marathon.
I share confidential stuff with you and you broadcast it on the internet now.
That's great. Always keep it between us. So I'm glad, as a program director, had to negotiate with a lot of high-profile talent. I never had to negotiate with PK, and actually, PK would be the one I would be scared the most to have to try to do because he's clever, man. He could figure that stuff out.
Ways.
So
the wily ways.
Yeah, I know. All right, well, good. Well, hey, I hope everybody has a great NFL weekend. Breaking it down. So some great games this weekend. Enjoy. Follow me on K-Gram Content, and I will share some of my bets and then bet the opposite because I lose all the time. But don't bet a lot, everybody. If you can even bet, because the state of Utah, it's illegal. Sorry.
People right now are tweeting pictures of.
What are they doing? What are they
like
saying?
10 pounds of meat being roasted and shouting out Tucanos and Rodizio. Comparing different Tucanos locations. This one's better than that one. Look what you started,
dude,
Kevin.
The best.
Look what you started.
I know, man. I'm telling you, the greatest creation of food. If that's the way all Brazilian food is, you just go and I've never been to Brazil. And you walk in and they hand you a plate of meat, man. I think I'm going to retire there. I think that'd be awesome. So,
all right, Kevin. Thank you. All right.
Bye, guys.
Yeah. David Locke, radio voice of Utah Jazz, joins us next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a road closure southbound 5600 west at 5400 south in Kearns. I'm going to take an alternate route in that area. Also, I-15 is moving great from Draper into downtown, and also Farmington as you head southbound towards downtown Salt Lake City at this moment as well. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Play your chip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open, now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready to host Stanford tomorrow night. Offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick says it's tough to scout the Cardinal right now.
Difficult, yeah. They play an air raid team. It's very different than us on offense, and so, all we can do is kind of guess about what their defensive coordinator did at Sac State, but they also have what they did last year at Stanford, and we don't know what we're going to see. So that's an advantage for them. So we have to just be squared away with what we're doing and make sure that we can make adjustments during the game.
Cougar Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She keeps a Moet Chandon in a pretty cabinet. Let them eat cake, she says, just like Marie Antoinette. Building a remedy for Khrushchev and Kennedy.
People are spending the whole break laughing at Kevin Graham and eating 17 pounds of meat at one sitting. From Parks and Rec, You know what? I'm going to have that third strike after all. Ron Swanson was quite the character.
Plus, he's a little guy. I don't know that he can do that.
I know, right? Kevin just can't put
Not
that
a
away.
big, beefy offensive lineman.
Can't eat his own weight there in Brazilian delicacies.
Yeah. The phrase "all you can eat" just makes me queasy. Like, why would you want to do that in the first place?
That might sound good to you, but you try it one time and you'll end up with regrets.
We had a couple guys in the dorms at NAU, and I remember they made this bet to this guy to eat whatever, just all this, and he did that. And I can remember him walking back from where they were on the second floor of the Babbitt Hall on the campus in Northern Arizona, and he looked like he couldn't even walk. And it was just, why would you do that? It just and at that age, nobody has good discretion. But even I knew that was stupid.
You had problems finding the line at that age, but you found that one?
Yes.
Don't cross that line.
Yes.
It's like,
He got
a million
all
other
sick.
lines I can't see at all.
Right, but I mean, it didn't seem fun. At least if you're going to do something tawdry,
you think there'd be some kind of short-term reward, right? And you should be more mature and figure out the long-term reward, but you can't because you're a teenager and you're an idiot, right?
Right, exactly. I just remember he did that. How stupid was that?
DJ PK, and we're joined now by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
Good morning, David, James, Patrick, Kinahan. My Friday is complete. My week is better. It is an uplifting experience to get to chat with you each and every week. Fired up, and despite the fact that everyone's absorbed by football, we're like 24 days away from Media Day. Going to be fun.
Yeah. That was one of the things that we thought we would hit you up on. Normally at this time of year, that the band is back together. The teams are in their respective cities, and they're working out on their own together at the practice facility. And with this in mind, do we expect any moves still from the Jazz? Because they got a couple of veterans that may not appear to fit in, but we're getting late in the process, so I can assume that they're probably going to be there at Media Day.
But that's interesting. I think the veterans all fit. Who do you think doesn't fit?
Well, the timeline I'm talking about, what does Kevin Love add to helping the team? I mean, I'm just looking at where they are in their stage of their careers and what they're looking for.
Kevin Love actually, okay, yes. So I agree on Kevin Love. But, like, Kevin Love's uncles had a house in Park City for years. Kevin Love spent, like, 2 or 3 of his off seasons in Park City. I agree on Kevin Love, but there might be a chance that Kevin Love has gone to the Jazz and said, like, no, I'm cool with this.
Yeah, fine.
I don't know that for a fact, but I would agree with you that Kevin Love, in my head, actually, I 100% agree with you. I actually just kind of spaced. Is the one who I did not think would be on the roster at this point in time. The fact that he still is on the roster at this point in time does make me wonder whether he actually might have gone to the organization and said, like, hey, actually, I'm cool with this. I got it. I know where I am. I enjoy it. And then if that's the case, and I don't know this, I'm totally making this up, which is really good journalism, by the way. I don't know if you guys are new to the business, so I don't know if you want – so
you still have an opportunity to stop, David. You could stop right here and not throw out whatever it is.
He can't, actually. So, David, let me just tell you something as a young journalist. If you go on Channel 2 tonight in that new job you have and you say, I'm totally making this up, I would generally think that would be a really bad career move. So I would, and in PK, with your extensive writing, I'm assuming you're going to write a novel here at some point, and also writing at KSL. If you were to lead with, hey, I'm totally making this up, despite the fact that seems to be what a lot of people do all the time, I would suggest not doing that. So let me continue in totally making this story up in my head.
Okay.
If the totally made-up story that I just gave you that has no validity at all, no background knowledge, and nothing at all, is in any way, shape, or form true, there could not be maybe a better veteran in the NBA than Kevin Love to be around your young players. He's been open about mental health stuff. He's been on championship teams. He's been on not good teams. He's played with LeBron. He's played with other players. He's seen players develop. He's been in Miami and seen that culture. I'm not actually a believer in veteran leadership because I actually watched a veteran stand next to one of our players for an entire year and remind him that at the end of the year he was a free agent and he should go get his, and it's all about him, and the organization will screw him eventually, and literally watched this take place for 12 months and then wasn't surprised with the outcome, because that was what veteran leadership was, which is actually probably pretty good veteran leadership, because the veteran leadership is to the player, not the organization. But Kevin Love, if in fact he does stay with Utah, which I would be surprised and am surprised he's still on the roster, there might not be a better veteran considering his life experiences than Kevin Love. So it'd be cool if that my made-up story is true.
I was going to say Nurkic just because I liked him early in his career, and PK used to tease me about that. But he's had multiple injuries, and I don't think he's ever come back from the compound fracture of his leg. In the last 5 years, his numbers, I mean, he's just struggled to even play and stay on the court. And so he's 31, so the timeline doesn't match, and he's an old 31 because of the injuries. But maybe they can't move him because of those things.
So I actually go the other way on Nurkic. I actually just finished Locked on Jazz, in which I said I think Nurkic will end up playing this year. There is a level where I think you have to have some viability out on the floor. And I think Nurkic gives you some of that viability. Like, he knows how to play. He lets you play a structure. His drop big defense has never been the same, as you mentioned correctly, since his injury. But I still think that, he gives you he can move the ball. He's a good passer. He can score if you need to. He does everything right. He knows how to play. I actually think he'll play. I think he'll play more than Jazz fans want him to. I'm not sure he'll start the year there, but I'm just not convinced that Kyle Filipowski is a 5. Now, maybe we're going to find a way to play Kyle Filipowski as a 5 because we play a lineup that's Lowry, Taylor Hendricks, and Kyle Filipowski, and they're all just so long, and you interchange 1 through 5, and he's not really playing 5, and you can get away with it. I'm pretty certain that's where we'll start the year, trying to get there, but I don't know that I think that Kyle Filipowski can play 5 very well, and I think Nurkic will end up playing a decent amount of 5 this year. And I actually think Nurkic is, as a backup center in the NBA, I think Nurkic will be fine. And actually, we're not going to win games, but you still have to have enough semblance of order on the basketball floor that everyone can develop. That's the point of the year. And if it's just a mess, it doesn't do anyone any good. And Nurkic will bring some semblance of order to the team, I think.
Do you think the Jazz and the management have already scoped this out? Because you got to be careful. You don't want some veterans whining with all the losing. You can take like a John Collins, who seemed to understand the situation and was trying to make the best of it, and obviously he's gone now. So you don't want to mess up, even though you're going to lose, as we say.
That's how I made up my story. Is that I would be, and maybe we're going to get to September 29th media day, and Kevin Love's not going to be here, right? But if Kevin Love is here on September 29th, and Kyle Anderson's here on September 29th, which I fully expect, and Yusuf Nurkic is here on September 29th, or I think that's the Monday that I think is media day. But, when camp starts, then I 100% promise you there's been conversations that have been had between the player and the front office about the season, the expectations, what's going on, and what their role is and what they should anticipate. The same way there was with Drew Eubanks and Patty Mills last year, and they were terrific. So I think when Patty Mills left, you actually really felt it, which was interesting. And a little bit when Drew Eubanks left, you really felt it too. So I think, yes, 100% those conversations are had, and the front office is in communication with those players, and they know what's going on. And also, if you're not communicating with them, they're not idiots. They can look around and know what's going on too. It's not really that hard to see.
And I think to your point that maybe these guys, or maybe who knows what moves could be made now between now and the start of camp. I thought the Donovan Mitchell move was predictable because he was such a big personality, it had been such a thing that it really they needed emotionally to move on from that. But I don't think anybody that we're talking about here has that big a personality, carries that level of emotion inside the club, if for no other reason than they're brand new to it. So I don't know if there's the pressure on it to make a move. So whether a move may not come, but if it does come, I don't know if it matters if it comes in mid-September, mid-October, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Anderson last year played 16 minutes a game, and the year prior he played 23, and the year before that he played 28. So the writing is a little bit on the wall of where this is going. On the other end, Kyle Anderson's still a really pretty good player, and I'm sure he doesn't want to play zero. So it's not the easiest thing in the world. I don't think he wants his career to end at 32 years old, being put out to pasture in Utah. So you have to navigate this veteran thing in a manner. Kevin Love is much older than that. I think Kevin Love's 38 at this point. Is that right? His body. I mean, Kevin Love's body. 30. Yeah, Kevin. Oh, happy birthday to Kevin Love tomorrow or the next day.
Or the day after that. Whatever.
Yeah, like September 7th. I mean, big happy birthday to Kevin Love. Really, we might want to do a specialty program on Sunday.
Call me.
So, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, he was down to 11 minutes a night last year in 23 games for Miami. I think it's pretty clear where his career is. So, and he's had a hell of a career, right? I mean, he's 5-time All-Star, 2-time NBA champ. Like, he's borderline. I don't think he's Hall of Fame, but he's borderline.
Just for old time's sake, you're going to make a trip to Provo to see Stanford play BYU? I know you've written them off here in the ACC era.
I'm not.
David.
Oh, you're going to at least watch the game.
When is it?
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Here's how I knew that BYU was playing Stanford is that I got a call last night from Mark Jones and talked to Mark Jones for a while, who's calling the game for ESPN. And he was like, I just thought he was driving to Provo. And I'm like, why are you driving to Provo? He's like, Stanford, BYU. I was like, oh, that's how I found out about the game.
8:15 on ESPN. You can watch your guy Mark.
He's really good, by the way.
If Stanford had made the playoff last year, you'd know darn well that they play in Provo tonight, or tomorrow night, I should say.
I mean, for all of our conversations you and I have had, and I'm sure you've had 2,300 other one of these conversations, Texas-Ohio State's the highest viewed college football game, like, in years, right? Like 25 years or something. So,
yeah, but they're also finally counting. I mean, they're changing the way they count. And it's more accurate, I think. Count all the people watch outside the home. I mean, but Buffalo Wild Wings is still open. There are people watching outside the home.
Right. And if they're counting streaming, so.
And they're counting streaming, right.
Yeah. Been streaming for a while, so yeah, I
and
agree.
There's people sitting at their kids' games looking on their phone because their kid's not playing right now. And what am I watching this? I don't need to watch other people's kids. I'm watching Texas. Right. I'm watching Ohio State.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, but I would say that the early indicator is that all this doom and gloom of the end of, and the way I sound about, I'm backing up PK's point. It's not comfortable, but I'm backing it up.
You hate yourself for it, but you're doing it anyway?
I'm making crap up. I'm backing PK. It's a bad day in the Locke household right now. Things are not going my direction. Jeez Louise, this might be the beginning of the end when they look back on it.
So what is your point to back me up?
That clearly people are still watching, and I guess if Stanford was in the playoff last year and they were good, I would somehow decide that. I mean, honestly, Stanford BYU at this time of year should be just as interesting as it ever was.
True.
If Stanford Wake Forest or Stanford Clemson or Stanford Florida State, that would have been UCLA, Washington, Cal, and the conference play is what's just so utterly uninteresting to me. As a fan, because that's just taken away whatever all history I have. So I haven't tuned in. But you're right. I mean, in the sense that if Stanford was 11-1 or ranked 10th, I'm sure I would tune in a little. I don't think I would tune in the same way. There's no question on that.
Well, the breakup of the Pac-12 hits everybody hard. So that part we get. And the fact that your team is bad, also, we get that. Fans tend to back away from bad teams. And then I think it's really unusual. Stanford, we just haven't seen where someone names months before the season starts an interim coach is going to be there for 1 year. It's like, why am I going to get invested in this when everything's going to change with whoever it is they bring in a year from now.
Yeah, but I think Stanford's a little different in that you're recruiting academically. When they say it's an academics thing for Stanford, let's like there's few institutions that can really claim that these days, and Stanford is one of them, which might be to their detriment because I think
it is.
Yeah, and well,
because they believe the myth. They believe the myth a little bit.
Yeah,
and when
well,
you believe a myth, you're in trouble.
Teams have been strengthened through transfers, and this year, Stanford took 17, which is the most. If you add up, we've been doing this immediate transfer thing now 3 years or so, 4 years, whatever it is. If you add that up, they didn't take 17 transfers in all the prior years. The year before, they only took 4. They took 4. So, 21, every team takes 20. Texas Tech paid over $10 million just for their transfer class in 2025. So Stanford's got to figure out where are we going with this? What do we want? And what are we looking for?
The problem Stanford has is that none of their alumni is done very well, and so they really don't have any financial resources or anyone with any wealth that follows that team to be able to support them at all.
They're the one where the NIL should come in stock instead of cash.
Seriously.
They ought to just hand out businesses.
Some real value. Hand out there. You get a business. You get a business.
And we'll provide you with all the supplementary people to run this business to make millions and billions.
I just really feel sorry for the athletic director and the whole program there because there's no chance they have any infrastructure of donors or wealth that can help them out.
I was on Stanford's campus for 4 days once a few years back, and I had some downtime while I was up there, and I would walk around the campus and see the cars, and all the fancy cars that are just there in a parking lot. It's just amazing. And David Shaw did that. He sent out brochures of this is what you'll make if you come to Stanford versus this is what you'll make at, and he listed the other institutions. The other institutions in the Pac-12 got all mad at him.
Yeah.
But he was right, man. It's just.
And what did he care if Oregon State was mad at him?
Right.
Take that, U of A.
Yeah.
The other thing that they did then that probably just has no value now is they identified one of their recruiting things that was done by a guy who Anderson was his last name. He actually has a BYU tie to him. I can't think of who it is now.
Lance Anderson.
He's at Utah Tech as the head coach now.
Yeah.
Okay. So what he spearheaded was they went and identified these kids early, in maybe 9th, 10th grade, and basically laid out the academic plan for them that they had to have to get into Stanford. Mm-hmm. And so that then by the time it was time for them to commit, they'd already kind of committed by committing to this academic plan, right? They actually were already in. They put in this effort, and so then they got every kid they wanted during that process. And I'm not sure the landscape would allow them to do that again. They also don't have a fan base, right? Like let's just be totally honest. Like, I happen to run a company that chooses what schools are going to get daily podcasts. Well, Cal and Stanford are two of the only Power 4 programs we have that don't have one. We have a Vanderbilt show. We don't have a Stanford and Cal show. There's no one out there that's going to listen.
And there it is. Exactly. That's why PK sat in the press box and could pick out individual Ute fans and see which ones were friends or family or whatever sitting in the other side of the stadium during TV timeouts.
That's where he had the first ever Coldplay moment. Like, PK was exposing people back. Oh, wait, that's
nice. Basically, what we saw was people spread across like 5 chairs, an arm flung out, legs over the row in front of them, just hanging out by themselves. I could
pick out my wife and the friends that came to the game, the Ute fans that are friends of ours that came to the game. I knew exactly where they were sitting because, you could practically count, and it's been that way for a good while. So that's the downside of it.
When I was a kid, it was awesome. You'd run over there in your AYSO jersey and your soccer cleats still on, might even still had your shin guards on. And you ran around the wood bleachers, and you didn't have to worry about ever sitting still. And you just bounced from one section to another the whole time, finding friends and eating carnation malts. It was awesome. With wooden spoons, baby. Like, that is Americana right there.
There it is. Now you're talking.
Well, you can't replace that memory. I can see why you're turned off.
You're so sweet when you're mocking.
It's true. He is. All right, David, we will let you go. You are free of this horror chamber for another week.
What do you guys do when you have guests on the show that don't realize what a high level of aptitude they have to be prepared for the witty back and forth with Patrick Kinahan and David James, and they come on just like thinking it's a normal show, not realizing the Hall of Fame talent that they have to interact with and how quick and sharp. Like, I am more ready for the day on Fridays at 9 a.m. than any other time in the week because I have been pushed to my limit intellectually by the two of you. What do you do when you get people that are prepared for such?
Shorten the interview, pass them to another show.
Well, you take an elephant and a rhino. What do you got? Elephino.
We have some high-end guests. Go wherever you get your podcast, David. Go listen to Barry Trammell. He's our Big 12 guru from Oklahoma. PK found him. I think you did. Did Jay?
Yeah.
I thought it was you. Yeah.
I know Barry.
Yeah. And so he came on and was excellent. His Barry Switzer stories, spectacular. Great interview. You should listen to it every week. He's got good stuff to say about the Big 12, and he usually has one or two stories that are A, ridiculous, and B, hilarious.
Sounds great.
Yep.
Only after I finish listening to Jake Hatch to get on my BYU news.
Okay, there you go. Nice plug.
Gotta give my guy Jake a little plug right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, David.
Talk to you guys later. See you. You're the best.
Okay, see ya. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We're still seeing a closure at 5600 West and 4700 South in Kearns. Also a crash up in Summit County on northbound SR 224 at Sun Peak Drive. The right lane is closed in that area. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy. And the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus, refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's time
Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Napa Auto Parts is opening a new store in Riverton at 3331 West, 126 South, starting Thursday, September 4th through Saturday, September 6th. Napa Auto Parts is offering free wiper and battery testing, plus Napa conventional motor oil for $2.99 per quart. There's a limit of 36 quarts on that amazing deal. Join us in celebrating the grand opening of Napa Auto Parts, Riverton, September 4th through 6th, for free food, fun, and great deals.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes getting ready to host Cal Poly. Kyle Whittingham refusing to overlook Cal Poly, but hopes to play a lot of guys.
Well, first of all, I don't overlook anybody. I don't care what level they are or what their record is. As soon as you do that, you find yourself getting smacked in the face. And so we don't approach it any differently in our preparation and how we go about our business. And we expect our guys to work and focus just as if it was whoever we played. It doesn't matter. And so in that respect, the preparation remains the same. The process remains the same. But you hope, if you get a chance, especially early in the season, to get a look at some of the younger guys, you hope that happens. But that's getting ahead of things in our opinion. If we are able to take control of the game and get a lead, then it would be great to see some of these younger guys and see what they can do.
It's Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week this week is Corner Canyon High School quarterback Helaman Kasuga. Kasuga passed for 342 yards and 4 touchdown passes while running for 2 more touchdowns as the Chargers blew out Fremont 67-21 last Friday. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as the Lone Peak Knights face the Bishop Gorman Gales. You can catch the action tonight on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week Award is proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Way to enunciate.
I got a job to do. Don't be just sitting there in the peanut gallery taking shots at me.
DJ and PK, the question of the day. We actually have multiple questions up. Ron McBride's going into the Utah Football Ring of Honor on Saturday. What is his legacy? We're also looking for bold predictions for this week. A lot of There's two things everyone's saying about Mac. 34-31 and foundational. Game changer.
And, that only tells a part of it, too. And I thought Kyle did it well, and he knew what I was looking for. And he gave the answer and then asked me, is that good enough? And I gave him the thumbs up, right? And Ron McBride is a pillar of the community. It's great that he did great success for the Utah football program, but that's like a portion of what Ron McBride has done for so many people throughout the years in the community. I mean, he in a sense, he is the football version of Frank Layden.
Yeah, I can see your comparison there. Absolutely. He's never given up football, which Kyle referenced briefly in his answer. Right. He goes and works out individual kids. He can't remember anybody's name, or he doesn't want to mispronounce somebody's name. So he'll always tell you, the D lineman at West, the linebacker at Davis. But like encyclopedic knowledge of and he's right. You go talk to somebody else, and Mac's spot on. And he either goes to their practices or he goes and works them out. And depending, he pretty much has ties at all of the schools. So you could see him at any practice, at the schools you're allowed to go to practice.
Oh, and he's welcome everywhere.
Yeah, he's welcome at it. The media you might see him walk by because you're around the corner and you're not allowed in, but you might see him walk by because he's been in there for the last hour and a half and he's taken off now. So he knows he's dialed in there. And his foundation gave like $400,000 to support after-school programs around the state, multiple school districts, and he's out raising that money. And sometimes there's a figurehead and the board does all the work, and sometimes it's mixed. But he's in the middle of everything. I mean, he has board members who do a lot of work, but Mac has personal relationships with the people who are giving the money. He goes out before he gives schools money. He meets the principal, and I've heard him. I've heard him with some pretty pithy analysis. He doesn't fall in love with everyone he meets, and he doesn't give money to everyone he meets. But he wants to support the people that he thinks are really doing well.
Sure.
And he does all of that, and he's 85.
He is.
Not slowing down. Yep. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. When we come back, a lot of you weighing in bold predictions for the weekend. That's next. Stay with us.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Summer's wrapping up, and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve, to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC-branded pain relievers. Aleve helps keep you moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose, so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on The Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
My time again?
It's just your time to shine, PK.
So much airtime. Why don't you say the first two sentences?
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week.
Okay, I got it. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, and it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
We're looking for predictions. We're looking for locks.
I'm looking for love in all the wrong places.
That's not surprising. What do you think is going to happen this weekend? What, if anything, can you guarantee? Bold predictions. I got to say, when we were talking NFL locks, I was sweating a little last night with Philly and Dallas going back and forth in the first half. Philly, get a stop already. But they end up winning the game. So.
Okay, we'll do locks of the week, but there's two ways we can do this. And I meant to tell you this. I think we should do it both ways.
Okay.
So we pick a lock, and then you can't repeat the pick the rest of the season, right? So among the three of us, we'll see who is the last man standing, right?
Okay.
I picked Cincinnati over Cleveland. Who'd you pick, Yak?
Got Arizona.
I thought about that
Arizona beating New Orleans on the road.
Yeah, I thought about that one.
So when you can you only pick a team to win, or can you only pick a team to lose? Because I could just go through the year picking the Saints because they're going to lose.
You got lock as a winner.
You're the winner.
Okay, so then I can just stick with whoever the Saints play week after week.
Sure, you could do that.
Until they double through their division, right? Or play another really bad team.
But you can only pick the one team the one time.
One team. But if you get eliminated, which we probably will,
right?
To make it last the whole season, we continue to do a lock of the week, and then at the end of the season, we add up who had the most locks.
Got it.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're not
So
eliminated.
you want to say who can
if the Cowboys had come back, if CeeDee Lamb makes the catch and then they go in and score,
I'm out on the week-to-week thing, but I might go 17-1 and still win the season.
There's two different ways to win.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And we got fabulous bonuses at the end.
Two different ways to win.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're a carnival
That
barker
keeps
at the
you
state
engaged.
fair. Or you're working for a casino, bringing people in off the strip in Vegas.
It's called...
Hey, you got two ways to win. Come on in. Here we
hopefully
go.
compelling and interesting programming.
It's that, too.
Yeah. And we incorporate the NFL, so we've got two ways to win.
The game I have most confidence in on Sunday is I feel like the Broncos ought to hammer the Titans.
Right, but if you're trying to...
I don't know from a strategic point. I should have gone through the Eagles and Broncos schedule to see who I should have picked this week.
Yeah,
you
don't want to pick
of
the best team right off the bat, and then you're eliminated from using them.
The Super Bowl champs.
Yeah. So now you can't pick Philly.
Okay, I won't pick Philly again.
But if you
we'll
should
hold
lose next week on
But just
your
from
lock,
a radio thing, I have a lot of confidence in the Broncos.
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean.
But you don't want to pick the obvious ones right off the bat.
There were 14 playoff teams last year, and I would have used two of them right away. Bang, bang.
Yeah.
And this is why I picked Arizona.
And that's why I went with
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
This is a safe time to use Arizona logically, strategically
correct, yeah.
to last the season, yes.
I thought about Arizona, but surprisingly to me, and I don't follow it as close as you might think, that a lot of forecasters and NFL people are way higher on the Cardinals than I am.
Oh, yeah.
They think they got a shot.
Yeah.
And I don't particularly see it.
Well, there's a couple things. One, they've been defaulting to – it's only a 4-team division, and people for years have been defaulting to L.A. and San Francisco. But it just feels like with the guys San Francisco's lost, the repeated injuries they're having, the window's closed.
Right, but that's only 6 of the 72 or 17 games.
And they don't want to pick L.A. because they don't think the quarterback's going to stay healthy. So now it's just like we got to if you believe that, now you got to pick Seattle or Arizona. I think people are defaulting to Arizona. I don't know that they think Arizona's
I think
awesome,
I would go to Seattle ahead of Arizona.
And I totally agree because I already did. I mean, Seattle's coming off a 10-win team.
Yeah.
And I know they're changing quarterbacks, so that's a little – but
I think Darnold is at least as good as Geno Smith, if not better.
And I think Darnold, but people are prisoners of the last thing they saw in his last two games weren't good. Now, Darnold against top shelf competition.
So if he was great in that game, he would be a Hall of Famer, move over Kurt Warner?
No, but somebody would be overhyping him. And not to the Hall of Fame level.
Well, I also think what's working against Darnold is he didn't have success at other places. He's late in the game.
He is.
To get it going.
But if
he was 24 years old, it would be different.
Is he good enough? And is their defense good enough to win 10 or 11 games? Because that ought to win that division.
Well, if that division stinks, then yes.
Right. And this is how people are defaulting to Arizona. They're going to be good enough to win 10 or 11 games. And the people who don't believe in Darnold are like, yeah, Arizona.
Yeah, but I don't know about that, man. They haven't come close. And you play way more games outside of your division than you do inside.
I agree with all of that, and I'm still not sure the Rams aren't the right pick. Just because you think the quarterback might not stay healthy, maybe he'll be healthy enough. And he'll play 12 or 13 games, and you'll go 500 in the 4 to 6 games he misses or whatever.
I thought I would wait to see, like, maybe the first month to get a better read on Arizona.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, I can totally see that. And I also think that if it's iffy after a month, you're going to say another month because there are plenty of teams
well,
in the
17.
Yeah, if they're 2-2, we don't know yet.
Right.
Especially in a division where 10-7 or 11-6 could win it.
But if they're 3-1, 4-0,
now
I'd
you're
be
on
far
board.
more impressed.
Yeah,
And
I get
maybe
it.
there is something there. And Kyler Murray, they've gotten it together. He's hit his stride, all that type of stuff. Because, they come in and Jay Daniels has success, so therefore every rookie quarterback should have success. It doesn't always work that way. And not that Murray is a rookie quarterback by any stretch. But, I keep hearing that Devin Dampier is a smaller dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I've stood next to him several times now and sat across from him at a table. He, to me, looks bigger, maybe not necessarily horizontally, but in the body size than Murray does.
Is that based on Murray on TV, or have you had?
I have not stood next to him.
Next to Murray, okay.
No.
Yeah. I don't know if you'd stood next to him like when you go to the golf tournament down there or something.
I have not.
Okay.
No.
Well, partly that may be how big NFL players are. NFL players are huge.
But I'm wondering if Kyler Murray made it and has made it. And whatever you think of him, if he doesn't play another game, he's
been an NFL starting quarterback for years.
Yeah.
Right.
And are we shortchanging Dampier? Is Dampier on the verge of doing something that I thought he was good, but is he going to just double that?
I mean, I would say no, but maybe I'm just falling to the prisoner of the moment. I just look at him and he's too small.
But Murray's small.
Murray is small, and Murray is somewhat of an outlier with NFL quarterbacks.
Murray is an unbelievable athlete. Don't forget he was a first-round draft choice of MLB.
Right. Devin Dampier looks like a pretty good athlete. And there are points in the game, and then you hear him talk after the game, and we'll get a better sense as the year goes on and we hear him talk, after games more often. It's hard to – when they just let him talk for 2 or 3 minutes up there, it's hard. But he said some stuff in the postgame that makes me think, it's good an athlete to have to be a quarterback in the NFL. All these sports with the video, it seems like you have to be smarter and process more information. It doesn't matter, football, basketball, whatever. There is a lot to process. And the way he just communicated it so easily in the post game, I'm thinking, I think he thinks the game at a pretty high level. So do you have that, and do you have accuracy? I think accuracy. You got to have that to be a quarterback in the NFL. The guys are not open by much, and they're not open long, and you got to put it right on the money so that the receiver has a chance to get the yards after the catch. He can't be going to the ground to make the catch. You can't be jumping up in the air and getting blasted by a safety. You got to hit him in stride.
Okay. Well,
and I guess we'll see that as we watch more closely over time.
Let's go with this, and we'll let it develop a little bit. I'm not talking about that. That will be displayed, good, bad, different, whatever. I'm talking more about just the physical stature. I think most of us have counted him out as an NFL guy, just physical stature-wise.
I totally
I'm not talking
agree with that.
about production.
Right.
Well, that remains to be seen.
But the thing is, and Jay Hill told us about this when we were down at the golf tournament. I was telling the story about somebody who I didn't think knew a lot about football, but they did, and I actually dialed into a stunning level, and they were trying to help a local kid get seen by the staff. And the staff, to the story that you tell about, some guys making sandwiches in L.A., and Kalani knows exactly who the recruit is because they know everything. After this person who had personal relationships and could backdoor it, they said, this kid and blah, 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 yada, yada, take a look at him. And the coach came back with, we know who he is. He's a very good player, but he's not 6'3". And as I told that to Jay started smiling like, that's a difficult conversation to have, and I've had it many times. Like, we like you, and we respect you, but we need you to be 6'3". And I will find someone who's got all the qualities you've got, who is 6'3" and has the long arms to play linebacker or safety or whatever position you play.
Baker Mayfield isn't 6'3",
and
Kyler Murray isn't 6'3".
And that's why
those are two Heisman winners.
And that's why to your story earlier this morning, the scouts want to see the ASU Utah game, regardless of whether they can win the conference, either one of them, or go 9-0, or all the stuff fans hope. The scouts know there'll be more NFL players on the field, not all necessarily for the 2026 draft. Some of them may be for the 27 or 28 draft. So somebody who doesn't check all the boxes, and it's obvious, right? If you're playing tackle for the Utes, it's obvious. They got 2 first-rounders, right? These guys have all the measurements, and they have all the other stuff. Right. Fano is going to interview. Awesome. We know that. We've interviewed him. We play his sound bites here. People driving their cars are like, I bet that guy's an awesome interview. They only hear a 20-second clip, and they know. But they'll want to see someone, okay, this guy is a little undersized, because that's what Jay Hill said. He said, I want him at 6'3", but I'll take him at 6'2", or 6'1", or 6 feet if they're dynamic in other areas. Maybe they have unbelievable speed. Maybe they have unbelievable instincts. Maybe they have unbelievable, but you got to have that if you're not 6'3".
Well, All I'm saying is I don't want to rule him out just to physical stature. I don't know he's an NFL quarterback. I'm just talking stature.
Yeah.
And other guys, and he's small. He's smaller.
It's not impossible, but it's difficult. You got stuff to overcome. But to your point, guys have overcome it.
Right. And it's going to be fun to watch the rest of this season. Not so much tomorrow, but then, we'll in time, in short order, we'll get a number of great opportunities to evaluate his skill set. That remains to be seen. He is a dynamic athlete, that's for sure. But maybe he's not viewed as no way because of his size.
Any bold predictions for college football, either nationally or Big 12?
Do I have any?
Yeah. I think Iowa State's going to do it. I want to go bold prediction, write it down. I know they've had problems with Iowa, certainly at home where they've lost 6 in a row, but, man, streaks, they're broken at some point. They got a good team. They got a third-year quarterback. They've already been tested this season, going to Ireland and winning a conference game in a way that Iowa hasn't.
I like the way Iowa State played in the second half after things settled down.
Yep.
And away they went. The first half was crazy for both teams. And they weren't in their groove, so to speak. But in the second half, they looked pretty good. And Beck is a third-year starter. That's a fact. He literally is a third-year starter. And that means something when you look at that as far as that goes, that, okay, man, they're on to something here. And he's hitting his college prime. What does that mean for other opponents, which was the number one reason why I picked them to win the Big 12 this year, is because of the very things that I just said. And so I'm expecting them certainly to be good. I think we might get a bounce back from Baylor.
That was the next game I was going to ask you about. SMU is only favored by 2.5. That surprised me. But maybe it is a bounce back from Baylor. Baylor had problems defensively, and they give up a big play on special teams at a really bad point in the game. And maybe they can tighten that up. I mean, Miranda's known as a defensive guy. That's his background, and people generally respect his defenses and question his offense. And the problem was exactly the other way around. So maybe they get that fixed.
And I wonder, and it won't be this week, but I wonder how good is Arch Manning?
San Jose State this week. So, yeah, I think everybody does after that game. It's not so much that you lost the game, but some of the throws along the way are just like, wow, it's got to be better than that.
But I don't rule them out.
The eyeball test was not passed, but maybe it was one game. It was a big moment. Maybe it was just too big for him, and maybe he can settle down and get better.
I think the biggest intrigue in the conference is the Grizzly Bear Bachmeier. If he shows very well against Stanford.
If the game's effortless for him against Stanford, maybe they really got something.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why I am going to be glued, go to the Utah game, get home, turn on the television, and I'm going to be glued to see what he does against at least an average college defense. Maybe they're better, but I think at least an average college defense, which for him, if he's a junior or senior, I'm not making that big of a deal of it, but he's not.
Mm-hmm.
This is his first Division I on Division I competition. What's it going to look like? What are we going to be saying Saturday night, Sunday, and then, of course, when we come back in here Monday morning?
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show coming up next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big delays northbound SR 224 between White Pine Canyon Road and Sun Peak Drive due to a crash blocking the right lane and shoulder in that area. Also, southbound 5600 West will remain closed for a few more hours at 4700 South and West Valley due to a serious motorcycle accident, so avoid the area if at all possible. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaBelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
You hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, Let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready to host Stanford tomorrow night. Frank Reich on the Cougars system and style.
Obviously, a dynamic run game with quarterback being involved in the run game and the play pass and getting him on the move. He's a good athlete, so you're going to get him on the move and got a lot of stuff, a lot of action going on. So certainly respect. Really, this is a very well-coached team. You can see that. They're a good football team.
There's Stanford interim head coach Frank Reich. This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Soccer Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. What have you missed in today's show? You missed Kevin Graham talking football, David Locke admitting he follows Stanford more closely if they were better, but man, the ACC, it's not familiar. The team is bad. And there's no long-term with an interim coach who's going to be replaced here in the offseason.
Yeah, I don't think that's that big of a deal because of who Stanford is and their recruiting base. You're going to come to Stanford. I don't know how many kids are going to go to Stanford exclusively for the coach. You've got other things in store, but it's not good. Just
the quarterback? I mean, Bachmeier left. Coaching change, and there's going to be another coaching change.
The quarterback is a different
beast. That's what I was getting at, yeah.
But, I mean, it's not good. I'm not insinuating, wow, they got a lot of stability there. It's no big deal.
Well, the stability they have is their academics. It's a huge drawing card for every sport. Every parent's looking at Stanford thinking, well, that's the golden ticket, getting that degree.
Because it is.
It is the golden ticket. The parents are right, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I remember talking to David Shaw about that, and when the admissions would call him and say, player Bob Jones has been accepted. He would then call the family or meet with them.
Because that was the best part of the job.
Yeah.
They loved getting the good news.
And so many of them would literally break down.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Right. I do think that the elimination of the Pac-12, it's clear that it's impacted the two Bay Areas in Washington State and Oregon State the most.
Right.
And that sucks for them.
Yep.
It sucks for us as a Pac-12 fan base.
Yeah.
But
the 4 teams that got to the Big Ten and the 4 teams that got to the Big 12 are doing okay.
They're all right.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other 4, oof.
I know. That bites.
And how are they going to get out of it? What's the long term? They're trying to figure that out. 2030, we'll see what the next move is.
Right.
We've talked a lot of football this morning. Bear Bachmeier. Now, we played the A-Rod bite where he points out, Hawaii's offense is different, right? They're doing the air raid thing. So it doesn't give him a lot to prepare for as far as what is Stanford going to do to them. And I am curious how well BYU is going to run the ball. They ran it phenomenally against Portland State. Your point is Stanford's got some experienced guys, some veteran guys. They're at least respectable defensively. And Hawaii couldn't run the ball at all. Now, Hawaii's not built to run the ball either. So
not so much.
But they had one run for 30 yards, and they only had 96 yards in the game. They got 30 of it on one carry. So the BYU A-Rod talked up the BYU run game, and it'll be intriguing. If you're looking for something beyond Bear Bachmeier, and he is story 1, 2, and 3.
My point is, if the grizzly bear looks good, I don't want to come back in here on Monday and have another but.
Right.
How many times are we going to do that?
12.
So when
13.
When they play
17
Utah,
times.
And he's...
Yeah, it was a national semifinal, and they're 16-0, but, I mean, come on.
Yeah. So if he looks good, you got to start giving...
I think that's the thing. I think you've got to start giving because as you put more stuff on film, a big part of this is adjustments. Coaches say, okay, he can do A, B, and C. We take that away. Now let's see if he can do D, E, and F. So
don't even mention D and F. Don't even put it in his mind.
Bad grades for you.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, he hasn't played his first road game yet. He hasn't played his first conference game. So we don't have to but there are bigger hurdles to come.
Well, of course, for everyone there are.
Yep.
But there'll be enough hurdles in there.
But that was a scrimmage, and this is that was a scrimmage, and this is a real college football game.
Yeah, I mean their schedule.
If you rank the games 1 through 12 on their schedule, that was the easiest game by a wide margin.
You don't know that. Maybe he's just that good.
Yes, but he'll get credit for being that good against everybody else because everybody else is so much better in Portland State.
Yeah, but maybe they beat Texas Tech 70-7.
Ooh.
And the NFL comes calling, and he says, I'm leaving right now. And they change the rules. It could be the Grizzly Bear Bachmeier rule.
All right.
No, I mean, come on. By the time we get to that gauntlet
Colorado?
of Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, TCU, wow. We'll know exactly where he and they stand. Of course, that's 10 games into it, so we should know where everybody is.
Game 7 through 10, the meat of the schedule.
That rocks.
It does.
Yeah. Every single game. Every single week. Oh, man, I sound like an advertisement for the Big 12. Yeah. I mean,
not every week. You skipped over the first 3 conference games.
No, okay, but from that point on.
But from that point on, that is 3 of those 4 teams are ranked, and TCU just smoked North Carolina.
I think they have a bye in there, so it's not literally every week. I think don't they have a bye after Iowa State?
They do. They'll play 2 of the games, have a bye, play 2 more. So even though it looks like back-to-back road games on the schedule there, they got a bye week to take some of the heat and some of the exhaustion out of that.
But that's really cool. Number one thing is I hope I haven't died before then.
Okay.
Because I want to see those. I really do, and we all do. That's going to be a lot of fun when we get to that point. But let me enjoy the last few days of summer, would you please?
Enjoy away.
Stop hurrying it along. I hate when you do that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I figured you didn't.
BYU opened as an 18.5-point favorite, now a 20.5-point favorite over Stanford. Somebody out there with money loves BYU.
That's why I would never bet.
Because then it's a 24-point game, and is there a late TD or whatever?
If I bet right now, I say they don't cover.
20's too much, huh?
But that's irrelevant. Who really cares?
Yeah.
As long as you're not betting, who cares? Or maybe they're up 17 and they score a late thing or something.
It can cut both ways.
Yeah.
Texas A&M is now, they were 31.5-point favorite earlier this morning. They opened like 29, I think. And now they're a 32.5-point favorite over Utah State. That's 10:45 on the SEC Network. 9:45 with our own Scotty G right here on 1280 The Zone.
I'd be disappointed if they got smoked. And I know they're not supposed to win. I understand all that.
But if it's 30 points and they're not competitive?
Yeah, you know how you turn on some games, like, gosh, they're winning the Rose Bowl. You can see right off the bat. 10 minutes into the game, if that long, we knew where this was going. When one team stinks, and the other team's good.
Utah gets a couple of stops and scores on their first 3 possessions, and it's 20-0, and you know who's going to win the game.
Yeah, and it looks so easy. And so I want to see.
Because
it was, exactly. Yeah. I want to see Utah State put up a better fight than that.
Well, I think everybody's with you.
Can they? It remains to be seen, but I want to see it. I want to see if they can. Hopefully they can.
I think there's hope, especially given the fact that UTSA put up a fight. That was a 42-24 game in Texas A&M's opener. That didn't get out of hand, 40, 50-point game.
Right, and doesn't it seem like Texas A&M, if you're going to go one team that is perpetually overhyped?
Texas A&M gets a ton of hype, maybe even wins a big game, but it seems like they're going to end up 8-4, 4-4. They've done it so many times.
So maybe the Aggies can give them a little bit of a scare. Just give them a game. That's what I want to see.
San Antonio lost, Texas San Antonio, UTSA lost 42-24, but it was 21-17 early in the third quarter.
Yeah, okay, that's good enough.
A&M got a couple of third quarter TDs, opened it up.
That's what I'm talking about.
35-17 going to the fourth, and you know it's over.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. I mean, I'll be into that. That's a building block in the coach's second game.
Utah at 4 o'clock against Cal Poly. I haven't seen a recent line, but there was one early on that had like a 42-point spread. How many points does Kyle Whittingham want to win by? At what point does he want to get the backups in there and see what he has and get him a little game experience?
I'd go early, like BYU did.
Halftime, call it good.
I thought that was the right move.
Put Wilson out there, and let's see how he's improved now, second year in the program.
Well, I'd get as many kids in there as you possibly could. I don't know that I would just stick with him the entire second half. I would, try to see what they can do with a bunch of kids. If you're dressed, you should play.
I just came across this. Lloyd Cole found it and sent it out. I wouldn't have seen it otherwise. I don't know who Josh Pate is. Josh Pate College Football. He's doing
I've heard the name.
Looks like he's doing a podcast. Maybe not. Maybe he's on Josh Pate's College Football Show. Maybe it's on. Is he on that CBS thing that you watch?
He's on CBS. He's on.
They have a streaming service that is on a monitor right by your desk, Jake.
Yeah, no, Josh Pate has got a huge following.
Okay, so he's talking. Are you ready for this quote? You're going to love this.
Go ahead.
You're just going to start screaming, "I'm right! I told you!" Josh Pate posted this 3 hours ago. Lloyd Cole just retweeted it a minute ago. Josh, as future college football commissioner, I have to expose corruption, ... Utah's AP ranking is a crime against the sport.
Because it's low?
25 is too low, yeah.
I agree.
He's got them, his top 25, he's got them at number 8.
Wow.
He does. That's right behind Florida State and right in front of Notre Dame.
Utah has never received as much love as they're receiving this week.
He's got the Devils at 16 and Michigan at 19, just to give you a little comparison. He doesn't do his top 25 in order. He fills it in kind of checkerboard. You ever play that game Concentration where you turn over 2 cards and try to match them? It kind of, his top 25 looks like that. Doesn't have them all filled in.
That's too confusing for me because I'm used
to. He's got the Ute logo and a big number 8 next to it, so that part I can figure out.
I like them 1 through 25.
Right.
I can just go down and read them.
He's got them in a 5x5 box.
I think the expectations are as high as they've ever been for the U of U football program.
Playoffs?
Yeah, and now you have
multiple paths potentially.
An automatic path.
You've got the
you
automatic.
You don't need no votes.
And if you go 11-1, you'll probably get in anyway. Even if you lost the conference title game to another 11-1 team,
Understood.
TCU or whoever. That's what happened to SMU last year, and it worked out fine for them. They were in.
The Utes receive as much love as anybody in the country relative to their accomplishments on the field. I think it's equal because I think they receive an enormous amount of love. I don't think they're under-respected at all. That storyline, I want to kick in the shins anybody who says it.
If they get under-respected now, it's by casual fans who dial into college football late in the year after paying a lot of attention
to the NFL.
But
nobody cares about them.
Yeah.
And there aren't casual college football fans. I've told you that 1,000 times.
And you're wrong, but that's
college football, either you're in or you're out. You're always trying to grab the casual because you're thinking of ratings. Casual only applies to you. Guys like me and Yak, there's no such thing as casual. If you're casual, get out of our lives. Exactly. Right. His daughter isn't into it. He rarely talks to her during the college football season.
False, but that's okay.
You've iced her, huh, Yak?
No, she actually...
Go to your room. Come back after the college football playoff is done.
She's 9. She
Right.
actually she sat down and watched the
Oh,
game
she's
last
9.
night.
She's getting to the point she's not going to talk to you. It's going to work the other way. She's going to ice you.
Well,
Dad, go watch your football. I'll talk to you in
That
February.
very well may happen,
I got
but
things to do, Dad.
She watched last night for one reason and one reason only. Hey, that's the team has the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
What other reason was there?
Well, she's 9, so I figure maybe Taylor Swift.
She and my wife watched.
Lassiter's sister, is she on there again?
I would assume, I don't know about that, but my wife and her watched the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader, like the reality show about making the team, so that's why she wanted to watch.
Oh, yeah, I've recorded that, so don't tell me what happens.
DJ PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Allie's here to see a hypnotist. Sam's here for the thrills. And Travis is here to see a car wreck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
What the heck? Come cause a wreck at the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year. Only at the Utah State Fair.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive Meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Our climate is dry.
After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes getting ready for Cal Poly. Caleb Lomu on what Devin Dampier is bringing to the offense.
That was awesome. When the QB's confident out there, it brings confidence in the whole offense. And so seeing him go out there, make the calls with confidence and just playing with swagger. As a QB, you need some swagger to lead the offense, and Devin definitely has that. So him going out there and just leading all of us, just give everyone confidence and help us relax and play with and excitement and have fun out there doing what we love to do.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback. Everything you have to say about today's show. Ron McBride going into Utah football's Ring of Honor Saturday. What is his legacy? And Matt says, I'll always remember living it up in the north end zone in the Max Kids Club.
Nice.
They used to have a little asphalt hill behind the end zone in the north end, and kids used to sit there, watch the game.
Cool.
Coach Mack is the godfather of Utah football, and he built the foundation for what it is today, Christopher writes. The honor's long overdue, 34-31. Go Utes!
The honor is not long overdue. It's only a year. That doesn't make any sense. The Ring of Honor is long overdue.
You can rank those however you'd like.
But those were planned. If you're a year late, that's not long overdue. He's the second guy to go in.
Guy 2.5, tied with Jefferson.
No, they're putting in Coach McBride first.
Just seconds earlier. Roy, hold on. Let this guy walk in here first.
Right.
John, the kids he recruited made Urban Meyer's career explode. I love Ronnie Mack.
Yeah, I think Urban Meyer might have gotten there either way, but Urban Meyer was a shrewd dude and is a shrewd dude, and he looked at rosters and said, I want that job.
That roster, the cupboard's full. Let's go win right away.
Yeah.
Let's not spend a couple of years building it up. Please.
Right. And he did. And that's part of the reason why he's going into the Ring of Honor. This is an acknowledgement of all that. Everything that Ron McBride did at the U of U, this is now going into perpetuity. When you walk in that stadium, you will see his name up there forever. That's way cool. All those things go into it. This is a prestigious honor.
CPA Cougar says, great coach and likable guy. He was able to bring respect and dignity to the rivalry, a precedent which unfortunately has not been held up by his successors.
That's not true.
They don't like that Kyle won't say BYU. And they don't like the team down south from Urban.
Okay, but what do they have now? I think they're very cordial.
The coaches are cordial now, but Kyle won't say BYU. And that bugs Cougar fans. But
sure
you're right,
won't?
the coaches.
Did you ever ask him?
Coaches are cordial. He's avoided it in many answers.
Have you ever asked him?
Yes,
that was the question.
I believe I have, and I believe you laughed at me.
You asked him, why won't you say BYU? Now, you just told me yes. Now you said no. Maroon, I can't keep track.
That particular question, no. But there have been plenty of questions where he could say it, and he goes out of his way not to say it.
He does, but isn't that the essence of a rivalry?
Oh, he does. Oh, okay. Cougar fans don't like it.
Right. But if he said BYU, they'd absolutely love him and invite him over to Thanksgiving dinner. They would just pick on something else.
That might well be true.
He said Provo the other day.
Ute in Arizona, Utes be crazy, says Dampier might be shorter by NFL standards, but he's just as talented, and his build is thicker than Murray. If he stays healthy, he'll be drafted.
Whoa. He's just as talented, and if he stays healthy, he'll be drafted. Murray was drafted number 1. So if he's just a talent, he should go in the first round.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to upgrade now from making the NFL to being drafted number 1?
Well, shouldn't that be a given? Who said that?
Utes be crazy.
Well, Utes be crazy. Isn't that's obvious?
You got him some slack. He's in Arizona. I mean, the Heat may have gotten to him.
No, he sees Kyler Murray up close. They broadcast all their games.
My sports junkie Twitter. Utes, Angels, Rams, Lakers, weekend beach bum, broken human. #respect, #humanity.
For Ron McBride?
No, this is for Utes in Arizona. Utes be crazy. That's his profile.
Oh, well, man, that is so much.
Yeah, there it is.
What are you worried about humanity for? Who cares about that? He's just as talented as Kyler Murray.
Hey, now.
Then he's coming out this year.
Coming out after 3 years so he can be drafted number 1.
Right.
And he's also going to be drafted by Major League Baseball.
Well, they got that new stadium on campus now. Maybe he plays for him.
May as well, yeah.
That's that. To say he's just as talented, I'm not going to go there yet. I'm not even close. My point is the stature the frame is similar. And if Murray made it, if Dampier has the talent, why can't he make it?
Got to have a lot of talent.
Obviously. And you want to talk about succeeding in interviews, he'll knock it out of the park.
Yeah, clearly. Chewbacca, honoring McBride is long overdue. Semantics, PK. Even at 84, they should have put him in with Alex last year. Like, we'll wait till he's 85. No big deal.
That was the plan. He didn't donate as much money. They wanted Alex to have the spotlight by himself. Is that so hard to understand? Because they waited so long to have the Ring of Honor, every single player, coach that they do it is going to be long overdue.
As soon as they did the new stadium, then it was like, maybe you should. I mean, we could all see it. We could all look up there and.
Yeah.
There's room.
I agree with you. This should be the 15th year of Ring of Honor inductees. I've got no problem saying that, but they've done it. He's going to be out there. I assume his family's going to be out there. A boatload of players are probably going to show up because the guy is universally loved.
DJ PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are next right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. If you're looking for your next job, you know it can be a lonely process. Let Express Employment Professionals be your one connection to finding a job that fits. Getting an interview with Express can be as easy as a phone call. And with just one application at Express Employment Professionals, you're in the running for numerous opportunities in your community. Job seekers at Express Employment Professionals ranked Express Best of Staffing in 2025 for helping them find a job. Find your local Express office today at expresspros.com. That's expresspros.com.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday, and we're talking football non-stop. All football, all the time. This is another edition of Football Friday with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know, I know, like, what production people like to get cute with the dramatic music and Football Friday. I just never feel like it suits the show I'm hosting whenever it's happened. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, I feel like with this music, I should be coming into the show like...
down to business.
It's an action-packed Jake and Ben show. Thank you for being here. It's a college Football Friday.
It's not how we roll.
No, it's not. It's not really the vibe. I don't know. That's more of a DJ and PK vibe, I guess. Or maybe Alex and Jeremiah. Maybe it's a TV thing. I don't know.
It's a TV thing. I think you're right.
Maybe it's like maybe our college game day Saturday thing. I could see that show being quite serious and dramatic.
Just more nuts and bolts, getting down to brass tacks. Not really whatever we do.
Whatever it
Which
is
we could not
we're
put a
doing.
finger on. We could not call it. We could not say what it is. We could not identify it.
Whatever it is we're doing on a Friday?
Yeah.
How you doing over there, Ben?
Great. You?
Fine. Except for, the dryer clunked out.
Okay.
This morning.
Okay.
It started making I should have recorded it because those kinds of things are funny on radio sometimes, but the every time it's the things that I think it's a belt or whatever, but I don't know how to fix it. So I got to call the dryer people. It cost $20,000 just to get them to show up. But it's just one of those things. I told you we were having internet issues a week ago, and then it was the refrigerator the week before that. It's just one of those runs where something pops up. It's just one of those things when you become an adult. I don't know if you plan for one of those once a month or a couple times a year or whatever, but I feel like that's been happening at a more frequent rate, which, whatever, peaks and valleys. But I was annoyed this morning, I must admit.
Yeah, I've been redoing my yard, as I've told you. It's kind of been the big project this summer. And along those lines, it's just like everything costs $1,000. And that's not hyperbole. Just everything you do, minus like the huge projects, like tearing out all the grass and the dumpsters, etc. You just have to assume, like, you're putting in a walkway, it's going to be $1,000. It's going to be $1,000. You're planting X amount of trees, that's going to be $1,000. It's just you have to budget that for everything you do. And that's the same thing. If you end up having to replace your dryer, probably won't be $1,000. It's gonna be $500.
Yeah, it's just something
And
of some expense.
You kind of almost have to do that every month now, which is insane.
That's home ownership. I get it. Or again, being an adult, and maybe it's. I was talking to Lloyd about my day tomorrow. It's 2 soccer games and dance.
Mm-hmm.
You look on the price tag on some of that stuff, and it's like, wow.
Yeah,
hey.
Right. Yeah.
Hey. I wasn't thinking about that.
And if there's a car thing, you're not. Car things when we were younger, it's like $250, maybe $400 to $500 at least every time. And like under $1,000, you're probably feeling happy.
I mean, this is really dumb, but did you ever have a car thing as like a teenager where my clutch went out, and it was a real eye-opening moment where it was like, I got to figure out how to make $1,000 like
quick. Yeah. Yeah. Catalytic
soon,
converter.
You know what I mean? And I always had a job, but it's not like at that age.
You didn't have an extra $1,000.
Just lying around. And to have that job, it was reliant on me getting to that job, which was reliant on the clutch. And it was like, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Christian, what was your last miserable expense?
Rob my neighbor. Christian, Christian's still in everybody's in the miserable expense stage of life to a certain extent. Don't get me wrong, but Christian's putting life together in his 20s.
Young, new home.
Not when everybody's swimming in dough.
I'm working on a complete lawn renovation, so
you know the feeling.
It's I'm looking at buying I need a ton of soil because the soil in my lawn is awful. So I'm.
Is there an old
Good
lawn?
News. $1,000.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Is there an old lawn to be rid of, or is it just dirt now?
It's like probably 40% dirt, 30% weeds, and then 30% existing grass.
Yeah.
You know whose back's gonna hurt? Our guy Christian over here. That's a.
Yeah, you can spend $5,000 having someone tear it out at least, or you can do it yourself.
Yeah, it's it's going to be a lot.
Okay.
Good luck.
Now, man, maybe there's a What You Got Wednesday in here somewhere. But as you and I are both, I'm firmly middle age. You're on the beginning part of middle age. But what we're talking about here is the delicate dance between I can do it myself or I can spare the expense. And I think most people can relate to that.
Mm-hmm.
But having moved out of my house over the past several years and moved back in, movers.
Yeah.
Helping people move, moving myself, all that stuff, like calling everyone on a Saturday, all that, like movers.
Not the thing anymore. Yeah.
No, it was amazing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe digging out lawns. That sounds hot.
It's a huge project. It's a lot.
You should do it in the fall.
Well, yeah, the hard part is finding the delicate time to plant new grass seed.
You're going to seed it. You're not going to do sod.
No, sod's way more expensive.
Sod is more expensive, but sod is growing already, which is nice.
Right.
The seed, the hit or miss. I don't know. Some seed people know what they're doing.
I'm going to give Christian my neighbor's number. Yeah.
Good idea.
I think.
Does your neighbor have good grass?
He's a grass guy.
No, my neighbor owns a lawn, a yard maintenance company.
I'm serious. Send me his number. I need it.
No, I will. Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways.
Drop my name and they'll probably charge you more.
25% fee, the Jake Scott fee.
But that was it's a finder's fee, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was my morning. The dryer. The thing was
that's why your clothes are all wet.
Not to say, well, they are a bit wrinkled, maybe. Not to say that my wife overreacted, because it's not like she was screaming or anything. But the way that she called me from the basement led me to believe somebody was injured. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was rattled. And then she's like, "Give a listen to the dryer." I was like, "The dryer?"
Yeah.
I thought we had one fewer kid the way you called me down
here. Yeah, right. One fewer soccer game on Saturday.
We had one few. Exactly. Great line. Ben, it is a Football Friday. We will talk to the one and only Steve Bartle. Bartle me this. He will be on the show at 11:05. Mitch Juergens is going to join the show coming up at 11:30. So we're going to talk to the BYU sideline reporter.
Excited to talk to Mitch. Not that I'm not excited to talk to Steve, and we can recap what happened against UCLA, but that's certainly far more interesting than whatever's going to happen against Cal Poly. Other than, I guess, it's the home opener for Utah, and there's going to be excitement, and there's going to be tailgating, and there's going to be a fun time.
And Coach Mack's name's going up. But this should be... I mean, it would be more interesting if they lost.
Sure, but that's not going to happen.
I don't anticipate that happening.
No, I think Utah's very good, and I think they're going to show they're very good against Cal Poly, and it'll be more about who else gets involved, and are you able to get Isaac Wilson on the field, and can he run what the new offense is looking like under Jason Beck, or is that something that Ficklen's going to be better at? Ficklin did get to play against UCLA. Did not see Isaac against UCLA. So what does that look like? I guess those are some of the questions we could keep an eye on. Do we see a sighting of a Tobias Merriweather or some of the wide receivers at Utah? But this is a Portland State level opponent that, with all due respect, doesn't deserve a whole lot of time.
You know what I was thinking about today, and you're totally right. I don't know, like singing Isaac Wilson, maybe that might be interesting, but I'm definitely with you. As we continue to digest the UCLA performance and there's a lot of hype around the team right now.
Mm-hmm.
DJ and PK were just talking about Josh Pate, ranked him number 8.
Yeah.
But maybe, and I don't want to say underestimated. Can you say just needed to estimate more?
Estimate appropriately?
Estimate appropriately?
The Utah team?
No, hold on. And to quote our mutual friend Kyle Gunther, I ain't going out like no punk factor.
Uh-huh.
The coach wit vengeance is mine factor. You know what I mean? After Utah lost to UNLV and Frank the Tank Summers, the next year getting ready for UNLV, they played the big payback in practice, all this. The wit's a competitive, the onside kick against Wyoming middle finger side of Coach Witt. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
These guys are going to be fired up and ready to go because I ain't going out like no punk. And I don't know, I don't think that was maybe part of the conversation in the offseason enough for me, because I've seen that. I'm big on stuff I've seen already because I'm so old. And I've seen that. I've seen him play that card, and maybe I didn't see that enough going in, because the way they came out so not clunky against UCLA and so ready to go and just trounced that team, regardless of what Deshaun Foster wants to say. We were close. No, you weren't. And so I was thinking maybe it didn't take into account enough the way Coach Witt has operated his program. And he's a guy who uses different tools, different carrots to motivate his team, but vengeance has been one of those.
If I were to define, or why I should say, one defining factor of Kyle Whittingham's career has been overcoming doubts or overcoming barriers. He has done it, right? The doubt was, would he ever be able to get Utah back to where Urban Meyer was with the Fiesta Bowl? And he said, yeah, watch this. I'm going to beat Alabama. And he did it. And then it was, can he actually compete once he gets into the Pac-12? And it took a few years. And then once he got there, he steamrolled everybody. And it was just, look out, I'm going to keep doing it. And then he gets to the Big 12, and the expectation is Utah's going to steamroll again. And they fail year one. And Witt's going to come back and he's going to overcome it. So I did talk about this, I feel like, in the offseason. I do feel like Witt is a guy who proves people wrong over and over. He's made a career of bouncing back when you think Utah's at a low spot. We've talked about the UNLV game in whatever year, 2007, on the road where they go scoreless and lose 27-0. And he says, watch this. And that's when Witt goes on his best. You know, Witt loses to BYU, and what does he say? I'm never losing to that team again. Now, they did, but it sure felt for a while like they weren't going to because they won 9 in a row over 10 or 11 years or whatever the streak was. So, no, Witt has made a career of doing exactly what is happening right now at Utah. So am I surprised by it? I'm not. What I might be surprised by is they could be better than I expected. I think there's a possibility that they're better than I thought they could be.
You know what's funny? All your examples there. I was sitting in a press room after the 2008 Utah and BYU game and asking questions. I got a chance to ask a question. And you know what I asked? I said, do you feel like you're now out of Urban Meyer's shadow? And because they were on their way to a BCS game, which, of course, was Urban Meyer goes to the Fiesta Bowl or whatever. And I actually had a chance to ask him that. You know what he said? Oh, I never really thought about it before. No, I mean, I have great respect for Coach Meyer. I'm focused on what we're doing as a program. He totally played it like, I never even thought about that, Ben. You know,
right.
like I never even thought, no, I mean, shadow, what are you talking about? We're all a great Utah family or whatever. Like, totally played it down. But the whole reason I asked him that was because that's not true. I mean, I'm not saying he's a liar, but that's not true. Right? I mean,
Witt, of course, has thought about that.
Witt, of course, is like, okay, well, Urban got this program this far. Well, I got to match that.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't think about that?
Of course.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or match it or exceed it or whatever, but he downplayed it. But I do think that is part of his personality. And maybe so, you know, you weighed whatever you did. I don't think I weighted enough. I was more focused on the nuts and bolts and less on the like intangibles. I was more focused on is the offense going to work and less that, you know, the power of the college football coach to bend people to his will. You know what I mean?
But that's not what's happening.
Or get them motivated
Witt's
or whatever
not
the case.
bending this team to his will. This is a really good team. This is a loaded team, right? This team has a very good linebacking core. It always has a good secondary. They lost a major piece on the defensive line, but they're going to replace it because that's what Witt has always done. The offense we didn't know outside of the offensive line, which we expected to be dominant. It's like, this isn't the portrayal of Moneyball that you hate, which is, wow, this is a spirited team. No, this is the ace pitching staff that Utah has.
You're kind of missing a point a little bit. Not you, I suppose, but like my point is like we've seen great teams come through Utah before that are uber talented. I'm not really commenting on talent level, but in 2008, when the Utes opened the season with Michigan, it was the Rich Rod Michigan, not the Harbaugh Michigan. Right. Don't confuse eras. It was the Rich Rod Michigan. That 2008 team beat them by like 1.
Yeah.
And it was kind of I can't remember how it played out, but it was one of those clunky, barely win, low scoring, and that Michigan team turned out to be going 100% nowhere.
Yeah.
Like one of the most talented teams did not come out of the gate and blow the doors off of what turned out to be an average or below average Michigan team. It's more that Utah came out of the gate. There wasn't a clunky marriage between the offense. The team was uberly motivated. Smith Snowden's out there grabbing, what did he play, 22 plays on offense?
Yeah.
Like they didn't really, I felt like it was a more motivated to make a statement that we heard you clowning us last year. You're not going to be clowning us this year.
Okay.
Like it's more the way that it happened and less the result. Does that make any sense?
It does. I get what you're saying. I think where I might disagree, and maybe you're not disagreeing with me, but at least kind of what's being put out is I do think Utah just may have a Ferrari this year. And sometimes you have a Ferrari, and they don't always. But when they do, Witt's really good, and they just may have it this year. And that's the entire offense. That's not just one guy. That's not just Smith Snowden or just Devin Dampier, but you look down the list of things that they have. I mean, one of the things we haven't talked about this week, maybe you did Monday and Tuesday, I was not here, but we talked about there weren't going to be tight ends on this team, and it was exclusively tight end production as pass catchers. Just like, yeah, there are things we probably didn't know they had talent-wise that are on this field that are better than we expected.
And they're
Certainly
willing,
maybe better than I expected.
Well, and they're willing to utilize. And I don't know if the part of the narrative was, wow, these defensive guys play so much on offense. Is it covering up that there's a lack of playmaking talent? And the answer to that might be yes. So my point is that they did not hold anything back against UCLA. They did not approach that as this is a game number one. We're going to put our toe in, or even we're going to put it all in. But yet there's a lot of dysfunction. This was they're going to put it all in, and they creamed a team. So, and a team that is at least not. I mean, it's better than Portland State.
Sure, it's better than Cal Poly.
Better than Hawaii.
Yeah.
It's UCLA who, in theory, still gets at least functional football players. I don't know if Deshaun Foster would let us in a little more. Maybe we would know more. But they came out, and there was, like I said, I've said it all week, there was nothing clunky about the performance.
Maybe
nothing
the
whatsoever.
difference that proves the point is that UCLA needed to come out with the same impetus that you're saying Utah did. They needed to come out and show that we are going to prove you wrong. Last year was an aberration. That was fluky. Give me a whole year to put this thing together and watch what's going to happen.
You're not going to clown us this year, dude.
Yeah. As he was painting the clown makeup
on
the
himself.
car on the drive to work. That was Deshaun Foster. And Witt was saying, no, his attitude actually matched our music, introing the show that was all business.
Mike Gundy is making excuses about payroll.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kyle Whittingham, I think his reaction is, well, that's not an accurate rep of what Utah football is all about, and we're going to play like it. And he's using I never really understood this until I got to know players, but like a lot of a head coach's job really is the rah-rah stuff. I mean, that sounds kind of funny, but it's really true. Like, you have to have your team, and I say rah-rah stuff, that's a little loose, but you have to have your team in the right frame of mind. You have to have them motivated. You have to have them in line to do their job. All those cliches that are out there. Well, coaches have to figure out different ways to get their players there, because if the message doesn't change a little bit, or if it's the same thing, we're dealing with young people here. Yeah. It gets tuned out or it gets stale, and you got to figure out different ways. It's why Urban Meyer, when he went into the title game with Florida State against Ohio State, Florida against Ohio State, and Florida won the first time, I think it was. He was like, or maybe it was Ohio State. Anyway, somebody in that, they were coming off the field and they go, nobody believed in us. Nobody believed in us. Yeah. And it was like,
what?
Dude, everybody believed in you.
Yeah, right.
What are you talking about? Everybody believed in you. But that's some coach's speech before the game, right? Nobody out there believes in us. This is Ben Anderson for KSL Sports from Salt Lake City. He picked Ohio State. How dare he?
I think it's only Joey McGuire doing that before Texas Tech games.
Playing this show? Playing this show before the Utah game? But anyway, coaches have to figure out different ways to do that. And the way Kyle's done it in the past is, you've been disrespected. Get out there and show them what you're really made of. Make them, what was that famous? Oh, it was in the 08 game, the Sugar Bowl. Make them quit.
Yeah. You said a word that I think is interesting that actually might be another aspect of this that I hadn't necessarily considered as much last year and 2 years ago that is different this year, which was it may have gotten a little stale. Things that may have gotten a little stale with the Cam Rising. I don't want to say experiment. It wasn't an experiment. It was a grand success.
The soap opera, though. The will he play, won't he play? All that drama.
It was brutal. It was brutal, and it was stale, and it leaked into everything. And that's not Cam's fault at all. I don't think that's Cam's fault. He got paid to be there and said, hey, man, I'm going to try and get on campus, or I'm going to try and get on the field. If I can, I'll play. And he was good when he played. Not last year, but historically, when Cam's on the field, Utah's really good. I do wonder if that whole aspect, though, and whole concept of that team got stale, and bringing in what they brought with the new faces and not Andy Ludwig, and Jim Harding is just a really good coach, and the continuity there is a very strong.
Changing it up a little bit,
shaking up the status quo, I think, is important, and it brought something new. and Jason Beck. Again, it's one game. I don't want to overread into it. I do think there's a chance UCLA wins all of 3 games this season, and we're not going to look back at that as some magnificent win.
We won't, in fact.
But the fact that they came out and played as well as they did,
Yes.
I do think is a harbinger of what may be to come for Utah.
I mean, we found out that 08 Michigan team wasn't going to be very good. You know, when you look back and you go, wow, how did they only win by that much?
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
That won't be the case with UCLA, and who knows what's on the horizon. But I do think there is that kind of vibe going on. I'll pay a little closer attention to Witt's pressers, but it feels like there's a bit of a, oh, we heard you last year.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
He should go into coaches should just go into motivational speaking after they're done.
Sure, that's what he's going to do.
You could probably make a fortune.
Making loads. Yep.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick on what he wants to see from the Bear going up against Stanford.
Just continue doing his job. Just do more of the same. Obviously, he's going to have to throw more than 11 times to win this game. Playing a quality opponent that we have a lot of respect for. And so if he can just take another step forward, but doesn't need to do anything special. Just keep doing what he did last game, just a little bit bigger sample size this game.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. That's Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I want to remind you, Hans and Scotty, coming up today, this afternoon. The very next show are going to be live at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. That's RGS Exteriors. All right, it's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, what a wild game last night between the Eagles and Cowboys.
It was so good to see all the Hawk Tua memes resurface.
So
such a great thing. I missed that part of the culture.
Well, she was kind of funny for a minute. Jalen Carter spits on Dak and gets ejected before the game starts. Jalen Carter's just an absolute monster of a person. And I don't mean monster bad. I mean he's a bad dude. He's a great football player. Was great at Georgia. Has been great with the Eagles. But obviously, if you go back and watch the video, it was retaliatory after Dak had spit at least in his direction, if not on him. So Jalen Carter gets tossed before the game even starts. Then, maybe as a result, no defense is played for the entire first half of the game. Each team just takes turns marching down the field. The absence of Micah Parsons was so brutally obvious because every time it was 3rd and anything, Jalen Hurts was just like, I'll just run 15 yards and get a first down. And he had, 2 rushing touchdowns in the first half. And, the Eagles looked pretty good. They didn't look great. They've got a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball, and they've lost some people, which happens after you win the Super Bowl. And then you lose the spitter right before the game starts. So they didn't look awesome. And then I'm reminded every year of how much I hate certain things about football that I really do love about basketball. And weather delays is one of them. There's been one weather delay in the NBA. It's like such a bad snowstorm you can't fly into a city.
Or the coronavirus.
Yeah. Or the coronavirus, which also, wasn't weather related necessarily. But I forget about it every year, and then it strikes, and it, no pun intended, it ruins the night. So you end up with a 70-minute or whatever lightning delay. And it seems to catch the broadcast off guard, too, because all they do is talk about how to warm up after a lightning thing over and over and over again. It's horrendous to watch.
I'm so stoked we got an extra 45 minutes of Chris Collinsworth. It was just great.
Your generation doesn't love old Chris, huh?
Oh, he's horrible.
I'm pro Chris, and Chris has generally been very good. I'm with you that, you're weirdly ageist. As somebody who is welcoming and accepting as you are of all people, you don't like anyone over about, how old are you, Jake? 42?
Me?
Yeah.
44.
40. So you don't like anyone over 46 years old?
Over really 39.
Jake's got a year left.
We know the dynamic of this show. No.
Chris always finds a way to tie every single thing back to Patrick Mahomes, and it is so annoying.
That's fair.
It's so annoying.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he were told to do that.
Still.
I think that's fair. I think you probably have a good point, and I think that's fair what Christian's saying as well.
Because it's, what is it? Oh, Chris is Fox, right? No, Chris is CBS.
No, he's NBC.
He's NBC.
NBC was last night.
Okay.
He might just be I might be Chris pilled, where he's been the voice forever that I just like hearing it now. And we've got fresh ears in 18-year-old Christian listening for the first time and says, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
I like Tirico, though. He's great.
Tirico's fine. He's gotten better than he was when he first started, which always happens. Some guys don't get a chance to get better. But Tirico's solid. But the game was fun. It was funny, other than no points in the second half from the Cowboys and just kind of got boring.
In the give and take between the players' union and the owners want the extra game, and there's kind of all these asks. And where they've kind of been giving the players' union, of course, is nothing like guaranteed contracts. I mean, nothing like that. But you know what it is that training camp isn't as hard, and you don't have as many preseason games. And so the first game of the year, I mean, everybody's so excited about it. That was a clunker.
It was.
That was a stinker. Even CD Lamb is out there dropping balls. I mean, brutal stuff. You could argue CD lost that game for him.
A.J. Brown was terrible. The star players were not particularly great in this game.
I just think now with the kind of modern way things work, I think the NFL season is going to take a little easing into before we realize who's actually good.
I think that might be fair. Tonight, Kansas City at L.A., but really they're in Sao Paulo, Brazil, at games at 6 p.m. on YouTube, as Christian mentioned. And then actually a pretty decent slate of games coming up on Sunday. Now it's the NFL. There's always a decent slate of games. But a couple of very noteworthy battles. Detroit on the road at Green Bay, and then the Sunday night game right here on NBC. Baltimore on the road at Buffalo. Two very cool games.
I'm telling you, Travis Kelce's going to have a drop tonight. I've had to plan a wedding before. It sucks. His mind's going to be somewhere else, dude. It's going to be on what kind of cake we want or something.
You think Taylor's going to make an appearance in Brazil? Is she flying to Brazil?
I mean, that's a distraction in and of itself there.
But some fun games.
Sure, everyone's excited to see her back on TV again.
I'd be curious how YouTube handles this. I mean, YouTube is a juggernaut, so I'm sure they have the bandwidth probably even better than Netflix did, which they failed in their NFL Christmas Day debut. We'll see how YouTube handles this type of traffic.
All right.
Number 2, Ryan Smith gave an update on all the Delta Center renovations. Phase 1 is nearly complete.
This is definitely phase one of the 3 phases. So our goal with this phase was, once again, starting from the ground up. We're truly working our way so that every seat has full goal, full hoops view without changing the experience. So first we started at the ground level and we raised the floor up 2 feet. And that allowed us to have the opportunity for sight lines for every single seat in the arena. In speaking with Commissioner Silver, we were actually sitting here in the building saying, okay, how are we going to maintain the basketball proximity while also being able to go out for hockey?
It's cool. It's really cool technology. I'm excited to see it in practice. I mean, like how it works. That's not where anyone practices. So I'm excited to see how it actually works and how it changes and what it changes in the lower bowl. It is where the media sits in the lower bowl, not courtside, but at the top of the lower bowl. I'll see if that changes and how that movement looks. But I do think fans will respond positively to, obviously, when it comes to hockey, being able to see the entire ice.
I love, Ben, pragmatism.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad it's downtown. And it wasn't going to work as a hockey arena unless they did a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And refit the arena once again, even though they did a reno only what has it been, 7 years ago?
Yeah, not that long ago.
Not that long ago, to reinvest in this project again, to make it work. Shows a dedication to the community, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to brown nose,
yeah,
but he could, they could easily have moved to Sandy.
It probably would have been much easier to move the thing to Sandy, in all honesty.
And I personally think it should stay downtown. And maybe some people are more passionate about that than others, but I like that they thought, okay, this belongs downtown. We'll refit the building.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Let's do this thing. And, Ryan Smith, it seems like when he sinks his teeth into things, and I know I've seen Jim Olson do this the last time that they renovated it. I'm excited to see what they come up with. But my overall takeaway is I'm just glad they do it.
Yeah. And I know this isn't what you were saying. I would scoff at the idea, though, that this solution is pragmatic. It's creative.
Oh, good point.
But
All
I'm
right.
sure it's the first of its kind.
I'm more meant satisfying two
absolutely
values
absolutely.
Or two things.
And I'm glad that
keep
they
it
did.
Downtown and find a solution.
Cater
for
to
the
both
arena.
teams.
Right.
Absolutely. I'm 100% with you there. So I'm excited to see how that looks, and I'm sure there's still going to be some parts of the stands that aren't finished yet, and I don't think that would be the lower bowl at all, but I don't exactly know. So we will see what is open and available coming up year one, but we're less than a month from the arena having to open back up. And again, I'm amazed by the ability. I mean, they're rebuilding the front of our building right now, just like laying the sidewalk down, and I'm amazed at the progress they make there over the last couple of weeks. I can't imagine tearing out the entire lower bowl at Delta Center, restructuring it, adding this new technology, and then having it ready to go in one summer. It's
pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
All right, what's next?
Number 3. Are there any other college football games you'll be keeping an eye on tomorrow?
No, let's go to break.
Well, I think we should roll through. I got some decent feedback on this last week that we should roll through where people can find their games because everything is so widespread. So the Utes will be taking on Cal Poly, obviously at home. If you're not going to the game, you better be streaming ESPN Plus because that's where you're going to be able to watch it. Kickoff there is at 4 o'clock. Ben, BYU hosting Stanford. They get the late time slot, though, on the big ESPN, 8:15 on the ESPN. And Utah State at Texas A&M. They're actually going to be on the SEC network, Ben, kicking off right there in the sweet spot, 10:45 a.m.
So those actually line up pretty well. If you want to have a full day of local D1 football, you can go Utah State right away, 10:45, Utah at 4, BYU at 8:15. You shouldn't miss a single second of action.
Except you're going to have to reinvent the wheel to get the SEC network. How do you get that?
Yeah, I don't know what channel that's on. Though I was surprised with my new, very expensive ESPN subscription. I have the ACC network.
Oh, so maybe you get the SEC network
Maybe.
too.
I don't know. I haven't checked yet. I honestly
So
don't know.
maybe you'll have no problem getting the Aggies. Meanwhile, I'm thinking of, am I going to pirate it?
Another game locally, Weber State at Arizona. I want to tie this in with the Big 12 conversation. So they are playing then. Other notable games in the Big 12 this weekend, Iowa at Iowa State. I think that's going to be curious. Iowa State's obviously looked very good so far to start the season. We'll see how they look against a rival who I don't think is very good this year. Oregon is going to crush Oklahoma State, I would imagine. Oklahoma State has another new starting quarterback. And I don't just mean this year, I mean this game from who they started the season with. And then Kansas on the road at Missouri. Pretty good game as well.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Kansas State Army, given your affinity for the Wildcats. I'm guessing you're thinking that they're going to win that by, 40-50? Is that why you didn't mention it?
They actually probably should.
It's going to be a blowout?
Arizona State at Mississippi State, too. So some decent Big 12 games, almost entirely on ESPN or ESPN+. Not exclusively. If you're dying to watch Delaware at Colorado, I think that game's on Fox.
I wonder, with Arizona State going to Mississippi State, you think, like, this is a random thought, but the heat in Arizona State, which is really hot right now, is not the same heat as Mississippi State, where it's also very hot.
But muggy.
How would you steam it up there in Tempe?
I don't know. So hard to dry. Hard to do anything but stay dry there.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. All right. Anyway, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next.
Call plays in the shower.
On a Friday, Bartle at 11 o'clock, Mitch Juergens at 11:30, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVell Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA sale or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too. With over a half a dozen providers at our fingertips, we'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update, Jake and Ben. Look at that, Christian, right on the 50. You're welcome. Here is Coach Witt, not overlooking any of their opponents.
Well, first of all, I don't overlook anybody. I don't care what level they are or what their record is. As soon as you do that, you find yourself getting smacked in the face. And so we don't approach it any differently in our preparation and how we go about our business. And we expect our guys to work and focus just as if it was whoever we played. It doesn't matter. And so in that respect, the preparation remains the same. The process remains the same.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your favorite barbecue favorites.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. Coming up next week, you can win tickets to go see Breaking Benjamin and the 3 Days Grace. Saturday, September 27th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or simply tune in on Wednesday for your chance to win tickets. It's Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. Steve Bartle is going to join the show coming up right around the corner. Ben, you were following the continuation of the Kawhi story. I was just reading about Steve Ballmer's response on ESPN. Went on with the mouse and said basically we didn't do anything wrong, but did say I got scammed. He said I got scammed in this situation, which I actually believe. Yes, he did, and it was probably pretty hard to get up there and say that.
I'm a little skeptical that they got scammed. Not that he didn't clearly make a bad investment, and that this company, do I think he set up this scam company that was trying to reduce carbon footprints by planting trees and getting points? And no, that does sound like somebody who does these types of scams. Those things exist out there of, government offers a rebate. We're the company that gets you the rebate and we take a cut. That is out there. And then to say they never went out and planted any trees is one thing. I don't know if I believe the idea that they were totally aloof to the idea that, yes, Kawhi signs a $30 million with it, which is not a small endorsement because Ballmer knows how much a jersey patch costs. He knows how much endorsements cost. His whole life is business. He knows how that stuff works. The idea that he wouldn't know that with his best player, I think, is wrong. I mean, this isn't a hands-off owner. He's at every single game. He's courtside at games. When they're in the playoffs, he's paying fans to travel to the opposing team's playoff to set up their own wall. He's really hands-on, actually. So the concept to me that he didn't know that, like, this company had a sponsorship with him, and I don't know if he even said that. Maybe he did know they had a sponsorship. But the idea that he wouldn't know that that would be beneficial for keeping Kawhi in L.A. or getting him to sign with L.A., and then that Kawhi never did absolutely anything with it. We all know what Kawhi is like. I know what Kawhi is like. You know what Kawhi is like. He doesn't show up for stuff. He's mum. He doesn't participate in any of the normal NBA stardom things. He's not doing a lot of advertisements. He might do a New Balance commercial every once in a while, but he's not a face of the NBA, despite the fact he's so good. So I have a hard time believing that if he was getting this type of money, which is a huge sponsorship deal, from a company that you worked closely with and obviously introduced to your organization, that you wouldn't at least have that, put your antenna up that this is a little weird.
So Kawhi,
with no concept that that was the case at all. With no idea that something weird was going on.
So just to put in perspective the size of the check for the endorsement, because this is not Bailey's Moving and Storage. Gordon Hayward, who famously did those commercials.
Right.
So it's $28 million for Kawhi Leonard over 4 years.
Yeah.
Nike's contract with Caitlin Clark is 8 years, $28 million. So these commercials, like, you see big name players do big time commercials. They're not making $28 million.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like LeBron is making.
Correct.
But this is just a side deal for some like tweets and a public appearance. Those deals are nowhere near $28 million.
This is an astronomically large sponsorship deal, especially for a non-brand. I don't have any idea. I'd be curious. Jordan Clarkson was a global ambassador for Lululemon. You remember that? Do we think that was a couple of million, maybe 4 or 5 years?
Right.
Yeah, $28 million for a non-clothing brand, for basically a government rebate middleman is crazy. It's goofy. It's a strange amount.
Like, how much do you think Travis Kelce was making from Pfizer? And that was a national campaign that lasted an entire football season. I bet it wasn't $28 million.
Right.
Not even close.
No, absolutely not. So
what was Fingernails making from Wendy's when he was at USC?
Yeah.
Wasn't $28 million.
So for a tree planting company to be paying a guy $7 million a year, yes, the company was a scam. Yes, they were just bringing in money under the guise of whatever business. They were just there to collect money and pay themselves or whatever they were doing, however they were getting this money.
They certainly didn't collect that much money from the business. They collected a lot of money from investors.
Sure. And then they were just pocketing it? Were they,
So
were they buying Ferraris? What was going on?
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know. The guy got convicted of fraud, so we'd have to look back. That's one part. My wife said when she listened to the podcast that it's a little bit incomplete, and part of what she's talking about is that you don't hear what the fraud was. But in the case of Kawhi and Steve Ballmer, it doesn't really matter what the fraud was. But the person that he interviewed said they only had, as a company in their existence, one site visit at one project ever.
Yeah.
So if you were a tree brokerage, Ben, and I hired... and you hired Christian's tree planting business, you would make sure he planted the trees.
Make sure he does the job.
Nobody made sure any trees were planted, and
if it's a celebrity endorsement, but you show up and you say, "Hey, this is a great company. You should hire them."
The part of the fraud that we kind of do know, and again, it's not really relevant to Kawhi, but they were faking up sales to make their company look like it was worth way more than it actually was.
To get more investors.
To get investors.
Yeah.
They're saying, our company's worth $1 billion based on, look at this book of business that we're already doing. and 90% of that book of business was just made up.
Yes. And maybe they're just doing it to rub elbows with Kawhi or with Leo or with Iron Man.
But I wouldn't be surprised if this goes either way. And you know what it depends on? And I know we're up against it. But it depends on the evil NBA picking with the lesser of two evils. Because that's usually how the NBA works. Sure, we'll cop to Tim Donaghy, but there's nothing else there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we'll admit to some like, what are they? I don't believe it's about justice. That's the point I'm making. I don't think it'll be about justice. I think they'll find what they want to find, because this really could go either way. There's plausible deniability. There's also plenty of circumstantial evidence that would say this is what's going on.
What would concern me if I were the Clippers is that Adam Silver's maybe greatest success, and you can argue with it because Adam Silver's had done a lot wrong. You know, he's a cat-in-the-wall guy. He has put more cats in the NBA wall than any commissioner in a very long time. But he has tried to even out the competition level and has actually done as good a job as anyone has, you know, in recent memory. Certainly a far better job than David Stern did, and that may have not been David Stern's goal. But Adam Silver has flattened out the league from a competition standpoint significantly. And so if he sees a team in LA with a super billionaire owner, not Ryan Smith billionaire, with all due respect to the other 4 to 10 billion, or, you know, people worth $4 to $10 billion, he's worth $170 billion.
Sixth richest person on the planet.
Trouncing basically every other sports owner on the planet. If he's cheating, or there's even evidence that he might be cheating, the NBA will come down on him, because Adam Silver has tried to make this look like a real product as much as possible.
They could find that. They could. But I do know that they really had no just grounds to push the last Clippers owner out, even though he was a bad actor, and he did it anyway.
Yep.
So he kind of does what he wants. David Stern did what he wanted.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. All right, stay tuned. Steve Bartle joins us. We'll preview Cal Poly and Utah. Mitch Juergens with us at 11:30. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace co-headlining show. Saturday, September 27th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or tune in Wednesday for your chance to win free tickets. It's Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. We're heading into another busy weekend. If you're kind of in the stage of life like me, you've got soccer games and dance lessons and the fair, and you're going to be bouncing to and fro. And while you're in the middle of the chaos, maybe it's difficult to think, man, what do I want my retirement to look like? And maybe it's exactly 100% opposite of the chaos of life right now. Maybe it's slowing it down. Maybe it's beaches. Maybe it's golf. Maybe it's travel, whatever it is. Have you thought about what you want your lifestyle to be when you retire? How you want to cash in what you've spent a lifetime building? Well, Trajan wants to be a team of good folks on your side to help you establish those goals and then help you get there. So give them a call. Sit down with them. 801-899-7600. They'll lay it out for you. 801-899-7600. Or you can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now so you don't miss an episode.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's the home opener for the Utes as they battle Cal Poly in Rice-Eccles Stadium. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to talk some Utah football and go straight to the man himself. Go ahead, Christian.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Friday, Steve.
Happy Friday, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing well. Where is Utah now 6 days after their first game compared to where you expected them to be? Is this team trending better than you had thought maybe coming out of fall camp?
Yeah, I would say so. I always thought this team with the pieces they brought in, especially after diving into what Devin Dampier did last year, I was pretty optimistic. I felt that Utah was in a good place to get back to 9 wins. But after watching, the way that they dominated that game from beginning to end, offensively and defensively, I was really impressed. And, I think this team has certainly put itself at the forefront of the conversation in terms of Big 12 title contenders, but this is going to be a very competitive league. And so, it is only one game, and I think it's important to note that, UCLA, they are going through some significant changes, and this was a 5-7 team last year, but it's one that I think, you look at it, Deshaun Foster finished the year over the final 6 games with a 4-2 record, and it felt like had found some things to build on going into the offseason. And, he made some changes, brought in Tino Sansiri, and then, spring ball comes around, they land Nico Iamaleava, who's, considered a big talent, and yet the defense, controlled and dictated, their entire night essentially with that defensive line and defensive end group specifically, which is something that we talked about last week, Ben. Is that group could be, a significant, I don't want to say surprise, but that was a group that we talked about in terms of position rankings, the one that could climb. And I think what we saw last Saturday certainly leads you to believe that group has climbed those position rankings that we did last week. But, I think just in general, with all the changes that UCLA is going through, we don't know what UCLA is going to be this season. But at the very least, we know that there is a lot of talent on that team. A number of P4 power conference level bodies and athletes. I think, when you look at the recruiting rankings, 24/7 Sports has this great tool. It's their team talent composite. And, UCLA is number 26 in the country in terms of the total amount of talent they have on that roster, which is even ahead of Texas Tech currently. So, you get obviously there's a lot more than just talent that goes into it. Obviously scheme, culture, coaching, and those things matter a significant deal. But I think UCLA could be a team that, maybe surprises us and trends positively, just like we saw last year with them. But in terms of, what it means for Utah, now know and have a barometer for, what they are capable of against power forward level talent at the very least. And so it's going to be important for them to, continue building and evolving over the course of the season, but was really impressed. And if, expectations have certainly gone up since Saturday's performance.
I felt like all offseason, my big question, and I asked you about it, I'm sure, a number of times, was how is the new offense going to fit with the defense? Is the new offense going to protect the defense? How fast is it going to go? Are they going to huddle? All these questions. And long and short of it, my take after week 1 was it fit tremendously well together. And I'm curious to your take on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. It was an offense where you could feel the pace and tempo that Beck wanted to play with. The team didn't huddle. They kept their group on the field and at the line of scrimmage, so they would hurry to the line of scrimmage and then take their time. And more importantly was, it's an offense that just kept the chains moving and stayed on the field, right? Regardless of the tempo that they played with, they just found success and continued with, gaining positive yardage and matriculating down the field. That 10-minute possession in the third quarter was huge, right? Because, UCLA had just opened that half with the drive, got a field goal. I believe it was 23-10 at that point. And, Utah takes over and they go on that 10-minute drive. And that was really kind of the where the game was won for Utah, where they said, all right, we're just going to eat up this clock, eat up all this time that you no longer have available to you to make a run. And that, you think of what that did for the defense to have 10 minutes of game time come off the clock before you're back on the field, I think is really impressive. And again, you look at the time of possession overall, Utah finished, I think, 37 minutes in TOP compared to 23 minutes for UCLA. That's a lot of rest. That's a lot of time on the sideline for the defense. So, more than anything else, regardless of the tempo, it was just the consistency in terms of gaining positive yardage, moving the change and staying on the field, which, going back to last year with Dampier in New Mexico, that was something that he did even there, right? Their success rate was among the top 15 in the country as an offense. And, they were just a very efficient offense that, controlled the clock and controlled the ball. And that's what we saw at UCLA. And I think that's going to, serve this defense really well.
When you see 12 touchdowns and 12 interceptions I think it naturally makes you question, the decision making. Maybe what surprised me most about Devin Dampier was how clean and intelligent his reads seemed to be. And I don't want to say his reads, just his decisions. He pushed the ball down the field when it was opportune. He didn't force anything when he didn't have to. He just took what the defense gave over and over and over. And I think that's a sign of a really high IQ football player. Was that a surprise to you, or did anything about Devin Dampier's performance surprise you?
No, when you go back and you watch what he had to, play with last year, the offensive line in front of him at New Mexico was not great. He was often, forced out of the pocket. He was pressured, and he's great at avoiding pressures, right? He only took 4 sacks, but it put him in situations where now he's got to escape a defender in the pocket and make a decision to get the ball down the field. So when you go through his interceptions, a number of those came on in those types of situations when he was pressured. When Devin Dampier is clean, when he was kept clean last year, he had a 9-5 touchdown to interception ratio at New Mexico last year. So, what we saw against UCLA was just a continuation of that, if not an elevation, in terms of his level of execution and decision-making, where he's got so much time in the pocket to find guys and make good decisions. We saw he did that last year at New Mexico, and I think operating behind this offensive line is really going to highlight Dampier's decision-making and efficiency as a passer, and it's going to allow him to really maximize, his opportunities, not only as a passer, but as a runner, right? He's going to put a lot of stress on defenses because the more time that he sits in the pocket, you can genuinely feel the stress that it puts on defenses because now, you're dropping into coverage, you're 10 yards deep into your drop. That's a lot of space for Dampier to potentially just tuck it and run because he just has so much time in the pocket. So it really puts defenses into a tough bind. And, going back and watching the UCLA game, there were a handful of opportunities for Dampier, in those situations to move the ball down the field, to throw it, to find open receivers. There were a number of guys that were open, but just, Dampier didn't take those opportunities. And so, as we progress and move forward throughout the season, those are the things that Dampier is going to have to do as we get into, the more difficult slate of the schedule. But this is the evolution, right? This is going to be the evolution that we need to see from him, is capitalizing on those opportunities to move the ball down the field, through the air, and that. So I think that's going to be key. But, no surprise in terms of him and his decision making because, there was evidence of that last year at New Mexico. And I think with this offensive line, with the time and space and protection that they are going to provide Dampier, I think it's really going to, highlight his decision making this season.
Steve, it obviously was a story in game one, how much those 3 defensive players played on offense. It was a lot. It was certainly a lot more than I expected, even though, of course, they talked in camp about how that was going to happen. My question to you is how much do you think that's going to ebb and flow per the game itself? Are we not going to see it a ton this week, but, some of their tougher games, are we going to see it more and more?
Yeah, I think it is something that is going to ebb and flow, based on the game, based on, the matchup, right? What was interesting was, I asked Coach Whittingham about that very thing, like how much do the matchups dictate how you're going to use Smith Snowden, how you're going to use Lander Barton. And he said that is exactly the case is, based on the matchup, based on where they're going to be needed, that's going to, play a big role in their plan and how they'll be utilized. And I thought that was really telling, not only for, what to expect moving forward, but in hindsight, what they felt going into that UCLA game. Smith, we were talking about UCLA and that passing game potentially being a real bright spot for the Bruins with Nico Iamaleava, but with them not using Smith Snowden, against those receivers, I think like that's really telling of how they felt about that matchup. I think they felt going into that they could get by with just their defensive line and defensive pressure, which proved to be the case. And so, I think we'll see this moving forward. There's going to be matchups, in the very near future even, where you're going to need Smith Snowden. I don't want to say exclusively on the defensive side of the ball, but you're going to need him in coverage against some of these receivers coming up. Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech, Chase Roberts, at BYU. There are going to be matchups where you're going to need Smith Snowden to be that premier cover guy that Whittingham dubbed him on Monday as well. So, I do think it's going to be dictated by matchup, and we'll get a much better feel for, his usage on the defensive side as we get into conference play.
John Henry Daly's been a name around the state for a very long time, and now we saw a very high level of production in Game 1. Do you think, not that specifically should be the norm, but do you think he's going to be a name we hear a lot about week in and week out for Utah?
Yeah, I was really impressed with John Henry Daly, and he provided an element that I think none of us really expected or counted on, and it's that burst off, at the snap, which is something that Kyle Whittingham always talks about, is that get off, right? And his quickness and his motor were things that really shined against UCLA. Now with the Bruins, that offensive line is kind of patchwork right now, so we'll get a better gauge for Henry Daly's, impact and that sort of stuff, in the coming weeks. But you come away from that game feeling really good about Utah's defensive end position group, because you've got a guy in Logan Fano who you feel can go up against really good tackles. He had a really tough matchup against Garrett DiGiorgio of UCLA, that right tackle. He gave up only 3 sacks all season long last year. And Logan got one on him early in that game. And so, with Daly, he finished with 2 sacks, 7 total pressures. And what was really impressive, I had a conversation with Cam Miller of PFSN, which is, a big analytics football site. And they have a lot of interesting, metrics and insights. John Henry Daly had two of his 7 pressures came in under 2.5 seconds. And if you can get that kind of pressure on a quarterback that quickly, that's huge for your defense and for your pass rush. So I think there's some really encouraging signs with Daly and with that defensive end group. And I think it was a great first performance. They're just going to have to continue and raise their level of performance as we move forward.
Any thoughts on the great coach, Ron McBride, and him being honored this weekend?
Yeah, I think, this is huge for Utah, right? Ronnie, Coach Mack is, he means a lot to what this football program currently is. When you talk about Coach Mack and that Mafu mantra, there's a lot of principles and a lot of that culture that he cultivated then that are still present, today. Foundational things that Kyle Whittingham believes in. And I think, his presence here locally is huge. He's such a great presence in the community, with his McBride Foundation and just how active he is. When I was with 24/7 Sports, I was often, out at these, all poly camps and 7-on-7 tournaments, and McBride would be a pretty consistent, attendee at those. And he'd always offer, coaching tips and talk to players and just build relationships. Anytime you're around Coach Mack, you always end up laughing. He has that sort of personality. And then, so I think, this is a big one. I hope that Utah fans show up and stay in their seats during halftime to honor Coach Mack, because he means a lot to where this program is now.
Overall, a pretty crappy slate of games in college football week 2. I think everyone's focused on the NFL. But actually, Big 12 has some interesting matchups. Baylor at SMU, Iowa at Iowa State, Oklahoma State at Oregon, Kansas at Missouri, Arizona State at Mississippi State. Which game or 2 games are you focusing on?
Yeah, there's a few there, right? So obviously there's a couple rivalries with Baylor, SMU. Iowa State, and then, Kansas and Missouri. Those are obviously going to be the games that I think draw the most eyeballs in terms of Big 12 matchups. And I'm interested to see, Kansas against Missouri in that bitter rivalry. They haven't played for a few years, but, Missouri coming, being an SEC program, they're dealing with some quarterback issues right now. The way that the Jayhawks have started the season with Jalen Daniels and that I'm interested to see if the Jayhawks can pull off the victory there. I picked them to win it, so I need them to come through. With Iowa State and Iowa, that rivalry game, it's ugly, it's defense heavy, but with the way that Rocco Becht has been playing through these first 2 weeks, I feel good about the Cyclones' ability to get the win in the Cy-Hawk rivalry. So those games. And then again, like I said, the other one is Baylor and SMU, and this is going to be an interesting one because Baylor dropped the game last week against Auburn, and that program has invested a lot into this roster and into this team this season. With SMU, they're coming off of a playoff berth last year. Baylor's going to be on the road at SMU, which obviously given the proximity between campuses, that's not a huge deal, but still, in my opinion, this is a pretty important game for Dave Aranda. If he drops this one, do the murmurs start up again in terms of, his coaching seat and the warmth there and how hot is it, right? So, I think there's some important games and games to pay attention to outside of, what we're going to see with Utah and what we're going to see with BYU and Stanford. There's some pretty interesting games to keep an eye on. But overall, like you said, not a great slate, but I do think those three games in particular will be ones worth watching this weekend.
Steve, thank you, and we will be glued to your coverage all day tomorrow. Appreciate all you do.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Steve Bartle covers the Utes for KSLSports.com.
Utah establishing an elite pass rush would go a long way. I mean, it always does for every team, but that was one of the bigger question marks, I thought, for this team, that if you look for a staple that great Utah teams have historically had, that's been it. They really did not have it last year. And I'm not sure there was an obvious name this season.
Yeah, I mean, really? You think that's the staple of all good Utah's defenses? I do not.
It's been a staple. It's not the staple.
It's been good at times. It's been really good at times. I mean, obviously Jonah Ellis played himself into a draft pick. Nate Orchard was really good.
Hunter Dimmock forever.
He was on the other side of Nate Orchard. So
and then
they were on the same teams.
After Nate left, Hunter Dimmock, I think, broke Nate's record.
Yeah, Koamisi is really good. I mean, it certainly has. But, I mean, I would say the importance of positions on Witt's defense go either cornerback 1 and defensive tackle 1A, or flip those two, and then maybe defensive end after that. I don't know. I think
you're right. I think it's been the secondary for Utah. Generally, pretty elite cornerback play.
Those corners got to play one-on-one, and it allows Utah's defense to work.
Right. And then, yes, D tackles just taking up so much attention. But if those guys are doing their jobs, because everything is linked on the football field, usually a defensive end is able to get loose.
Yeah, maybe that's
happened. What it is. It's a sign of everything else working.
Yeah, maybe that.
So if John Henry Daly is going out and racking up sacks, or Logan Fano's out there racking up sacks, then maybe it's a sign that the rest of those positions are performing well. And Smith Snowden's potentially an elite corner. Somewhat not significant questions about D tackles, but unknowns with the D tackles. But
those guys
have a lot of success.
They're probably getting a lot of one-on-ones, which is the point.
Yes.
Is to get those people locked into a one-on-one matchup. They beat their guy, and then good things happen.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, stay tuned.
Because not all those guys turned into Myles Garrett in the NFL.
No.
They might have been getting a lot of help from the guys around them.
Right. Mitch Juergens is next. We'll talk some Cougs. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Coach A-Rod on Bear Bachmeier's freedom to change the calls.
Yeah, more than I've ever done with a freshman. We had a good number of check plays in the last game, and we have a bunch in this game too, and he's handled them very well in practice. Typically you wouldn't want to overwhelm a freshman with too many of those, but he's handled them so well in practice that we're just treating him like anybody else that's ever played quarterback for us.
Cougars at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue with the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars get set for a home showdown with Stanford this Saturday. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
You wired me awake and hit me with the hand of broken nail.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time to talk some BYU and Stanford. Joining us now, he was a wily receiver down in Provo for BYU. He is now their sideline reporter for the radio broadcast. He's Mitch Juergens with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Mitch?
Hey, not too much. Excited to be here.
When you see someone streaking down the field like BYU was over and over and over every 4 plays scoring a touchdown, do you ever say, I think I can run with them. I think I can keep up with them. Do you ever try and match their pace running up the sideline?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Hamstrings too tight now?
You know what? Hamstrings are tight. I think actually these last, I'd say the last couple of years, I think are the first times I've actually watched the game and really felt like, you know what? I'm glad I'm not the guy that's out there right now because there's no way I can compete. Part of me believes that, if I got super loose and was really stretched out, then maybe I could go a couple plays here and there. But it's just, the durability is just not there anymore, I don't think.
Mitch, did you know you had 99 catches while at BYU? couldn't have Dr. Bob got you one more just to get to triple digits? I mean, I think you got the short end, man.
What's interesting about that too is that's what I thought. I think there's some sort of discrepancy somewhere because on the, when Greg pulls up the stats that are in BYU records, it actually has me at 100. So I don't know what the missing catch is, whether it was counted as a rush versus a catch, if there's some sort of swing pass or. 99 or 100. I'm not sure, but I'm going with 100 just because
I am too. It's 100 on the Jake and Ben show, Mitch. It's 100 right here in these record books, and that's what matters. I'm curious, and this may sound too cheesy, but what was the vibe on the sidelines for BYU like? I mean, it's an upperclassman team with a freshman quarterback, which is a weird dynamic to begin with, but you're right there watching it. What was the vibe like?
Man, I was super impressed. Like, it's an interesting time of college football with the transfer portal, with NIL, and you've got so many people jumping ship from school to school, year to year, and there's you lose out on a lot of that continuity that we've been used to for so many years in college football. And with a lot of that, I think you can start to question, like, what is the culture like on a team? Is it all about the money now, or is there that true team feel? And what I was so impressed with, and I've got to tip my cap to Kalani and the coaching staff, and also, as you mentioned, a lot of those senior leaders, as they're pretty heavy on some upper leadership and upperclassmen. I think they've done a phenomenal job to rally the team. When the 2s and 3s and 4s were getting in towards the end of the game, all the ones were on their feet. They weren't sitting on the bench. They were cheering on their guys, wanting to see some big plays made from everybody on the team. Everybody was dancing around and having a good time in that, third to fourth quarter break. And it feels like a team that's coming together, that's recognizing the opportunity that's in front of them. Maybe a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, like feeling like, they finished the year strong and fell out of the top 25 rankings to start the season. And you can kind of see that. And so I was impressed. The vibes are really high, a lot of energy, a lot of passion, and they just look strong and fast and well coached. There's just a lot of unison that I'm seeing, which is good to see.
What more will Bear have to do to gain, I guess, the leadership role or trust of the rest of the team? It's hard to argue with 69-0, but does he need to show it against better teams? Does he have to actually make some of the plays with his arms? What do you expect?
Well, first off, I think he's already got it. People look to him as the leader. I think they recognize, he's young, he's a true freshman. There's still a lot to learn, but he's got a unique presence about him, a very calm demeanor, but he's so smart. I mean, you talk to him and you understand to me, feels like he's way more mature beyond his years. And so I think the team recognizes that already and they see him as a leader. Now, to your point, I think he's going to continue to have to prove that as a freshman quarterback. And as they do get some more intense competition, I think they want to see him just step up and be confident. That's really, what I saw really after that first drive. I think you can't put too much on, his first time going out there. I'm sure adrenaline was at an all-time high. I'm sure nerves were pumping, and he's, you gotta, you give it to him to say, hey, like, go learn, go get the jitters out. And I think he did that after the first drive. And because what we saw after that was very precise decision-making. He didn't dance around. It didn't look volatile. It felt like, pre-snap, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. If it wasn't there, he made a quick next decision to either tuck it and run. And I think that's a sign of a mature quarterback. So as he continues to do that moving forward, even if the competition gets stiffer, you protect the football. You put your team. It's almost put the team above himself in situations where a lot of times young, immature quarterbacks just don't have that because they're coming from high school and they had to put the entire team on their back and so if Bear can kind of display that maturity and not do that, rely on the team, execute the game plan, and be smart and decisive, then I think he's going to continue to just win the hearts of the team and even more because I do think that he's already got a lot of it to a large extent.
What can, receivers, you were a receiver, of course, you can identify with that. What can the other upperclassmen on the team and the coordinator with the game plan do to put the inexperienced freshmen in the best position to succeed?
I mean, I'm a big believer that practice is where you win games. And so pre-practice, post-practice, those receivers should be, pulling Bear to say, hey, let's go get more routes. This is, every week, according to the game plan, you release a game script that has kind of the ideal plays based on the coverages that you think you're going to see and the packages that you're going to go up against. An ideal game script, like they should be after practice getting extra reps with that specific game script to help him so that when he does step on the field, this isn't, it's not, I've thrown this pass maybe, 3 times, once every day in practice when that play came up in the game script or in the practice script. They should be getting in so many repetitions to just help him feel more comfortable and confident. And then continue to encourage him. I mean, there's going to come a time where Bear's going to make some mistakes. He's going to make some dumb decisions or even if, a defender's going to make a big play. The worst thing that a receiving crew can do is just show kind of that, to wear it on your face, to wear it with your body language, that you're upset with the quarterback, especially with a young one. Like, don't let him read into that. Be positive, be optimistic, pat him on the shoulder, say, hey, it's just one drive. Like, the defense is going to go do their job. We're going to have another opportunity, and let's go do it. So I think, a combination of that plus just a lot of practice reps to make the game feel very natural is what I'd do if I were back in that receiver room.
Not an impressive start to the season from Stanford with their loss on the road at Hawaii. The week one is always not fluky, but hard to judge much of. What have you seen from Stanford? What do you expect to see tomorrow?
Yeah, I think just given the performance from week one, I hope what I don't see, especially with the team, is that they don't give a lot of credit to Stanford, because this is still a good football team with good size. They're physical, they're tough, especially in the trenches. I mean, yeah, it wasn't a great showing from the quarterback, which I can talk to in a minute, but at the line of scrimmage, I mean, they ran the ball well. Just about over 170 yards rushing, averaged over 4 yards a carry. I mean, this is a team that they pounded the football and they did it efficiently and did it well. They just had some pretty volatile quarterback play, and that does cause some concern. If I'm the defense, though, I mean, you know where the weakness is, and if you can bring the right pressure and get that quarterback even more uncomfortable, then I think those DBs could have a day, which is very exciting. But you can't underestimate the power of that of the the bigs on the front lines, because they've got size and they're going to come out and it's like, oh wow, yeah, this isn't Portland State. Like this is a power conference team. They've got the size, they've got the strength, and BYU needs to be prepared for that. And so now, yeah, to the quarterback, he's I think that's where the opportunity lies. This is a pretty inexperienced. I mean, yeah, you transfer from Oregon State and you had a couple opportunities to get some passes in, but really, like, this is kind of his first shot, and so I'm sure he'll continue to be have the nerves, and he's not coming off a great game one, and so I think if BYU is gonna do it right, they got to get after him, get him really uncomfortable there in the pocket, make him make some dumb mistakes and dumb decisions that then the defense can capitalize on.
Mitch, before we let you go, what is it that you like least about working with Hans Olsen?
Oh, that's a tough question. The
tough one's here, and I can only ask it because I know he's on remote next show.
Yeah. So here's the thing about Hans. Like, to know Hans is to know, like, the guy. He loves a joke or two. And sometimes, like, I hate when I'm buying into what he's saying, and then you like read deeper into his facial expressions, and I'm like, wait, this is totally a joke. This actually didn't happen, and so sometimes I get fooled. I'm a little gullible, and I believe everything Hans says, and when I really should I should know him a little bit better by now. So
no, I'm constantly answering questions for people like, does Hans actually believe that? And I'm like, you kind of got to be in the room and get a sense of it. And even then, I bet you my batting average is below 50%. So.
Yeah, he's honestly though, I've loved working with Hans. Like, it's such a fun crew with him and Greg, and I mean, they're watching them do what they do. I mean, those are two professionals that have really mastered the radio broadcast, and so for me, I love learning from them and just watching them in action. I sometimes find myself on the headset just like smiling ear to ear, just listen to these guys go back and forth, and so it's fun. It's a good crew, and love that I get to do it with them.
Well, thank you for coming on, Mitch. We really appreciate it. Have a great broadcast tomorrow.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Mitchell Juergens, sideline reporter for the BYU radio broadcast.
I've talked to him a lot. Figure out if he prefers Mitchell or Mitch. Because everywhere he's listed as Mitchell, but he didn't correct you as Mitch, which I think is good.
Well, maybe he's not sensitive about it like Michael or Mike Malone.
Sure. Very possible. But maybe somebody in his family is.
Well, I don't know. We'll go with both. I called them both right there during that interview.
Switch it up and down.
Why not?
Every time. I like him quite a bit. He's very intelligent, and excited to see what BYU looks like tomorrow against Stanford, and I don't think it should be a challenge at all. I think BYU should steamroll them, and I think one of the things that obviously I'm going to be tracking everybody will not just be Bear Bachmeier's growth on the field and decision-making, but, yeah, his presence within the locker room, which still feels a little young compared to the rest of the people. Not that I'm in the locker room, but you will see more and more players rally around him if he continues to perform at a high level.
All right, we wrap up the week. Coming up next.
And by the way, more interesting stuff with the Kawhi story.
Oh, we got an update?
Boston Sports Journal just released something very interesting.
More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. SLC Fat Loss works, and the program is fantastic. It's going to get you the results you're looking for. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off. You can have that same type of success. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the final days of Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's quarterback Devin Dampier on the importance of scoring in the red zone.
Take red zone very seriously. You know, if we get all the way in there, 7 points is more than 3. So big emphasis to make sure that we score when we get in there, and just to carry that all the way to the fourth quarter as a mindset, coming out of halftime, let's finish this game.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue with the district in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue sides and favorites.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a trip to College Station for Utah State as they take on Texas A&M. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yes, we do Bozo of the Week in this segment. I don't know if we have a winner because honestly, the story we're going to update now I think is ongoing. Can we crown Bozo behavior yet if we don't know the outcome?
It's pretty speculative.
And then we nominated Mike Gundy for complaining about not having the budget that Oregon does and basically excusing his failure before the game even takes place.
Yeah, laying the groundwork to lose by 30 points.
Yeah, right. But I don't know if that lives up to Bozo of the Week, so maybe we don't name one this week. But let's further the Kawhi Leonard story because there is an update.
So originally the report was that Kawhi Leonard was paid $28 million cash. He was going to be paid quarterly over 4 years, totaling $28 million. According to the Boston Sports Journal, an article by John Corrales that just came out, that money is actually not correct. It was actually $48 million because it was $28 million liquid, $20 million in stocks. Now, the problem for Kawhi is he didn't get the $20 million in stocks because the company went under before they went public.
Yeah.
So before he could cash in.
Right.
Why that $48 million number is interesting is because the contribution from Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, was $50 million. It's not exactly $48 million, but it's weirdly close to the amount that Kawhi was paid. And then even stranger, according to the Boston Sports Journal, and I'm not buying stocks or I'm not getting insight on how to buy stocks at a high level early on, was that Ballmer was buying his stocks from this company at a higher price than everybody else. This is directly from Boston Sports Journal. The commitment from Ballmer was also curious as he paid a higher price for his shares than others. The Oak Tree commitment to aspiration came at $10 a share, but Ballmer paid a premium of $11 per share, raising his overall investment to $50 million. And they say typically an investor of Ballmer's caliber would have been wooed with a discounted share price so the company could tout the investment of a major player, i.e., if you want to sell a portion of the Utah Jazz to an NBA Hall of Famer like Dwayne Wade, maybe you don't ask him to pay the same cost as you would Jake Scott.
Yeah, the point per share, sure.
You're just giving him a little bit of a better deal because Dwayne actually brings something on the back end of his name being Hall of Famer Dwayne Wade.
Makes sense.
And I actually don't know if Dwayne Wade got a discount. I'm just kind of laying out an example of how people would recognize why it might be beneficial.
The Raiders basically gave the shares to Tom Brady.
Right. Because you bring something else. And ideally, yes, you bring in a name with that type of value. And everyone says, well, if Ballmer's investing, I'll invest.
We get it.
So
it was the opposite in this case.
It was the opposite. He paid more. These are the types of breadcrumbs the NBA is going to find very quickly, even more thoroughly than Pablo Torre could or the Boston Sports Journal could.
If they want to.
If they want to.
If they want to. I think that's the big key. You kind of scoff, but...
No, you're right.
If they want to.
No, that was my whole argument 2 days ago when this first report came out was that, or was it yesterday that it came out? Whatever it was, that my guess is this is going to be nothing. I'm backing off of that a little bit. But one of the reasons it could be nothing is because the league or the other owners may not want you to find it out. What I have from the podcasts I've listened to, this is not my research, but listened to, have said that this actually is really uncommon. This is not every team is doing this and no one wants you to look under the hood of their car. This seems bizarrely high.
A way around the rules.
A true way around the rules, not Bailey's moving with Gordon Hayward or Taylor Hendricks doing Vivint stuff. This feels much, much more serious.
It would appear so.
Yeah.
I think it's a huge story. If they void out Kawhi Leonard's contract, then it'll be a really big story.
Because he will become a free agent.
And then they'll just punish the Clippers, which, rough.
Yeah. They would be in really bad shape. They're already not in great shape, but they do still have a star player and some decent roster players around him. This could be the ultimate situation of being left with the old maid and Bradley Beal.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're lucky they're not paying him $50 million a year anymore. But that would be really funny if they end up without Kawhi Leonard and with Bradley Beal. That would be the ultimate example of how old maid actually works.
Wow. All right, we'll talk to you on Monday. Jacob Ben, Hanson, Scotty are next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
McNeil's Auto Care is pleased to announce the grand opening of the newest Napa Auto Parts store in Riverton. In support of their grand opening, McNeil's Auto Care in Sandy and Riverton will provide free vehicle health inspections, free wiper blades if needed, and $1 tacos this Thursday and Friday. Stop at any McNeil's Auto Care location to help celebrate Napa's newest Utah store in Riverton.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in. It is Hans and Scotty. It is a Friday edition. We have a big show planned for you today, and excited to have Coach Mack stop by, Alima Harrington stop by, and put together a Football Friday for the ages. Welcome in. It is Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live at our home, away from home, and one of my all-time favorites, Tim, is here. So it's one of our rare treats where we get Tim on the headset at RGS to be able to talk a little football and talk just a little bit of sighting on the side. Tim, how are you?
Hey, let's just talk college football, man.
Is that all you want
today? Let's go.
That's all you want is college football?
Look, man, we're week 2. It's not for high school. We're in game 3 or for game 4, for high school today. Let's go.
Let's talk high school, man. San Juan. We're taking them down,
bro. So I know no one cares about 2A football, but San Juan is the back-to-back state champions. We have not beat them since my second son's senior year back in 2000. And they're coming up today. They're on a bus right now as we speak, coming up. So we better take care of business tonight.
And we've got Southern Utah that's headed to San Diego right now.
Yeah, on a bus also.
Also on a bus.
Yeah.
But we've got our fingers crossed because our very favorite, Brownie number 2, or is he Brownie 1?
He's Brownie 1.
He's Brownie 1. Brownie 1 is also number 1 in my heart. And we're expecting Brownie 1 to get some real PT. So good luck to good old Talmadge as he sits on a bus to San Diego.
He's finally gonna start this week at the heavy back, so should get a lot of time, so it's fun. But hey, look, college football, man, BYU, Utah, Utah State, what's better?
Oh my gosh, it's all great. But RGS, if you need to get an exterior project started and finished on your home, it's as easy as checking out RGS Exteriors. And, Tim, you got people standing by that can help people with their projects to get them going.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we're here to help. It's fall always it's 2 things. Fall is my favorite season of the year for 2 reasons, and I'm not just saying that. 1, football. Number 1, I mean, there's nothing better in my life other than my family than football. And then number 2, people just were getting ready for winter on their homes, and it's really time to start getting serious about it. And so the phones ring off the hook this time of year, and we're busy, so it's always good.
Well, we love bringing Football Fridays down here to RGS, 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. Let's get a project started, and let's get this show started. It is your starting lineup.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, here we go. Starting lineup, Hanson, Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports
Did you
Zone.
just go Kyle Whittingham? All right.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Starting it off. Had an opportunity to hear from a couple of different position coaches. One, of course, the coordinator for BYU, Aaron Roderick, talking about his quarterback situation, talking about this offense, where they were last week, what to expect from Stanford, and then Colton Swan, linebackers coach from the University of Utah, that is putting together one hell of a group. That University of Utah linebacking core, very incredible. But we want to hear from a couple coaches before we get into Football Fridays. Aaron Roderick addressing the media, talking all things BYU offense.
Obvious storyline from last week's game, you were able to use a lot of players. How important is depth for an offense? What kind of weapon can that be for?
Huge. That was really good experience for a lot of guys to get in the game. Some guys that haven't played a lot, we got to find out a little bit about them. Obviously we overmatched that opponent a little bit, but it's still good to see guys get in the game and see if they can execute in the stadium when the lights are on and the stadium's full.
How important is it to have quality depth throughout a season and for any particular game?
Huge, yeah. You're just going to get, that's a big thing in the Big 12. You're going to get your depth's going to get tested at some point.
Aaron, how would you assess how Bear played after watching the film? And I know it wasn't big sample size, but how did he play?
Yeah, small samples. We didn't have to throw very much, but I thought he played very well. The best part was I agreed with every decision he made in the game. He didn't make any bad decisions with the ball. There was one throw where he could have maybe thrown it in the next window, I think it was early in the game. It was early in the game. But I thought his decision-making was excellent. I thought he played well.
What do you want to see him maybe improve on, or what is the standard you're looking for this week?
Just continue doing his job. Just do more of the same. Obviously he's going to have to throw more than 11 times to win this game. We're playing a quality opponent that we have a lot of respect for, and so if he can just take another step forward, but doesn't need to do anything special, just keep doing what he did last game, just a little bit bigger sample size this game.
Will Tay Nakua and Reggie Frishneck be available against Stanford?
Tay's still a little bit ginger with that hamstring, so we're probably going to wait one more game. And Reggie's really close. He might play. But I think Tay's going to be at least the next game.
How much freedom have you given Bear to check off plays?
More than I've ever done with a freshman. We had a good number of check plays in the last game, and we have a bunch in this game too, and he's handled them very well in practice. So, typically you wouldn't want to overwhelm a freshman with too many of those, but he's handled them so well in practice that we're just treating him like anybody else that's ever played quarterback for us.
The crowd noise we heard today, was that just for later, or?
It was for the defense.
Oh, wow.
So Jay's mentioned last year that early in the season they had some miscommunications on defense when our crowd was getting noisy against the other team's offense. And so that was for the defense to practice, and we put the noise at that end, and we came down to this end.
I got you.
Yeah.
But
we will practice crowd noise on bye week next week. Yeah.
With Jovesa Damuni emerging kind of as RB3, what did he show? And when you recruited him, did you guys see that in him?
He's a speed guy. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, but he jumps off the screen with just how quick he is, and he's a very good receiver. And we love him. And you're going to see Preston Rex in this game too.
How challenging is it to project Stanford's defensive tendencies, especially with a new coaching staff and after they faced an air raid offense?
Good point. And difficult. Yeah, they played an air raid team who's very different than us on offense, and so all we can do is kind of guess about what their defensive coordinator did at Sac State, but they also have what they did last year at Stanford, and we don't know what we're going to see. So that's an advantage for them. So we have to just be squared away with what we're doing and make sure that we can make adjustments during the game.
Can anything be read into the fact that McKay came out first of the backups to play?
We played them equal time, and I thought they both played really well. And McKay did a nice job, and we have a lot of confidence in him.
Is he QB2 or not yet?
We haven't decided on that yet. I think it would depend on we're going to just keep competing, and if the time comes, we'll decide on the situation, who we think gives us the best chance to win. But they both played well, though. I mean, I know Trayson got 2 pass attempts, and McKay had 3 or 4, and they both made good decisions and managed the team really well.
You put Cole in there as kind of that fourth quarterback for some in the game stuff. Kalani said some of that was maybe trying to save a redshirt capability out of Emerson, I think, or there was maybe something in there. But what do you kind of see out of him? And Cole was a guy who was, I think he was literally off the roster over the summer. Then he comes back. Like, what was that conversation?
We just put Cole in the game because we really appreciate what a great teammate he's been in his time here. And, felt like he deserved to get a chance to get out there. He's been a great member of our team. He contributes a lot of things behind the scenes that people don't see in our quarterback meetings, and just being a great teammate. He plays on scout team. He plays scout team receiver. He plays scout team quarterback. He helps us with our call sheet, our wristband every week. I mean, he does a lot of things like a coach, but he's also a player on the team, and he has a really unique role, and he deserved a chance to get out there.
Is there any temptation into dialing up a Hagen touchdown?
At that point in the game, you want to show up the opponent. And I was almost trying not to score at the end, and our guys just kept, pounding the ball in there. But I was proud of those guys that came off the bench.
Well, that last touchdown did go to Charlie Meeks, who I don't think I've seen a sideline erupt as much as after he scored.
Charlie is, like Cole, is a very well-liked member of this team, very much respected guy who there's not a harder worker and just a great person. So everyone was super excited for him.
There you go, Aaron Roderick, kind of starting to form out a little bit of depth on this BYU offense. And a question came in. McKay Hillstead took the first snaps as the backup quarterback in that game against Portland State. Does that mean he is the second-string quarterback? And they really don't want to clarify it at this point. But you have to imagine if he was the first one on the field, then it's probably McKay Hillstead. If there were any issues that were to occur, you probably see McKay Hillstead. But I do think that this quarterback has a lot of future and a lot of upside, and it does feel like McKay Hillstead can come in and can operate this offense if he needs to do so. You also heard Aaron Roderick talking about Stanford and just the respect that he's got for them defensively. And I know that it feels like there's a lot of disrespect going out there around about Stanford, and I understand it. This is a 3-win team last year, and they had a lot of different struggles. But even in that season, I think that there was only 2, maybe 3 games where they lost by more than 20 points. I think it was 2 games.
It's still super weird to hear Stanford be an 18.5-point dog in a game.
It does, and especially coming off a bye week. And, I got some pushback from BYU fans that felt like my 10 or 14-point win is a bit disrespectful to BYU. But there's a couple of reasons that I took that line. I kind of hope that BYU doesn't get in front of themselves or ahead of themselves. I hope that they don't start drinking their own juice because that hurts a team. And a bye week is always difficult. And I also went back and I looked at the 2 bye weeks that Stanford had last year, Lloyd. They came off a bye week and went to Syracuse and beat Syracuse. And then they had a bye week later in the year, and Louisville had to come into Stanford, and they beat Louisville was like 13th or 15th in the nation, and Stanford beat Louisville coming off of that bye week. So bye weeks always make me nervous, especially early bye weeks where Stanford played against Hawaii, came back, had an extra week with Coach Reich. Now, that can be bad and that could be good. They could really overthink what they're going to try to do against BYU, and then you just get a bunch of brainiacs on the field that look terrible, they look sluggish, and they don't perform to the level that they thought that they would. Or you get a bunch of brainiacs that put together a pretty darn good game plan and come out with some pretty decent talent and make it a really difficult game. So there's a lot to be weary of with this Stanford team in a bye week with a new coach, with kind of new organization, and with some talent that we don't know. We were talking about this. Dylan Risk is on that quarterback roster, and he is a guy that came in against UCF when BYU was beating UCF and taking pretty much every angle away from KJ Jefferson. They brought in Dylan Risk, and he went for 100 yards rushing or so, and he had 150 yards passing or so in about a quarter and a half of a game. And I remember Greg Wrubell and I sitting in the booth calling that game, and I was looking at Greg, and Greg's looking at me like, okay, this kid has come in and he has sparked this offense. So he's in that Stanford quarterback room. He is not listed as the 2-deep quarterback, but he's in that quarterback room. So I always hesitate when you've got intelligent people, a former NFL coach in Frank Reich, and a really solid staff, including Andrew Luck, who's in that quarterback room working. I want to give them a margin of respect. Now, I'm still calling for a double-digit win, and that's what's crazy to me on the pushback. It's like, well, yeah, Hitch, you think it's going to be close, and look, if BYU could stomp them out, and they could beat them by 40. They really could, but it's a true freshman. And if you've got smart people and decent talent, you can at least make a true freshman hitch just a bit. You can make them hitch and make them overthink, and you can make them do things that they don't want to do. If I've just got a little bit of intelligence and I've got some decent talent, I can make it difficult. And that's why Aaron Roderick, at the back end of those comments, he said he is going to have to throw more than 11 passes for us to beat Stanford. And that is absolutely true. Because if I've got intelligent people and I've got decent talent, I can at least slow up the run game and force the pass. So I just like to show a little bit of respect. I like to tip my hat. I like to be careful. I do think BYU wins this game. I don't ever think that the game's going to be in question. I think that BYU is always going to have a solid hand on this game, and it's going to be okay. But I also think that Stanford will force them into some mistakes, and we're going to see some tough times, and we're going to have to see BYU break through those tough times because they do have some decent talent. There you go, Aaron Roderick from practice. I wanted to visit some of these comments from Colton Swan, linebackers coach for the University of Utah, getting ready for Cal Poly and coming out of that UCLA game. By the way, this next segment coming up about 12:30, I want you to listen in because a national voice, Josh Pate, works with ESPN, works with Yahoo Sports. He works with On3, I believe. He does a lot of work nationally. Josh Pate had some interesting comments about the University of Utah. If you haven't heard them, we're going to play them for you at 12:30, and I'm going to throw my 2 cents in on what Josh Pate had to say about Utah. But Colton Swan addressing the upcoming game and the game that was.
Today? Great. It's a good day. You're always fighting, we're great, we're awesome vibe. So you got to bring them down to reality. You got to push. As a coach, as leaders, they got to push. And, it doesn't matter who's in front of us. We got to prepare the same way. Almost like want to be a machine, right? Trust the process. Once you trust it, just repeat it over and over and over again. And I think that we did a good job. There's a lot of things we have to get fixed, but that's why we practice.
Colton, what did you learn about your group from Saturday night's performance?
I was really impressed, pleased. A lot to fix still out there. But I think, number one, the guys gave tremendous effort. I thought their leadership and vocal skills were on point. I don't think I was lacking at all. The production was there. All four backers, Trey, Lander, Levani, Jono, all flew around, did some really good things. And so I, as a coach, was really happy and pleased, and just find little ways to tweak it and make it better from film study and get it fixed for the next one.
Lander's obviously playing on offense. In practice, what percentage would you say that he's practicing with the offense?
Oh, he does enough that the offense feels comfortable. Percentage-wise, it's hard for me to say, but I think, the offensive coaches judge how much they need him, and whatever, I can do as a defensive position coach to help them, we do, but I think it's just a matter of them knowing what plays they like him in, them feeling comfortable with where he's at with those plays, and then just, going from there.
What's the process been like with handling the leadership, the green dot, and the communication? Because it is a little different this year than what you typically see.
Yeah, I had Karene Reed last year that helped me a lot with the green dot. Lander obviously has done it the last couple years. When Lander came out, Levani wore it out there, so I'm able to talk to him And I think that they really know and understand their process of information is really good. Their intellect is very high. And so, I think that it really helps them to hear their position coach talking to them out there. Sometimes maybe I just correspond as a linebacker, and, maybe I need to do a little better job of incorporating the whole defense. But, I try to give them a lot of tips and alerts. But these guys are communicating nonstop out there on the defense. And to have them talking and me talking to them and relaying information just makes us that much better.
Colton Swan continues to do it. What a great hire by the University of Utah. He's just been fantastic with his linebackers. And in this game against UCLA, linebackers accounted for 15 tackles, 2 TFLs, an interception from Trey Reynolds. It just goes, the list goes on, and it's crazy when you see Lander Barton out there and John O'Hall doing his thing and Levani Demooney, so good. But then you see this number 37 come through. It was the second, I think, defensive stand where they put him on a 3 or 4 and out and got the ball back on their side of the field. Trey Reynolds had a nasty hit about a yard past the line of scrimmage, and he looks good. And it's like one after the other at the University of Utah. Colton Swan, fantastic stuff here with his linebackers and a great group. And, we talk about the expectations for Utah against Cal Poly. I think it's pretty clear. Cal Poly is a decent FCS team. They got a nice win in week 1. This is a much better FCS team than Portland State. So it's not something that I expect a 65-0 or 69-0 type win for the University of Utah. But I expect the starters to be off the field by the first half. This is, we went into that Portland State game, Scotty and I did with the show, and I was saying, well, you want to get 3 quarters out of Bear Bachmeier. You want to give him 3 quarters. You want to get him somewhere around 25 to 28 pass attempts to make him feel comfortable with the passing game. Well, they got ahead 49-0, and Kalani Sitake's bleeding heart. There was nothing he could do. He took Bear Bachmeier out the field, and he was like, geez, here we go, kill clock. That's all we can do for an entire half. That's what they did, and that's why it was tough with McKay Hillstead coming out there and Trayson Bourget coming out there. It was an all-kill clock for an entire half of football, which was pretty brutal. With University of Utah, it's different because it's not a true freshman. I'd like to see Devin Dampier in 1 half. If Devin Dampier was a true freshman, I'd like to see him in 3 full quarters. And I'd like to see him get some passing attempts, and I'd like to see the route start to mature. But with this opening drive that we saw Devin Dampier put on, with a nice flip pass for the first play of the game, 12 yards to Smith Snowden. The second play of the game was a zone blast to the inside to Wayshawn. Wayshawn goes for 14 yards. The O-line had everybody hemmed up. You threw a 7-yard hitch to Bentley, and you just marched down the field, and you demoralized UCLA. It's like, okay, I would like to see that against Cal Poly. You saw it against UCLA. You've already seen that on the road. It was a huge moment, and I do think that is largely, that and many other things, is what led to the comments that came from Josh Pate. We'll address those comments here coming up in just a few minutes. Josh Pate, ESPN personality, had some really interesting things to say about the University of Utah. I'll tell you if I agree or if I disagree with Josh. That's all coming up. We're live at RGS, hanging out with our guy Tim. We are taking care of exteriors. All we need you to do is call 801-280-3110, and we're going to get you hooked up with some exteriors. How are we doing on prices right now, Tim?
Well, we had a slight blip September 1. It wasn't near as big as we were expecting, so that's good. So prices are pretty much locked in until the end of the year.
Good.
So customers are really good that way. One thing that we've really been kind of doing some research and finding is that go back to the golden handcuff we've talked about many times on the show, that 80% of Americans have a 3% or under mortgage rate. So they call it the golden handcuff because they're never leaving. So one thing that we're finding is that, look, people are going to stay in their home longer. They're going to stay where they're at, but they really want to update it. And then, look, our Utah culture, which is an awesome culture, is let's save up, pay cash when we have the money so we don't go into debt, which I love that. I personally believe in that myself. However, this is the one time I'm going to say don't do that. And that is that typically price increases average 10% increase per year in our industry. So about every January is when we get the price increases, and it's almost like clockwork, 10% every year.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about it and you kind of run the numbers, it takes you 2 or 3 years to save up to do a project, but your price has just gone up 30%. So there's no way that by even financing it, even if you have to find a plan that you pay some interest on, you're never going to pay that much in interest to overcome that increase.
The increase.
Yeah. So long story short, what we're saying,
do it now.
Do it now,
yeah.
And you're actually way farther ahead. We like to pay cash for things, and it makes perfect sense. But with the financing options that we have today, that these finance companies allow us to do and that we can provide, there's just no reason to wait, and it really is costing you money to wait.
Tim, what does your research show on remodeling exteriors and the price that it holds for resale, being able to get the money back?
It's a really, really good question. It's an important question. I think the best person to look at, or the best data, goes from Remodeling Magazine, or Qualified Remodeling Mag, Every year they do what they call the cost versus value. In other words, if you put X in your home, you're going to get Y back. And they do that for all products. For years and years and years, kitchens and bathrooms were by far the best. You were able to get more back on those. Then, believe it or not, for about a year or two, it was garage doors.
I remember that.
Weird. I don't know why, but garage doors were there. Well, the last 3 years, James Hardie has been number one. And so what they basically say is every dollar you're going to put into it, they put a value, and this was prior. We haven't seen the numbers yet this year with interest rates, so we'll see. But in years prior, it was you got 75% of that back with anything. But with inflation and doing what it is, I suspect it's actually going to be the opposite, that you'll actually make money. But regardless of all of that, James Hardie siding is the number one thing you can put in your home that you're going to get back if you were to sell.
So you've got the things that you want to do. Maybe you just want to change the exterior and the look of your home and the quality of the home and impress your wife or impress your significant other. And then there's the things that you need to do, like gutters.
Yep.
And we're now coming up on it. We're in rain season. We're a month or two away from snow. And if you had gutter problems coming out of spring, if you had gutter problems this winter, Tim, can you still get things taken care of before the snow hits?
Well, yeah, and the problem that we've had this year is we just had our driest summer on record, and so we just didn't get the rainfall, so people didn't know. Right? We had a mild winter, and then we had a really dry summer, so people just really don't know what their gutters are like. And the only really way to know is to get up and look at them and inspect them. Now, typically in September, we get some microbursts, and so we should get some tests here in the next couple of weeks. But the biggest thing to do is just give us a call and get up and look at it. Right now, currently, we're fine. We can get you taken care of no problem before the winter. But literally every week we wait. It does make it more difficult. Typically, about the end of September, we're about 12 weeks out. So in other words, if you wait till the end of September, we're talking January.
Going to be loaded.
Yeah. We're not there yet. We're still kind of on that front shoulder season. Usually the day after Labor Day is when the phone rings, which just like clockwork it did on last Tuesday it started ringing. So, or this Tuesday, which is it? I don't even know where we at.
Yeah.
Is it this week?
It was this.
Anyway, whatever it is, the phone started ringing and we started getting booked up. So it is going to get more and more. We're going to see it more and more. But yeah, right now we're still in good shape.
801-280-3110. Let's start a project together. You know, you've thought about it. You want the exterior of your home to look better. Let's start the project. 801-280-3110. You can sit down with some of their amazing people to look at design and look at costs and look at Hardie and get the estimate. Or if you got the gutter, call. That's where they really excel. That's where RGS originally comes from. It is all about gutters with the RGS. 801-280-3110. Give them a call. Let's get that project taken care of. We'll talk about Josh Pate's comments. That's all coming up next.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damn. Check the bathroom. Yeah?
I'm ordering damp rid!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update here on Hanson Scotty. Frank Reich, he's talking about this BYU defense, what he expects to see on Saturday night.
They're tough up front. They're going to play odd front. They're going to play some even front. They do it all, and they use their guys well. I mean, they mix it up. I mean, sometimes teams that have complex blitzes, a lot of times you don't see those until third down in the NFL because everybody wants to kind of play sound stuff on first and second down. But this team, they'll pressure on first and second down with stuff that you might not typically see until third down.
I love it. Frank Reich, he has a great football mind. I've got a lot of respect for him. We'll see what he's able to put together with this Stanford Cardinal coming up Saturday night at 8:15. That Cougars update brought to you by Kenny J's. It's barbecue so good you'll lick the sauce off your elbows. That's Kenny J's.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on The Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
University of Utah gets themselves an incredible win against UCLA, and I'm going to give you my thoughts on this. Josh Pate, who is a national football voice, and he's a voter, and he's been around for a long time. He's one of those guys out there that I kind of respect his opinion, to a certain extent, kind of respect his opinion. And he went really hard in his podcast with some thoughts on the University of Utah. And I want to jump out to those so you can hear them, and then I'll give you my opinion on them. Here's Josh Pate and his take on Utah coming out of a UCLA game.
The most egregious omission from the top 15 this week was Utah. Utah is number 8 for me. Utah is a top 10 team because Utah committed some light crime against UCLA, and I know what happened. We all know what happened. Those of us who are really diehard and we love the sport, we were sitting up at 1:30 in the morning watching Utah. Most people with an AP vote were sound asleep. And that's why Utah is currently, 25th in the AP. It's such a joke. This is why I don't have time to be schooled about my power ratings by people whose rankings are this big a joke. Utah dominated week 1. I will virtually guarantee you there will be severe upward mobility. People will be so far behind the curve on them. Well, I'm not. I'm ahead of the curve. Well, actually, I'm just on the curve because I actually watched them play the other night. The audacity, by the way, of ranking teams after you watch them play.
I like him. I think he's a hot, fiery dude, and, you know, he takes his job really serious, which I appreciate, and he puts the time in to watch these games.
Us who like college football, we're up watching it at 1:30 because I enjoy college football.
You know, Josh has been out in front of this. Another guy that's been out in front of this is Brett McMurphy. He's always had Utah kind of ranked up the notch a ways, quite a bit further than any other national personalities. There's been 3 or 4 others that have been on the Utah bandwagon, but if you've listened to Scotty and I ever since the Jason Beck acquisition, ever since we knew Devin Dampierre was going to be coming, some of the coaching staff that they were going to assemble with Mark Yatawaya and keeping their defensive staff intact, returning the defensive personnel that they did, we all projected to a large extent that Utah was going to be a significant power here in the state. That opening game against UCLA, which probably did go largely unseen by voters on the East Coast, or probably voters in the Midwest as well. That game that went largely unseen was an impressive beatdown, and it was a showcase of everything people had projected. Everybody had projected Devin Dampierre being able to run an offense under Jason Beck. Well, he puts 492 yards. He's 8 yards away from a 500 hamburger. Putting that on UCLA on the road. And you always have to include on the road because that is a big venue to jump into. But 492 yards. Passes for 206 yards. This team rushes for 286 yards. And they held time of possession. This was the big one that I mentioned yesterday. 38 minutes they held the ball offensively. UCLA had the ball for 21 minutes, essentially. Utah controlled the ball. They controlled defensively. You know, we go into the things that we saw defensively. We saw a 4-on-4 rush, and we saw 4-man pressure. When you can rush 4 and you can get to the quarterback, it's a really good sign that you got a good defense. You can run a lot of different blitzing schemes and a lot of different coverage looks when you can get there when you're rushing 4, if you have 4 downs that can actually rush. So to Josh Pate's point, the University of Utah showed enough that they should probably be inside that top 15, top 18. Josh, I believe, said, what did he say, Lloyd? Top 10?
He had him 8.
He's got him number 8?
He had him number 8, yeah.
I think in just a couple of weeks, Utah's going to prove that point. And I was just talking with Tim. Utah's got an opportunity. Before they get to that rivalry game, they've got Texas Tech and Arizona State. Both those teams are going to be somewhere in the top 20 as long as they stay where they're supposed to stay in the Big 12. Should be in the top 20 when Utah takes them on. Every top 25 win, Utah's going to take another big step. So if they just do what they got to do, they've got all of the people in front of them that can get them into the top 5. I believe that. They've got this schedule that can get them into the top 5. 1,000% believe that. If you beat the Texas Techs, the Arizona States, the BYUs, if you take care of the opponents that are in front of you, you'll get where you want to get.
And you can probably get there pretty close to midseason.
And you'll get there by midseason.
Yeah.
That's why I don't get overly hyper about this. But I get it. Josh is showing a little bit of hate and anger, Lloyd, because he's looking at national voters like, you guys aren't even watching the games. How are you not watching the games? Take the votes away from the people that are trying to throw the votes out there that aren't watching the games. And look, I'm not overly hating. That's why I don't mind not having a vote, because I don't think my vote would be educated enough, because I am such a state of Utah honk. I spend all my time watching BYU, Utah, and Utah State film. All my time. When I'm not watching them, I'm typically watching some type of cuts, some type of reruns, some type of highlights, or some type of full game coverage, because I really want to know the teams here in the state so that I can deliver that news to you on air and try to be somewhat accurate. So I don't want to have the job of having to watch a middle-of-the-pack Mountain West Conference game because, well, the rumors are that UNLV is supposed to be pretty good this year, which, by the way, I'm speaking of last year, not this year, because UNLV this year, not so hot. UNLV the last couple of years, maybe pretty decent. But I don't want to watch those games. I don't want that responsibility. And the problem is we've got voters across the country that won't stay up. And I'm going to give you another for instance. BYU kicks off at 8:15 against Stanford. Let's say they beat Stanford by 50 points. Let's say they just embarrass them. You know what? And let's go a little bit further. Let's say they beat them 43-10, like Utah just did to UCLA. And let's say they do it in the same fashion, where it's just a dominant whooping. You're controlling pace. You're controlling the score. You're controlling the field from all aspects, all three phases. There's going to be people, because the game kicks at 8:15, there's going to be people on the East Coast and in the Midwest that are probably getting in bed sometime around 9:15, which is when the game starts in the Midwest. They're getting in bed sometime around 10:15, which is when the game starts on the East Coast. That means they won't even see exactly what BYU does to Stanford. So when they go to put their top 25 together and BYU's sitting outside the AP top 25 at number 26, they may just forget BYU again. Or they might just be like, oh, geez, these people are on my back. Oh, throw them a 25 bone. That's fine. Throw them a number 25 bone. Well, Utah got a nice win against Cal Poly. Oh, boy, now we got a conundrum. So BYU's got a big win over an FCS team, and they got a big win over an ACC team. Utah's got a big win over an FCS team and a big win over a Big Ten team. Oh, what do we even do with them? I don't know. Stack them up, 24-25. Put BYU, or you put Utah number 24, put BYU 25, and get off my back. Well, we might get a few games down the line here and realize that these are two of the best defenses in the country, and realistically, they should have been preseason top 25, and by game 2, they should probably be inside top 18. But that's just the world that we live in. That's why I get so sick of these 8:15 West Coast kicks. Yeah, it's a little bit personal, too, because then I'm eating Swachos at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. And I'm just adding fat layers to my belt because I'm eating Swachos at 3:30 in the morning.
I think those things just bounce right off you these days.
No, they don't.
I think they do.
No, because I did Swachos last week.
Yeah, I know.
Saturday night, and I'm still feeling it, like in my neck, in my throat. It's worth it, by the way. Every bite is worth it. But man, it's just late. So yeah, there's a bit of personal to it, but I do get sick that the voters don't see it. So
like
thanks to Josh Pate.
Like we've discussed. Guess what? Guess who doesn't care? Kyle Whittingham. He likes being a 25.
Man, Coach Whittingham likes being at top 25 because he can look at his schedule and say we've got opportunity.
We do, but he also likes being that underdog. Am I wrong? Do you think
he
he wants
does,
to be in the top 10?
If they were sitting there right now with a Mount West Conference schedule, this is a completely different story.
Right.
I'm raising pure hell. Because then everybody has to escalate their voice and kick dirt around and call people names and try to be disruptive just to get the attention.
He knows that if he wins, guess what? If we do what's take care of business, yeah, we're going to be in there.
They'll be in there. And here's his other thought. If we were to take care of business and we get to the Big 12. Okay, so let's say we take care of business. We lose to Arizona State. We win the rest of our games, and we get to rematch Arizona State in the Big 12 championship game, and we beat them. There's a good chance that Arizona State and Utah find their way into the college football playoff. Now, I think that that's what should happen if both of them, if Arizona State was undefeated to that point and Utah was able to avenge that loss in the Big 12 championship. That's how I see it. But that's why we still have to be a little bit noisy, because we still want the country to stand up and take a look at the Big 12. That's why there's some other big games that are going down this weekend that we'll talk about in Football Fridays with Coach Ron McBride, who just showed up, and I don't know how he's doing it. It's like he's Coach Benjamin Button. Every time I see him, he looks 10 years younger and 5 times better looking. But Coach Ron McBride, Alima Harrington, they're here for Football Fridays. We'll start that at 1 o'clock. We're live at RGS Exteriors. We'll tell you how you can get involved with that. That's all coming up next. What you may have missed right here on Hans and Scotty.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I want to shout out to Dave Nellis and every other America First Credit Union worker for all the great work that you put in and the amazing work that you put in for our communities. Your backpack drives, your diaper drives, your food drives during the holidays, which we've got our food drive that's either engaged or about to start up. I need to call and talk to Dave Nellis about it because America First Credit Union is always putting work back into our communities, and I love you all for it. I've got to meet so many great managers, and I've got to meet so many great people that work in the different offices at America First Credit Union. These are the people that represent our state. A company that was started here in Utah in 1939, a company that has been very close to my heart for many years, been a client of theirs for about 18 years now, and a company that I can absolutely guarantee you will take care of you with any lending or any of your money protections. They've got what you need. That's America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Our climate is dry. After all, we live in a beautiful desert state made up of high mountains and red rocks. Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. And the best part? You can get paid to make the switch. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one no Chevy like Doug.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The University of Utah comes home for their home opener, and Devin Dampier is pretty excited about it.
Super excited. I've heard a lot of articles before I even came here. The Rice Eccles effect. Everyone that comes here, especially away teams, are it's so hard to play here. So to be on the home team, I'm really excited to get to feel that.
Utah fans, I hope you welcome it in. I hope the Muss is crazy. I hope that Rice Eccles is crazy. Even though it's Cal Poly, give Devin Dampier his money's worth. That is your Utes at 50 update. Brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all those barbecue favorites. That's Kenny J's.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense number 98. Number 98's defense actions has disqualified him from the game.
Whoa.
15-yard penalty.
Whoa.
Automatic. First down.
So Jalen Carter, the focus and the star for the Cowboys, for the Eagles on the front line, out for the game before a snap.
I love the whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's what happens when you hock a loogie on somebody. You're going to get chucked out of the game, and I think rightfully so. Jalen Carter leaves that game last night on Thursday Night Football between the Cowboys and the Eagles. It almost ended up mattering, but it didn't because Philly came out of that thing with a win. But I got to ask a question before I put Coach Mack and a limo on here. Put them both on. Are we? I know Football Fridays doesn't start until 1. Are you guys going to charge us extra if we?
You'll see the invoice.
Okay.
See the invoice.
Coach, I got you. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
By the way, I wouldn't ask, but Lloyd told me to ask. So he's the one that gets billed.
Well, Lloyd, hey, Lloyd, take care of business.
You're going to have to pay him for the extra 4 minutes. Coach Mack, did you ever see a player spit on one of your players? Or did you ever have a player spit on somebody?
Yeah.
Is there any more form of disrespect? I'd rather have somebody try to punch me in the face than spit in my face.
Well, I had a guy used to bite people.
That's a bad one, too.
I don't know how you bite somebody through your own face mask. Well, this guy, this guy
Hans
did.
that was the biter?
Yeah,
I was not the biter.
I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm biting. I said, what for?
You had a biter on a team?
Yeah, a guy I played with in high school. I never forgot. He had the guy's leg out there, and he's he's biting the guy's leg. and Eddie Hopple.
Didn't you?
I said, Eddie, don't bite the guy. Your mom paid a lot of money for those teeth.
Hey, didn't you have a grab and twister?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Jack Campbell. Yeah, Fat Jack. Yeah, Fat Jack was a criminal.
Okay, I'd rather be punched than spit on.
Yeah.
But I'd rather be spit on than grabbed and twisted.
Yeah.
Would you
the
agree?
grab and twist, which is the Chris Full-Matamafala story, right?
Yeah.
That most people are familiar with, the game against Utah State, and he came back, and he comes to Coach Mack, he's like, Coach, and he pulls down the pants, and he's showing all these welts that he's got right around the private areas, and it's like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Did you address that one?
I did, yeah.
But spinning, spinning is a big deal too. But that I don't know that it.
And you know what? They've done that a couple of times. They did it against Kentucky.
Yeah.
When Louisville played Kentucky, they did it against some team from L.A. And I'm looking at the center in one game. I'm watching the film, and I see this center hopping up like this because the guy's grabbing his groin, And I said, why is the center hopping up like this? This guy
he's getting him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason he's hopping.
Yeah, and then
do you address that in a game as a head coach? Do you?
Well, yeah, I did. Later on, obviously after the Utah State game, and I said, hey, they've done this before, and. Of course, they denied it. They denied everything.
Hey, Coach, do you know who holds the all-time record at BYU for most fumble recoveries in a year?
You?
Yeah. You know how I did it?
Oh, were you?
All things necessary to get that football
that does not
away
surprise me.
from the other team.
Yeah.
Wait, so you
I would
twister?
get into a scrum, and I'm not saying I'm a grab and twister, but I'm not saying I'm not.
Hey,
no, I am not.
Hey, I tell you what, I wouldn't admit to that if I were you.
Coach, but when I would come up with the football, nobody worried about that. It was just
everybody loved you.
Yeah, it was total elation.
Everybody with the BYU sign on their shirt.
They're the only ones that love me. That's absolutely right. By the way,
how many recoveries? Like what is the record?
It was 6 in a season.
6 in a season?
6 in a season.
Wow, that's impressive.
So I see I see the guy. I see the grabber twister at a gym in Ogden some years later. Right?
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I said, dude, what about this deal? He says, yeah. Well, it's like when you denut a calf. That's
okay.
Okay. Yeah. And I said, yeah.
Little calf duration.
I said, well, who taught you to do that? He said, the coach taught me to do that.
Oh, that's the one that you don't want to hear.
Yeah.
Coach taught me. So tell me, okay, I'm going to get this opinion from both of you. Is the ejection the right thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Should there be any other penalty past the ejection? Because he missed the full game. This was before first snap.
Well, if it's before the game, then you whatever it is, you miss 4 quarters. So if it happens in the first quarter, you miss the next first quarter of the next game. Right. But I think that's a full game penalty to show that type of disrespect for not just another player, but in my opinion, you're disrespecting the game. You do stuff like that.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Like it felt pretty ugly, and it was the opening game.
Yeah.
But how good that game was! Really good. Did you guys watch it?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that game was good. It had everything. And hey, Mr. Lamb. What the hell? Did you leave your hands at home?
Well,
if you got a receiver that's missing passes like that, Coach?
J.D. Lamb had a chance 3 times to make big plays.
He did.
And,
he did. And it was big drop after big drop.
Yeah.
And Lamb is amazing. Like, I've got a lot of respect for him. He had a couple of great catches in the first half of the game, but you drop those passes coming down the stretch. Oh, man. So he had apologies. Jalen Carter had apologies. Everybody was apologizing after that game.
Well,
that's why you get paid the big bucks, is to make those catches.
Hey, it's too late to apologize after the game. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Coach, let me tell you this, too. They're staring down that third down. They got to get the Eagles off the field. They would have had, about a minute 30 left.
Right.
no timeouts, and you know that Hurts is going to run that ball. Like they went empty. They went empty. They're going to run everybody on a man. They're trying to get all the defenders to turn and run. They're going to keep two highs because they don't want to give up anything.
Right.
You've got to have somebody. Hurts had killed you all game long. How do you not have somebody there to contain every gap?
Well, they should have had a spy guy sitting right there, which is they look at their film today and then the head coach is saying to the defense, "Where's the spy?" And they should have worked on it in practice because they already know what's going to happen in the situation, and then you got a spy guy, and all he does is spy the quarterback.
And once Hurts takes off, put the hurt on him, and you get the ball back with an opportunity.
Yeah.
Instead, he gets the first down, and
so they look at the film today, and head coach asked the defensive coordinator, "Hey, why didn't you spy the guy? Everybody in the world knew what he was going to do," and then the defensive coordinator says, "Well, we talked about it."
We'll do it next time.
That's the standard. That's usually the standard answer. We talked about it and we took a couple of reps.
Hey, how many times in a game did you know what was coming but you couldn't stop it? And what's that like when you know what's coming and you can't stop it?
Yeah, well, a few times. Yeah, yeah.
Is that a desperate feeling? Like,
yeah. Well, okay, here's what they're going to do. And so you know what they're going to do, and you still, have a defender make a mistake, and a guy not rotate back into coverage, or a guy misses a simple combination block or something.
Gets caught peeking.
Yeah. So it happens.
Doesn't stay home. Doesn't contain.
Or you just don't have the horses. You look at Utah against UCLA last week. BYU against Portland State last week.
Just don't have the horses.
They don't have the horses. Like BYU or Utah, whichever is going to get what they want.
They use them up.
And you know what you do? You take the check.
You take the check.
If you're Portland State.
Go home and lick the wounds.
If you're UCLA, you wait to hear from your boosters, and the boosters like, that can never happen to us ever again.
Yeah.
Well, at Weaver, a couple of those teams we played, right after the game, the coach coming in, "Where's my check?" And I said, "That guy over there has it." He said, "Okay, well, I need my check and I need to get on the bus."
Hey, we're live at RGS. We are going to kick off Football Fridays coming up here in just a few minutes. But Tim here at RGS, we're rebuilding exteriors. We're taking care of gutter issues. And when I talk about rebuilding exteriors, it's everything from putting a deck out your back door to fixing the siding to putting maybe a stone skirt wrap around the house. Tim, you guys do it all on the exteriors.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for. Well, I talk about it all the time. If I could make a living doing what you guys do, with football, that's where I'd be at. But since I can't, I'm the second string guy of what you do. So I had to go do what I'm good at, and that's exteriors, and that's what we're here for.
I'm just going to tell you, you've got a great life.
Well,
you've got a great life.
First of all, Coach is more nervous about his game today.
Oh, big game for Summit.
Then he's about the exteriors, right?
Yeah.
So right now, the exteriors is second.
His mind's in San Juan, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So San Juan has won league title
four straight,
straight, and they're good. They're really good.
They're so well coached.
And so he's over here like this, and he's seeing.
Yeah.
He's seen things.
You know what that means? This is the best time to call because.
Yeah.
You
Tim
get
is
it.
like, whatever. Take care of it. You guys take care of it.
Hey,
I got my mind on the game.
Can you do this for no problem?
We got
it. And then the guy will call back on Monday. You said on Friday. Well, yeah, but I was in another zone.
Coach, you're not wrong.
And what's that drink you got there? What is that?
Celsius. We got to get some energy here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Hey, okay. Let's see if we can take advantage of him. Let's see if we can.
Yes, let's get a deal.
One of the purchases that's called in today, you're going to get a free Blackstone.
But, look, he's not wrong. No, but here's the truth. We got in our show notes that we're giving a Blackstone.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have no idea how we're doing it, but we're giving it away.
This is on top of the Minky blankets that you get with a completed estimate?
So the Minky Couture blankets are just for the estimate. The Blackstone is if somebody that buys is getting
a Blackstone.
Let's go.
Blackstone.
Well, who's buying? Who's?
I use my Blackstone at least 4 days a week.
There's one downstairs. I don't know if you guys saw that when you walked up.
Yeah.
It's down there already purchased, so we're ready to go. And we actually, joking aside, we actually signed some deal with Blackstone where we're getting them at wholesale, and so we're basically going to giving them out for customers that buy a job.
I love that.
That's kind of a September promotion. I don't know what it is. So like Coach Max said, it is what it is. Colin, we're going to figure it out. Today's the day.
So let me straighten out this madness.
How many Blackstones do we have today?
It depends on how many jobs we sell today, I guess.
There you go.
Okay. So let's.
Coach Max giving a Blackstone to everybody.
This is Coach Mack, the salesman. I love this guy.
Hey, we got 15 Blackstones sitting down there.
Jeez, Coach, he had 3. No, I'm just kidding.
If we sell them, we'll sell them.
We're going to move them.
Hey, and the first 15 people that walk in, well, I can't. Well, no, I can't say it.
Not going to send you home empty-handed.
Look, we'll figure. Joking aside, we'll figure something out. Look, the bottom line is if we sell a job, we'll do it. Now, if you're buying a $1,000 gutter job, we probably can't give you a $1,000 Blackstone.
Yeah.
But if you're buying Coach Max says we can.
If you're doing exterior.
But look, if we were doing a job, we'll definitely figure it out. Just call the guys, and they'll come out to your home and we'll look at it. We'll figure it out. We're going to try to make it right for everybody. And I never want to be the guy to put a sense of urgency in things because that's just not our company. We're not a do-it-now kind of thing. But like we talked in the first segment, it is, and especially with gutters right now, it really is kind of the time. Leaves are going to be – you look up in the mountains, higher elevation, they're already starting to turn.
Yep.
I got one of our coaches has been hunting all week and chasing a deer around with his bow. And
leaves are turning.
He said they're turning.
Hey. The coach can't be out hunting, but he's supposed to be coaching.
Especially against San Juan. What's he doing up there? Let's get him down out of the mountains.
He's come down every day for practice, so he's been hunting in the morning.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm glad you segmented that.
Coach Mack, we'll just let his wife worry about that from now on. I mean, he's there for his coaching and he's there for his hunting.
Yeah.
His wife has the questions now.
And the guy doesn't have a job. He just
the problem is with us coaches, like all you guys know, like football's one. Well, family's first. Football's two.
Why'd you wink?
Yeah, boy, I tell you what.
Why'd you wink?
Hey, you should have gone. You should have. It's good you went to that family situation first, because if your wife was listening to the program, well, what do you mean? Where are we? Third, fourth?
I just got a text from Bronco Mendenhall. He said, "Tell Tim I'm upset with him." Your list doesn't fit.
Well, you guys get the idea. But hunting's up there.
Yeah. You love to hunt.
I do love to hunt.
Let's straighten out this, Matt. It's just call 801-280-3110. That's 801-280-3110. And really, it comes down to a couple things. Exteriors on your home, whatever you got, we've got answers for you. And then your gutters. If you've had problems, leaks, ice dams that come with the winter, call us now. We can get those things fixed. 801-280-3110. Football Fridays next.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Express Employment Professionals makes hiring easy. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, being ghosted, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Move up to the pros with ExpressPros.com. With Express, you can lower contingent labor costs and reduce turnover. Every day, Express recruits and screens a variety of workers in your area. So when it's time to hire, they have the talent you need, ready to go to work. When you're ready to improve your hiring efficiency, choose Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location nearest you. ExpressPros.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth will be live in studio coming up this Monday with Scotty and I to help you with your retirement plan. Tune in or visit retireteton.com. It is a Football Friday here on Hans and Scotty, having a blast. And Lemma, we need to take just a minute. We've been asked to bow to Coach Mack.
Indeed.
So
as we should.
We're all praising and bowing to the man who's about to be enshrined
in the Ring of Honor. Coach,
what an amazing day.
Well deserved.
Well, it's great. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about it. How's this all gone down? And what are the festivities? Did they have a full day?
What did Vicky negotiate?
Well, Vicky's been tough to deal with. So all of a sudden, she's in charge of everything, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's not all of a sudden she's in charge. It's all of a sudden I realize she's been in charge this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the entire, 40, 50 years?
65.
Is it 65?
65.
Coach
years.
Mack.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is more impressive than your coaching career.
I would agree.
Well, I tell you what, she wakes up in the morning and she says, "What about my tickets?" I said, okay. And then, what about my cousin? How about the cousin's tickets? How about this guy's tickets? That guy's tickets? And then she said, "What about this?" And then Jeff Rudy says to me, says, I'll handle Vicky. I said, good luck.
Will you also handle the 50-ticket request? That's what I want to know, Jeff.
Well, I talked to Jeff this morning. He said, whatever you want, you got.
Yes,
so,
as it should be.
So
yeah, it's your day.
Yeah,
it's your day.
Yeah, but it's so. What is so important about this day is it's about the players, it's about the support staff, it's about the trainers, it's about the weight room people. You know, it's about all those people that help build this thing. You know, and it's about what Kyle's doing right now. You know, so it's pretty amazing when I look back at the whole thing. That when they hired me, you know, they said, well, as long as you don't get beat too badly by BYU, you know.
Not that you win.
No, it didn't have to win. Just
don't embarrass us.
Just don't embarrass us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, oh, the ceiling is pretty low.
Yeah.
And be respectable, you know. So that was kind of, and it was a basketball school.
Yeah.
And but being an assistant coach there for 7 years, you know, with Wayne Howard, you know, I could see this thing as a sleeping giant, just handled the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't worry about minuses; you just worry about the pluses, and you kind of go by the minuses, you know. So there had to be a building process, and I had in my mind when I was an assistant coach there that, okay, here's the things you need to do, which we'd done before, you know, at other schools. And so the first thing you had to do was you know, get your locker room right. You know, the first thing to do is it's about players. So what we did is we had to have a system. Okay, how do you handle your return missionaries?
Yeah, that was big.
So, yeah.
That was huge at the time.
Yeah. So we needed to have a system that was better than BYU's at handling the return missionaries. Yeah. So what we did is we would take 7 to 10 missionaries every year. And I would sign a personal letter guaranteeing a scholarship when they came back.
Yeah.
And we'd put them as part-time students so we didn't have to use their first year up. See, at BYU, Lavelle was using their first year up with those guys. I said, we can actually pay for their graduate work.
Yeah, great shirt.
Because when they come back, they would have 5 to play 4 and actually 6 to play 5, you know, where you look at it. So we were able to do that. We lost a couple of missionary kids because if they were good players, when they were on their mission, BYU would recruit
No. That's, come on, Coach. That never, ever happened.
That is
no.
That is
no.
That is a lie.
That is a lie.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. So BYU found out they liked them while they were out there. Then they go get them.
And then, so that was the first thing. And then the second thing is you had to get your locker room where you had a third, and a third. So we're going to have a third Caucasian, a third Polynesian, and a third African American. That's the locker room. Okay, so we're gonna put together a locker room with a lot of mixture of people.
Yeah.
Okay, so you form a good locker room that has a lot of different opinions. Then the next thing you got to do is you got to be able to bring them together for one common cause, and that was Camp Carbon. We looked all over the state of Utah, and then when I drove into down there, and I said, you know,
This is the place.
This is the place because the field was bad, the housing was bad, the food was good, you know. And I'm thinking, I say, hey, this is it. You know, there's no question in my mind. I said, this is the place because the mines were having problems at the time, and Helper, a lot of the houses were closed. I'm looking, hey, this is perfect.
Yeah.
You get down there, it's just like going to Laramie, Wyoming.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, hey, we stick these guys down here for like 3 weeks, because we were a quarter school at that time. So this would be perfect because
what field what field was it that you were working on out there?
The field they had, at the college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Terrible field, by the way.
Was it bad?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah.
Farmers field.
When Coach came in '96, I started at Channel 5, and we were down there covering Coach Mack, and I knew Coach Mack from his reputation long before he got here. But that you go down there, and it's like I had high school football camps that were at better venues than that.
Yeah. So
you like that though? You like
that?
But
it was perfect.
It was perfect because the coaches didn't like it. I loved it. The players didn't like it, but I loved it. and everybody when the players when guys wanted to leave, they said, I don't want to be here. I said, okay. I said, the bus stop is down here about, a mile away. You can go down and catch a bus, and that bus will take you back to Salt Lake. How do I get down there? I said, you can walk your ass down there.
For all I care.
So there was, well, where am I? So most of them, especially the guys from California and Hawaii, they had no idea where they were, right? Yeah. And I said, well, you're best to stay here because it's safer. There's a lot of problems. That mile walk down there to catch that bus, a lot of weird people down there.
And there's no water between here and there.
Yeah.
Maybe some wild animals.
You'll dehydrate.
Yeah. And by the way,
you made it miserable for them.
I did.
But you're forced to figure it out.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's the environment that you're creating.
Yeah.
Well, at least everybody could hate one thing together. And that was you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Believe me, and every day wasn't perfect. We had fights. We had this. We had that. We had wives come down. The kicker's wife came down and wanted to take him home, right? I said, what are you doing here? I'm taking him home. This is not good for him.
I got to tell you, just because you remind you telling guys, where are you going to go? Remind me of a funny story with Ken Schmidt.
Yeah.
We were playing at Hawaii, so we're on the Rock.
Yes.
And we're doing a walkthrough. And Darren Yancey, I'll just say it because, Darren was Darren. Darren got in a fight with another player.
Yeah.
During the walkthrough.
During the walkthrough?
Yeah, like grabbing shirts and tearing shirts and throwing fists and Darren throws his hands up. He's like, I'm done with this beep. I'm out of here. And he starts walking, and Ken Schmidt goes, hell, man, where the hell you going to go? You're on a rock.
That's right.
He's like, go and pay for your own flight. And you see Darren turn around like, oh, that's right. Never mind.
Yeah.
I guess I'll stay.
Yeah, you got nowhere to go, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll come back. So you had him, Coach. You had him barreled up.
He said you either come out of here tough or you don't come out of here at all.
I love that.
But it was really good, for making these guys' minds right and developing toughness. And then obviously you had to put together your recruiting base, and then you had to hire a bunch of assistants that were loyal to your cause.
Mm-hmm.
So. We had, then that first group, was.
I still look back at Steve Kalfusi as being such a critical hire at that time.
Well, yeah, Steve was a critical hire because it was so important that we established our presence in Hawaii.
Yep.
And Steve spoke Tongan
Yep.
as well as English.
Yep.
And he had a good presence, and he was great in the homes, and he was I look back at we've had since Steve.
Yep.
We've had seven Kafusis go through the system, and there's the Doug's kids now playing there.
Steve and Rich came through BYU,
right,
out of Dixie, right, and then everybody else, Utah. I mean, we're getting some Kafusis now, but at that time, it changed the landscape of recruiting, both in Hawaii and in Utah.
Yeah. So it was Henry was the first one, and then Steve came as an assistant, and then everybody else fell into line.
Yep.
I like it.
Yeah. So, and the Kafusi lineage is still going on. You know, just like the Mahafala. There's a Mahafala now on this team that's a sister's kid, and that would be the fifth Mahafala.
Yeah.
And then the Molini family. You know, that whole.
What about the Olivaus?
Yeah,
Olivaus. And Katai was the key because he was the player in Hawaii that year. Okay, and what happened
at Kahuku.
At Kahuku,
yeah.
So Norm Chow didn't show up for the home visit. They called me and said, "Could you come tonight?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be right there." Yeah. So I went right there. And Kautai,
this is a critical moment, by the way.
Yeah.
This is a critical moment.
And Kautai's dad was the bishop at that time.
Yep.
And so I made the home visit, sat down, you know, did my thing with the family, and they said, yeah, we're you know, they fasted and prayed on it, and fasted and prayed and came to Utah, you know. So that was huge.
Because you were there.
And then the rest of them fall. Mahafala fell.
Yep.
Donnie Utu fell.
Yep.
You know, that recruiting class, out of the 10 to 12 best players in the islands, we got 10 of them.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Big turning spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just Oahu, but the kids off of Maui.
Yeah.
I mean, it was huge.
Yeah. So that was big, and Kautai was the only missionary that we had that started as a freshman, came back off his mission, and when he came back, he started again. And he was not a good player, he was a great player.
All right, Coach, I want you to hold the thoughts because I know you've got a list of some people, and we've got a lot more that we need to talk about because I want to talk about the festivities that we've got coming up tomorrow.
Okay.
And what Utah fans can expect for your enshrinement and so many other things. We'll get into some BYU Stanford talk. We got to talk Stanford. But we're live at RGS Exteriors, hanging out with Tim. And we've got Blackstones out there. And if you're looking at a project, come in. Let's sit down. We'll talk about this project. If you decide to move forward, we're going to put a griddle on your back deck or on your patio. But we've got a great giveaway, the Blackstone. And Tim, I know you're always trying to take care of people, but I want people to understand you got financing options, you got great pricing, but you got quality craftsmanship. You guys really do care.
Well, we do, and like we talked a lot about right now, we're getting ready for the wintertime, and so there's such a focus on the gutters. You know, we got gutter covers, so you don't ever have to clean your gutters again, and the heat cable or heat tape so that you can take care of your eyes. So really that's kind of the focus this time of year, and the phone's kind of ringing off the hook right now because of that. And like we talked a little bit on the first segment, but just to kind of reiterate, don't wait till you can afford and pay cash for it, because by the time you do that, it's going to go up in price. Finance it. And on something like that, like we have 6 and 12 months same as cash, where you literally can get the job done today and not pay a cent or a penny until then. So, you know, that gives you 12 months to save it up, and then you can pay it all at once. You can make monthly payments. You can do whatever you want. But we have a lot of options, and our recommendation is just get it done today and don't even think about it.
If you hate the exterior, you're sick of the stucco, we can get that stucco off. We can put the James Hardy on. You can really just reimagine your entire front part of your house with stone wraps. You could throw on some columns. You throw in some board and batten. Maybe you go with the shakes. I love the shakes look. Is that in or is that out right now?
No, I think it's in. I think the only reason why people don't do a ton of it is shake is a little bit more expensive than your standard lap. So what we always recommend is do it an accent.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe not the whole wall.
Put it up in a peak.
But exactly. That's exactly what, and that's exactly what I just said on my home, on the garage that I just built. That's exactly what I did. You just do some accents. And then one thing that's getting really popular right now is with the Hardy itself, is you'll do Hardy in the majority of the house, and then maybe one wall you do in some kind of a wood look. So we still do a Hardy product or a metal product, so you don't have to have the maintenance, but we do it looks like wood, and that's really, really popular right now.
All you got to do, 801-280-3110. We'll come out, we'll take a picture of your current house and situation, put it into our software, and we can add the shakes and the board and batten or the Hardy plank or a deck or columns or a stone wrap. We can add it, and you can see it.
It's amazing.
Before you even move forward with it.
That's absolutely. Let's do it.
801-280-3110. Let's get the project started. If you got gutter problems, we'll take care of that too. 801-280-3110. More Football Fridays. We're going to talk more about Coach Mack and his enshrinement coming up next.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California? Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Kalani Sitake talking about his team.
Guys that you didn't see, I know we played a lot of different people on the field in all three phases. There's guys that are still working on health and getting majority of all the guys that you didn't see. That's the main reason. So, and it's nothing that's going to keep them out long term, but we're hoping to get them back. I mean, it was really good to see the backups come in and get 2s and 3s and 4s, not just get reps, but actually have success on the field.
Kalani Sitake talking about the health of his team. It looks like some guys are going to be available, and we'll see how this team comes together coming up tomorrow night at 8:15. That's your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
College football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Coach Mack was responsible for the resurgence of Utah football, did a phenomenal job recruiting, got really good players into the program, masterful recruiter. If you just say what is Coach Mack's strength, it was recruiting, and in college that's the most important aspect of your job, so you can say he was the best at what was the most important. Had a great rapport with his players loved him, passionate coach, loves the game, still coaches to this day. I believe he's still working with kids in the community and helping out where he can, so he's continuing to be effective. He really put Utah football back on the map, like I said. For me personally, gave me my first opportunity in Division I football. I'm forever grateful for that. I got my start here at Utah, came from right up the road at Idaho State, a 1AA program, and so he was instrumental in my path. Very well deserved, obviously deserving of his Ring of Honor induction that he's going to be getting this week, and he's meant so much to the community, not just Utah football and the university, but he's so active in the community, and he's a guy that is constantly giving and has done that all his life, and like I said, I'm eternally grateful for him and what he did for me.
Kyle Whittingham on Coach Ron McBride, who's sitting on headset here with us, and it's awesome sitting here with Lima Harrington, Coach Ron McBride. Football Friday, we get to sit around and talk college football all day, and this has been a blast over the years, but this is a special day. This is Enshrinement Eve. This is the day before we see Coach Mack put up on a wall and immortalized. It's pretty exciting. What did you think of some of Kyle Whittingham's comments?
Oh yeah, well, Kyle was an important hire, because we needed a person like Kyle. Very smart, very good recruiter.
Cougar background.
Coaching background. No. Dad was a coach.
Hey, the Cougar background was important because the Cougars back in the day were the only team in the league that played defense back, and Kyle and Fred had a lot to do with it.
They knew how to do it.
Well, Fred's presence on the field, was excellent. He was a gap.
We're talking about, for people listening at home, Fred Dad.
Yeah. Fred Dad, yeah, because he was sound. He was sound schematically, technique-wise, gap-wise, everything. And then Kyle was smart, and efficient and grounded, So what you had is Dad was a little hard to handle at times because it's Fred being Fred, But
it's Big Fred.
Yeah, but you knew what you were going to get when you hired him, But at the time we hired Fred, it's exactly what we needed, And then Kyle was perfect because he was kind of an in-between guy, He was a lot like Fred, but he was more grounded than Fred. So his presence was really good because he was,
Do you remember the year you hired him?
What was let's see, we had Greg McMacken first as a defensive coordinator, and then when he left, we hired Fred, and then we hired Kyle, okay? But, and so those were really, at the time, those were the people that we needed, and then we brought Alex Gerke in, give us toughness in the offensive line. Dondo was already there. Sean McNabb was kind of the smart guy of the group because he knew what was going on all the time, and Fred Graves, the receiver coach, he was hard on those guys, but he was great. And those guys between and Jugie had been with me for over 60 years.
Who?
Jugie Wayne Hogue, the corner coach. And then Gary Anderson played for me, coached for me. Very, very important guy, great coach. So all those guys, Jugie, Kyle, Fred, that whole group. Those guys were just were awesome. And then we hired some people that were, in the staff. Kate Chittister was our recruiting coordinator. Kathy Peasley, my secretary, was so protective. A lot like
Shirley. Like
yeah.
Shirley Johnson down at BYU. Yeah.
No, nobody messed with Kathy. And Kathy.
No, that was Shirley.
Yeah, that was Shirley. Yeah, and Kathy was so loyal, and she would tell me. I'd come in the morning. She'd say, "You don't want to talk to that guy. You don't want to
screen all of it."
Yeah, she screened everything. And then Bill being our trainer was awesome. Robert, who worked in the equipment room, awesome. People who cleaned the facility, awesome. We hired Dwight Dobb as our first strength coach, and he was with me at Arizona, and so it's really good. And then
he was your first strength coach at the University of Utah.
Yeah. And then Richie,
was he old school strength? What was he?
Yeah.
Old school explosion.
And I was responsible for the weight room in Arizona, so I was with him every day, and he was the assistant there, and so. He was so when I got the job, so Majerus, he didn't care about the weight room or who was coaching the weights, but he did care about, he wanted to have his opinion. He said, "Well, you can't hire what the football coach wants," and so and so I had to kind of smooth, Majerus. I said, "Hey, Rick, look. I'll trade you this for this. I need that. I need the strength coach. What are you going to give me for the strength coach? I'll give you one of my tutors.
5 more hours in the weight room.
Yeah, but so
we'll add a buffet.
And then Richie Smith built the Smith Fieldhouse. And that was huge. And Eccles put up the first $10 million for the stadium, and it just.
What were they like working with?
Good, yeah. I mean, Spence Eccles is to this day is still tied in to that football program. That Eccles family's firmly committed to the football program. They do everything they can, and Spence Clark back in those days was huge, and with support and obviously the Rice family, was awesome. The Kim Gardner and the Huntsmans and that group, they all, as things got better, when you start winning games, and all of a sudden you get facilities and you get things, so. They all stepped up, and they, it was so awesome what everybody did.
Coach, when they put your statue out there in front of Rice Eccles Stadium, I'm going to make sure that they do an engraved plate on that statue with all these names.
Yeah, well, it's about all these people. It's not. It's about the players. It's about the support staff. It's about the guys that clean the building. It's about the guys who are around the players every day. It's about the people in the equipment room. But they all got to be in the same page. They're saying the same thing.
Well, I'm okay giving these people credit when the program is getting first place finishes in the WAC and first place finishes in the Mountain West Conference, which they did. But they also, when some of these coaches get fired, they got to take the credit for that too. They got to take the blame.
Yeah.
So, we're going to kick some blame over there too. Like, you are a big part of everything that functions at that university. And when Coach Mack rises to the greatest heights, you can't help but look at the strength staff and look at the coaches around him. I look at those years with Coach Edwards. It was the same.
Yeah.
Those coaches around him. Coach Edwards got all the hype. He got all the buzz. But behind the scenes, there were dudes cranking.
I'm telling you what, now, Lavelle had great assistants. He had good weight room people. A couple of his doctors were a little shaky, but well, I shouldn't say that. I take it back. but no, but they were all on the same. They were all on the same page.
Oh yeah.
I think here's one of the things I think. Well, I think about when we were playing and we were still in the Smithfield house. The locker room was still over there.
Yep.
And I think about when I was at BYU, we'd go up to a University of Utah game. It was kind of a joke. Utah was playing the University of Hawaii. We'd go up there on a bye week, and we'd, be in the stands, and we'd be giving people a hard time or whatever. Small stadium, and I remember my claim to fame was I got the wave going in Rice Stadium at the time. But you look at where we came from at BYU and all the the indoor facility, all those things that are part of Legacy Hall. But when you drive up to the University of Utah, and I know what it was like prior to, I've been around a long time. What you see at the University of Utah now is so, in large part, Coach, because of you. And I mean that sincerely. Yeah. It's like I can't even fathom if what it must be like for you, and that I'm sure you don't take the credit for it. But when I'm driving up there, I'm just like, man, Coach Mack built this.
It. Well, it's funny your perspective.
Yeah,
my perspective is when I got to BYU in 1996, we're in our first summer workouts, and we're 2 weeks in, and they're like, all right, so here's our Utah stuff, and I'm like, what? That's in 12 weeks.
Yeah,
what are we doing? Well, this is what we don't do. This is what we do. This is who is a major problem. And by the time I hit 96, this was, I'm pointing at Coach Ron McBride. He was criminal number one.
Yep.
He was America's most wanted.
The game became a game.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was America's most wanted in 96. And in my 5 years at BYU, we went 3-2. And one of the things I hold the most dear is being able to get that win my senior year because Utah was a nightmare, and it was Coach Mack that did it. And we were all aware of that.
And one of the greatest regrets of my football career was my senior year at Rice Stadium losing to the University. Not just losing. I mean, Scott Mitchell tore us up. but losing to the University of Utah. This is prior to Coach Mack coming. But even then, it was a big deal. And we never lost to the University of Utah. And then all of a sudden it became, okay, every year this is going to be a holy war and it's going to be competitive.
Yeah. Well, that was the idea, because BYU is the flagship of the conference. Mm-hmm. And we were the stepchild of the conference, And that's where they looked at Utah. They looked at Utah as kind of, hey, that's a win. You know how you look at your calendar and say who are you going to win and who are you going to lose to? Okay, so they just mark us off as a win. But that had to change, and you had to do it systematically, And you look at where it is today. It's a family affair because you got Kyle is the leader.
Oh yeah.
Scally is the leader. Luther and Lewis,
these are all your guys.
Yeah. They developed the front line, and Colton Swan, who is my coordinator at Weber, is the linebacker coach, and Sharif is the corner coach, and
he was your guy.
He is my guy. Cyrus Tadafanga, who's the academic guy, you know. And always, they can't lie to Cyrus because he's been through all of it. Yeah. So Cyrus, I said, Cyrus, you know all the lies they're going to tell you about. He said, yeah, I know. I've went through it when I played.
Yeah.
And then Jim Harding, you know, has been a really awesome there, great recruiter. Chucky now is the running back coach, and Chucky's the personality
Chucky.
guy.
Marky Atawaya, yeah.
Marky, I call him Chucky.
Yeah.
Chucky. Hey, Chucky.
Does he know that you're calling his name, or is he?
Yeah, I don't ever think I knew his first name. I just call him Chucky.
Chucky Atawaya.
Yeah, Chucky. Hey, and then Jason, you know, I first hired him at Weber. Give me his first job.
Jason Beck, offensive coordinator.
Jason Beck, you know.
That's right. I forgot you gave Jason his first job.
Yeah. And then Freddie Jr., you know,
Yep.
has done a great job with the tight ends. And Jake Cougars, I brought him from Kentucky with me. He was my college roommate at Kentucky. Vicky and I lived downstairs, and he lived upstairs. Yeah.
Jeez.
And then the Condi boys, and
it's a family affair.
What a night. Tomorrow night is going to be.
It's a family affair.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be a major point of pride for you, Coach. You know, to look at this coaching staff and to look at the family environment, University of Utah. And it all ties back to
It's
you.
incredible because all these families, the Bartons, the Kafusis, the Molinis, the Joneses, the Mahafalas, the Kiamatus, the Mokafisis, you know, all these people, you know, family, family.
Yeah.
You know? And then you look at the even up in the administration now, you know, the AD was a GA for us at Arizona when I was there. And Mark is awesome, and they got Manny, and they got Jeff, and they got Charmel, and they got Keith. All of them, these guys all up in the administrative part, you know. So you go there, and you feel really happy. And then, you know, I always appreciate Chris Hill for him hiring.
Yeah.
You know,
I think about the Woodburys too.
Yeah. Oh, Woody was awesome.
Yeah.
So I was with a guy the other night, right, from Wyoming, right? And back in the day, all those Wyoming guys, the press guys, all smoked.
Yeah.
And they all drank, right? So Woody was the only guy he was like their security guy, right? Because Woody didn't drink and he didn't smoke, right? So he would be their designated driver back in the day. He would say, I'd say, and I said, I love those days with that Wyoming group because, you know, you walk into a room, they're all playing cards, they're all smoking those cigarettes with no filters.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're going to say with the funny stuff in it.
No.
Good.
Just like non-filtered.
Yeah.
I said, you guys they're smoking Lucky Strikes, you know, and then there's and they all were drinking beer,
adult beverages.
And they say, I'll take a hit on that. Okay, I'll take a hit on that. And those guys were a fun group, you know, the Wyoming group.
Well, it's an incredible day coming up tomorrow. Coach Mack going to be enshrined into the Ring of Honor for the University of Utah. We'll take a real quick look at Utah Cal Poly coming up next. We're live at RGS, and then at the 2 o'clock hour, we'll jump into BYU Stanford. That's all coming up on a Football Friday.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, it's time, people. Bar Dubs is open. It's official. The new restaurant just off I-15. If you're hitting that commute, you're headed down south to St. George, right there in Nephi. Third exit on your way down. You're going to find that amazing Bar Dubs burger. If you're coming up from St. George, It's going to be that first exit, that beautiful Nephi exit. Jump off the exit. You see that gigantic new kind of white-looking barn that's just off the east side of the freeway. That's Bar Dubs. We got a big steak restaurant that's going to be attached to it, but they use their fresh ground beef to create these beautiful hamburgers, all the fresh ingredients. They've also got spud nuts, the fresh fried donuts. They've got milkshakes that are incredible, great dessert options, and so much more with their menu. Bar Dubs, just off I-15 in Nephi. Check it out. And remember, Bar W Beef, they're still dishing out that great home-raised beef. It's all made right there in Nephi. From the birth all the way to the production, it's all there in Nephi, Utah. The best, most clean beef you can get at barwbeef.com. Get into Bar Dubs or get some of their beef at barwbeef.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at utah.rvsupershow.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This segment of Football Friday is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Utah now coming out of that UCLA win, getting ready for Cal Poly. Cal Poly, nice opening week. Beat up San Diego, beat them soundly. 350 yards passing, another 140 yards rushing. Looked good, solid win. Coach Mack, what do we expect to see from Utah against Cal Poly?
Well, as long as Utah plays their game, which I think they will, they should dominate this game because we'll be physically better, playing at home. Tough offense to defend. We're not going to give up 300 yards on the ground. They'd be lucky to get 100.
Yeah. UCLA couldn't get 100.
Yeah. So
UCLA got to 80.
Yeah. So yeah, it should be. It should be automatic. But there's nothing that's automatic. It's a game.
Well, what I'm hoping for is to see some depth. I'd like to see who's quarterback number 2. Who is quarterback number 2?
Yeah.
Well, Isaac's listed as number 2, and I think he earned the number 2 job in the last summer and last spring and this fall.
Because Bert Ficklin was on the field a little bit against UCLA.
Yeah. Well, I think they wanted to look at him, especially
because they hadn't had a chance. They've had plenty of chance to see Isaac.
Yeah, so they know what Isaac's all about.
Yeah,
and they wanted to see really what this kid would look like because, it's you got to look and see down the line like during practice, a lot of times you didn't see the number 1 guys taking reps. It was a lot of the backups were taking, the Mahafala kid, the Kafusi kid. Those kids were taking all the reps in practice, and not so much the starters. Not Fotu and not the other guy and the 2 inside guys. It was the younger guys that they were trying to develop. They were taking I was at one practice, and I bet the Mahafala kid, of the total reps the defense took, I bet he had 75%.
Yeah.
And and Kafusi had the other, 57%, and then the starters took a few.
And especially the way practices are now, there's almost no live action in fall camp.
Oh yeah, well,
there's no hitting, right?
Because everybody's trying to, you can't afford to have injuries, and you've got to make sure that you percentage-wise, keep the percentages down to where the number of reps you take in practice, so you save it for the games or whatever.
We're going to get Coach Mack and Alima Harrington's thoughts on Bear Bachmeier, his opening game against Portland State, and then we'll get you into some BYU Stanford. We're live at RGS hanging out with Tim, and I don't know, Tim, does it get any better than a football Friday? This is the best.
No. Not at all, and a couple of reasons. Look, I'd be remiss too. We talked offline, but I want all the listeners to know and Coach Mack to know what an honor it is for tomorrow, right? And for myself as 3 boys that have gone through the state of Utah in the high school program, as a boy playing Division I football right now, Coach Mack is a big part of that. You could argue that he and with LaBelle as well, but put the state of Utah on the map at the prep level, and did so many things for these kids. And his foundation, what he does for these young men, is it's incredible. Truly an honor, and it's not even enough of an honor to what he does and what he does for this state.
I agree, let alone how he sells the product. Because I know you like RGS.
Hey.
I do.
I know you do.
Hey,
I know you do.
He represents hoodies. He represents gear. We love it.
Yeah. Well, what's the black?
The Blackstone.
Blackstone.
Let them know, Coach. Let them know.
15.
Yeah, Coach said 15. So hey, whatever
the
Hall of Famer says is what he gets. So.
Hey, but The cars are lined up in the street. We're taking numbers.
I love it. No, but look, but joking aside, we appreciate Coach Mack, grateful for him. And then, like Coach just said, look, we're giving away the Blackstones. If you do a job with us, if you just get a bid, like I said earlier, we bring out the Mickey Tour blanket for the estimate. And if they buy a siding job, we'll throw that Blackstone in as well.
Yeah, I really want to just kind of bring this down and settle it in because I want people to hear this really clearly. If you're looking to remodel the exterior of your home, or you've got a gutter issue, it's RGS, and it's really no other options. This is a fifth-generation, family-owned and operated, point-of-pride business, and that's important because they take great care of all of their quality. We have a saying with the quality drives you guys insane, and Tim, you always mention this. We'll come out and do a job. We'll guarantee it's going to get done right. We're not going to guarantee there won't be mistakes. We'll guarantee it's going to get done right because you guys will come out. You'll answer the problems and the questions that anybody has on a job that's done.
Well, and I think I'm going to go as far as to say I can probably, depending on the scope of the project, if it's big enough, I can probably guarantee a mistake will happen. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest, right? And anybody that comes to your home that says, oh, that would never happen, they are lying and lying because it happens. We make mistakes. We're human. But I think the difference, and it's really, really important, the difference between a good and a great company is what happens when that mistake is made.
Very good.
And when that mistake's made, we're owning it. We're fixing it. I can honestly tell you as an owner of a company, I have never, ever, ever not taken care of a customer.
Yeah. And that's why your stars are incredible. Google reviews are incredible.
I tell you what, that's the key to everything, because a lot of times, guys will make a mistake, and then they say, we didn't do that.
And then they won't answer their phone.
And then they disappear.
They'll say, that was the framer.
That was the framer, it wasn't us.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the reasons why I think that we're successful is, obviously we don't do that, but the other thing in that why we love to be the entire exterior package and why it's good to hire somebody like us to do everything is because to what Coach just said, you can't point fingers. Well, that was the siding guy. That wasn't the gutter guy. Well, hey, that was the window guy. That wasn't the siding guy. If we're doing the whole thing, what are we going to point the finger at? Ourselves.
It's got to be you.
So it's an advantage.
801-280-3110. Call them. Get taken care of your gutters. Get your exterior looking better. 801-280-3110.
That was an important statement that was just made about being responsible.
Yeah.
Well, because some of your old coordinators would have never taken that.
Oh, my God, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what. I've heard every excuse. It's
Coach, I told them.
Yeah.
I told them.
Yeah, I told them. I told them. Hey, I told them. I said,
I don't know how that.
Obviously, you didn't tell them enough, Yeah, I don't know how many times I heard it. I didn't hear the call. Yeah. I love that one.
Oh, yeah.
Defensive guys, especially the linebackers or D linemen. I said, why didn't you run that slant technique? I didn't hear the call.
Okay.
I said,
well,
so what?
Good.
So what were you doing? Just being in outer space? Well, I just took a guess.
I guessed wrong, Coach.
I guessed wrong. Yeah.
Football Fridays live from RGS. BYU Stanford next.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace co-headlining show. Saturday, September 27th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or tune in Wednesday for your chance to win free tickets. It's Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Mills. All right, so big game, huge game, actually, because I think we're going to find out a lot of things about this BYU football team. But before we jump into the breakdown of that, Coach Mack, your take on the true freshman, Bear Bachmeier.
Good, yeah, I think he started out the game a little slow, okay, but you could see as the game went on, he was more relaxed and more suited for the offense and picked it up, and it was they rushed for what 300 and some yards, and what was it?
470,
470, yeah. But it was. The O-line, I thought, they were like I thought they're good at the second level, which they worked on.
All the running backs look good, and when all the running backs look good, that means your offensive line is good.
And there were 14 guys that ran the ball at some point in that game. 14, but really 5 primary running backs.
But I like the number one guy. I think he's really
LJ. He's the real deal.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said a week ago when I watched practice, and I'm looking, I'm saying, holy, that guy is really good. Who is he? So I like the Moa kid from last year.
Yeah.
And I love how he runs. His lower half is great, all that. But this kid was a step above everybody else.
Broke a lot of tackles. Lemma, what did you think of Bear Bachmeier?
I loved it. And to Coach's point, it was a little bit of a slow start, which I think should be expected. A true freshman who was playing high school ball a year ago is stepping into 60,000 fans, 60,000 plus fans.
65,000. It was a record.
Yeah. For an opening game, a lot of excitement surrounding. So a lot of hype surrounding him. So it's not like he's not. He
doesn't get to just hide out there.
Yeah, he feels that, and it is easy to find on the field because he's the only quarterback wearing a number in the 40s.
Yeah.
So he handled that with great class, and I always watch the cut that is produced by BYU's media department. They throw it on YouTube and various social media. They do a fantastic job. I love the work that they do. But watching him even on the players walk as they come in and the way that he just handled the day, because you got to imagine that there was a lot of pressure that he was feeling, but he handled it like a pro, like a seasoned player, I should say. And then when he got a little bit of rhythm, then he looked good. I thought he made good decisions on when to throw, when to run, or I should say probably more so when to break out and run. He ran effectively. And so I think BYU's got their guy.
Coach Mack, when you watch film against Portland State and you see his 11 attempts, he went 7 of 11. You guys were right to some shaky throws to start things, but definitely picked up. How much does it translate? What you did against Portland State, how much can you say, oh, yeah, he'll do that against Stanford?
Well, it's a good start, but now it's a different caliber. So now it becomes a different game. Stanford having a bye week after the first game, and I expect this game to be really good. But I do expect BYU to win because I really don't believe that Stanford is a really good. Really good football. I think they're good, but I don't think they're great.
Yeah.
But I think that because they've had an extra week to prepare, and they're coming off a loss, my guess you'll get the best of whatever they have, and so it'll be. And all BYU has to do is go in and play with that same chip on their shoulder, and there'll be a breaking point in the game.
Yeah.
Where Stanford will, slow down, and that'll be when BYU. And the impressive thing about BYU is the speed of the defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what in practice, that's what I was impressed with. I was impressed with the speed of the defense, the precision of how they were going about things, and how they did their business.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about first, second, third, whoever went in there. I was watching their eyes. I was watching their movement. I was watching it. It was everything. Their eyes went boom right to their key read, and boom. There was no hesitation on their reads. And I'm thinking, these guys maybe I'm not seeing this right. And then. I'd see the third guy go in there, and I'd see his eyes.
Yeah.
Going on his key reads, and boom, he's reading the back or he's reading the line, and boom. And I like that. I like the one corner a lot. The safeties I like. There's nothing not to like about their defense. And I think that TJ's done a really good job at second level with the offensive line. And I think they're extremely well coached. The system is intact, and they're as long as they keep what they call it is a submarine effect, which when they went into camp was the idea that the married guys, the non-married guys, everybody, hey, you shut everything down, family-wise, everything else-wise, for 30 days. And we're in a submarine, and at the end of 30 days, we'll come to the
to the surface. Yeah,
yeah. But that was kind of that was the philosophy going into camp.
That was the camp.
Yeah, they were dialed in.
And I'll tell you what, the coaches did a really good job to make sure they stayed dialed in.
1 through 3.
Yeah, so there was no like, some guy laughing over there having a good time. It's just
Bear Bachmeier with his helmet on the entire game. On the sideline,
locked in.
I think is a representation of that mindset. And if they maintain that mindset, you and I both know, we all know this as former players, as your years as a coach. It's so easy to get lackadaisical. It's easy to start to read your press clippings. It's easy to look at Stanford and say, they're down. They're not a big deal. And if you walk into any game, regardless of who the opponent is, and you walk into a game like that, then you're about to get punched in the face.
The problem is everybody's telling you how good you are.
Yeah.
And then somebody punches you back.
Yeah.
And they keep punching you back. And then you say, well, don't you guys know who we are?
Yeah. Hey, Lima, how much can you take away? Because I know you understand the island. Coach Mack, you understand, flying to the island, playing on the island, playing against Hawaii. Stanford opens up with Hawaii on the Rock, and they lose 24-20. And they didn't look good. Goldbranson, the quarterback, looked poor. The offense, 3 of the 5 offensive linemen looked poor. The defense had some bad moments where an injured Hawaii quarterback is getting out and scram. I know the kids, but he was broke.
Yeah, playing on one leg.
He was broke. So, Lima, how much can you take away from Stanford in the opening week on the Rock losing to Hawaii?
Yeah, it's not just it's opening week on the Rock. You got to consider everything that they're going through, the coaching change, and now you hire a GM and all of the things. There's so many moving parts, and you lose Bachmeier. There's a lot of things that were a part of that first week. And then, you end up at Hawaii and you have the lead and it's a game that you should win and you end up losing. What Coach Mack said, I think, is a very important point, which is it was good that they had a week off before they get ready for BYU for them. For Stanford. And I have love for Stanford. My father was a Stanford grad, played in, the John Brody era in the 50s at Stanford University. And so, I've always had a soft spot in my heart for the Cardinal. And want them to be successful, except when they play against one of our teams. But they're in a rough spot right now, and they've got to figure that out. And the thing with the institution like Stanford University is that if they don't prioritize, and I think what they've done, hiring Andrew Luck and all of these things, I think they're making sports a priority. But it's an academic institution. And if you're an academic institution, but you don't understand the importance of your athletics programs, then you're really going to have a problem. And your whole community will have a problem. Because when Stanford University is good in basketball or good in football, then I'll tell you that whole community grows, exponentially.
Sure.
And it's a huge part of it. And I think that they've gone through an era where athletics just wasn't as important. I think they're getting back to that, but it's not going to happen overnight.
How much do you take away from that, Coach?
Well, I think, when Jim Harbaugh was there, he made them tough.
Mm-hmm.
And he made them come out of their come out of their shell. And
I felt like David Shaw did for a while too.
Yeah, but David, I thought David did a nice job at times. At times they're really good. At times,
my question: how much of that is he's not getting the support that he felt like he needed from the administration?
Well, it's tough to get into school there.
Yeah.
But it's tough to get into school at Cal too.
Yeah.
And it's it's kind of, at one time, Stanford was the, they kind of the golden boy, because if you got a scholarship to Stanford, you were something.
Yep.
That was a big deal. And now Stanford is losing guys, leaving and coming back to Utah or back to
the Demoonis.
Back to BYU.
Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, because for some reason
they get into Stanford which is a great accomplishment to get in.
Right.
But then they experience the athletics department, and they say, you know what, I'm going back to Utah, or I'm going to go back to BYU.
Yeah.
And that's hard on your program when you're losing players like that.
Yeah, yeah. So theoretically, they should never lose a player because of the academics.
Yeah, they weren't losing. They're not losing because of NIL. They're losing because of culture.
Lemon, knowing what you know about Bear Bachmeier and knowing that he was part of the Stanford program just this spring.
Yeah.
And he and his brother Tiger. Do you think that's a beneficial chip for him to have as a true freshman coming out on the LaValle Bird Stadium field against Stanford? Or do you think it's a distraction? Do you think it's beneficial, or do you think it could be a potential?
I think it's beneficial because as long as it doesn't overwhelm him, you make that decision, and you have plenty of people at Stanford are saying, "Man, why are you doing that? You're making a bad decision, or you guys are on our schedule. We're going to make you pay."
Like Stanford fans want to see him
and
fail
fail
big.
Yeah, they had no guarantee that he was going to be the starter in week 2 anyway, as far as his career at BYU, but he is, and now that does become a part of it. But if you're Bear, or you're his family, or you're Coach A-Rod, and you're around, you're trying to manage that to the best of your ability, because we're still talking about an 18-year-old kid.
Do you think that the Stanford defenders have an axe to grind with him, want to get to him, want to hurt him, want to beat him up, want to embarrass him?
I don't know if it's that important to them.
Okay.
No, I don't.
I really don't.
I don't. Yeah.
Because he was just there in spring with him.
I get it, and it would be easy to look at some guy that that left, and you're going to play them, and it's like, okay, we're going to show this traitor, what we do to traitors, and I just don't know that Stanford, like, that's something that they're concerned about at all.
Well, it's hard to say if he'd have been there for a couple of years, and established himself as the guy.
Yep.
Then it would be a different ballgame, because then if I'm on a good team and my quarterback leaves, I tell you what, when we play him, I'm going to take a piece of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But, I don't know that that's necessarily the case in this situation. And like I said, on the long list of things that Stanford is dealing with, right, with the new coach coming in, with Andrew Luck, and just all like this point. Is like number 15 on the list of concerns.
And then
Frank Reich probably doesn't even know his name.
Yeah.
Why? And then the other thing is, and listen to what his high school coaches had said about him.
Yeah.
He's a quiet guy, not a guy that would be in the locker room
popping off.
Yeah. He just,
we did a post-game interview with him, and it was like, Bear, great win, true freshman, opening performance. Yes.
Yeah.
Bear, what'd you think of your offensive line? They were good.
Yeah.
Bear, what do you got next?
and that's what his high school coach says. He said he's a non-assuming guy.
Yeah.
He just, he's really good. He's gonna
takes care of business.
Takes care of business. He's not gonna talk about it. He's just kind of, he's just so he's not the kind of guy where all of a sudden he's been in the locker room saying, I could do this without you, and I'm good. He's not one of those guys.
I'll tell you who else is really good and takes care of their business. It's RGS.
Yeah.
And RGS Exteriors, if you've got an exterior situation that you want to deal with, maybe you've got siding that's coming off your house.
Maybe you got water that is leaking in between your exterior and your interior, like I did.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, did that happen to you?
That's what I was dealing with. And the first call is like, Tim, I got a situation. And they were able to handle it. It wasn't an easy situation because they had to match some stone that was probably 15 years old on the outside of my house, and they took care of everything.
How was water getting behind us? What was happening? Was it a gutter issue, or how was it?
Yeah, so part of it was a gutter issue, and then the water was it was a gutter issue and a windows issue.
Yeah, I can't remember something like that.
Yeah.
But your job's a really good example. Because the one hard thing on something like that is you can see there's a problem, but you don't know where it is. And, just like when you go take your car to a mechanic, like something's wrong with it, but sometimes it's not presenting at that time. And leaks are that way sometimes. And so I think it's really important to find a company that you can actually trust, because you're not necessarily going to get it fixed the first time. It might take 2 or 3 visits. And with yours, there was a couple times we had to do this. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, try this. It didn't work. And you just have to have a company that that you can trust that may have to come out 2 or 3 times. And then comes the question is, what if you do it and you think it's fixed and you pay them, Okay, but then what if it's not fixed? Well, you just paid them.
Yeah.
So are they going to come back? Or do they have a taillight warranty? As soon as you see those taillights go away, you don't like that warranty. And so little things like that matter. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've been successful. I never want to be boastful by any means, but I think it's why we're successful. We take care of our customers. We do what we say we'll do when we say we'll do it. And, we try to take care of them.
801-280-3110. Whether you're looking at some exterior issues on your home or you've got gutter problems, RGS is going to be able to put together an estimate and a game plan, and they're going to get that siding fixed, or they're going to get that look that you want, or they're going to get you set up with their designers. You've got designers, Tim, that if you don't have an idea what direction you want to go, you got designers that'll give you the direction.
Well, and most don't, especially when we're talking a full siding or a full facelift on the house. We kind of have an idea from Pinterest or Houzz or wherever we're looking at. Or, heaven forbid, the do-it-yourself shows that they watch on TV, which don't watch those because
that's not how it goes.
That project gets done in a 30-minute show that doesn't happen like that. It's just so unrealistic expectations for everybody. But anyway, you get those ideas, right? And then you basically can come. What we recommend is when the guys come out to take a look at your home, give them those ideas, tell them what you're thinking, and then let them work with you. If somebody says, "Look, I can come," if it's a big project, well, let me back up. If it's a gutter project or if it's a small project, our guys will come out and you'll get a price that day when we schedule the appointment. But if it's something like that, it may take 2-3 times. And it's really important to do that and to schedule and go through the process, because the second you miss that step and the second that step of the process gets skipped because someone got busy or whatever, that's when you have the miscommunication, that's when you have the problems, and that's when you have upset customers. So that's why for us it's so critical to follow those steps and to do what you say. Get those examples. Let's figure this out. Be honest with the company. Tell them your budget. The problem is I know you think, if I tell them it's going to be 30, all of a sudden that bid's going to be 35. Well, again, if you trust the company, it's not.
Yeah.
The reason why you want to tell them a budget is because if your budget's, say, 30, and what you've talked in your dream's going to be 50, they're going to say, hey, your budget's 30, but your dreams are 50. We can get it down to that 30 or really close, but we're going to have to pull out a few things. What would you rather do? Would you rather pull out a few things, or would you rather get closer to 50? What's more important?
Yeah.
But by having those honest, open front conversations at the beginning makes your project so much smoother.
801-280-3110. More BYU Stanford talk coming up next.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Napa Auto Parts is opening a new store in Riverton at 3331 West, 126 South, starting Thursday, September 4th through Saturday, September 6th. Napa Auto Parts is offering free wiper and battery testing, plus Napa conventional motor oil for $2.99 per quart. There's a limit of 36 quarts on that amazing deal. Join us in celebrating the grand opening of Napa Auto Parts, Riverton, September 4th through 6th, for free food, fun, and great deals.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
This is a real good story about Bronx and his dad, Ryan. Real United Airlines customers.
We were returning home, and one of the flight attendants asked Bronx if he wanted to see the flight deck and meet Captain Andrew.
I got to sit in the driver's seat.
I grew up in an aviation family, and seeing Bronx kind of reminded me of myself when I was that age.
That's Andrew, a real United pilot.
These small interactions can shape a kid's future.
It felt like I was the captain.
Allowing my son to see the flight deck will stick with us forever.
That's how good leads the way.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny. All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This segment of Football Friday is brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, all the barbecue favorites. That's Kenny J's Barbecue. All right, Coach Ron McBride, Lemma Harrington hanging out, Football Fridays. All right, so, Coach Mack, you understand what BYU is bringing offensively. You talked about L.J. Martin. We talked about the true freshmen.
Right.
Talked about the receivers. Okay, now, let's just take a look at Stanford. Stanford's got some personnel. You know, they've got some decent dogs out there that they're putting out there. I'm making you a defensive coordinator. You know, 470 yards rushing against Portland State. You saw the throws from Bear Bachmeier. As a defensive coordinator, what kind of game plan are you rolling out against BYU? And then, Elim, as you hear his game plan, I want you to think offensively. Does BYU have what they need to be able to put up 28, 32 points?
Well,
what would you do defensively, Coach?
Well, I think defensively you're going to force the Bachmeier kid to beat you. You're not going to let we're not going to let the running backs go off for 400 yards. I mean, that's disaster. You know, so the idea is to hold the running backs under 100 and force Bachmeier to beat you with his arm.
Okay, so as a defensive coordinator or a defensive mind, you're thinking, okay, we're to stop this run. Is it as simple as saying, here's 7 in the box, here's my 4 downs, because they've got 4 decent downs, and then I'm going to put my 3 backers behind them? Or do you have to have more support and help than that?
Well, the safety is going to have to be involved a little more, some way. They would have to play man coverage a lot and load the box and say, okay, you're going to have to beat us with the pass. And then I would do some things where I could hit the quarterback, you know, to kind of get him off stride,
stirred up.
So I would bring some blitzes that they can't pick up to see whether this kid can make the hot reads or not, and I wouldn't let him be comfortable. So what I would do is take the run game away and force him to make bad throws and force him into third and long situations.
Okay, so with that in mind.
I look at BYU's receiving room, and if you're going to load the box and go man, then I like our chances one-on-one. I think that Bear Bachmeier is a true freshman. In order to get on the field as a true freshman, and I say this about L.J. Martin too, because he played as a true freshman as well. You've got to be an intelligent player. You got to be a smart guy. Ty Detmer was my only frame of reference because he, as a freshman and as a redshirt freshman, he was that smart. Bachmeier, I think, has that type of intelligence and can make those reads. I don't know that you're going to stop the run against BYU. I just don't know that you're going to be able to stop the run against BYU. And BYU can run the ball without running it with LJ or one of the running backs. The misdirection end around to Cody Hagan to me is like, if you're a defense, you're so turned around after Bachmeier, does a full pirouette in the backfield and then ends up handing the ball off in the backfield.
Hagan and Kingston were really good.
I'll tell you, both those guys who I had the pleasure of being able to cover their high school careers with Kingston at Roy and with Cody down at Corner Canyon. Those guys are all, great athletes. And I don't know that's even when I was at BYU and the offense has changed, to a degree, but any good offense is always going to be whatever the defense decides to do, they're wrong. And that's what I saw out of BYU against the poor Portland State. Now, I'm curious to see where they can do that against the better Stanford team, but I don't know that Stanford's with that game plan. So if you're going to stop the run and then, okay, now we hit a couple of quick passes, how quickly are you abandoning that? Because we already called your bluff.
Because Carson Ryan snuck out, and you've got a nickel up top, and he just mismatched you, and it was a nice seam.
Yep.
Good toss to the seam.
So I don't know that Stanford is certainly not. I think that Stanford will improve during the course of the season, but right now I don't know that they're equipped to be able to stop BYU's offense.
Yeah, and I don't think Stanford's quarterback is very good.
No, Go Branson he's struggled. He's Oregon State's guy, and he made that transfer, and he struggled. Coach Mack, what's your best route against real physical, aggressive walk to the line press?
Oh yeah, well, what you got to do is your release is key. In other words, your technique on release to get you free. So whether you're running a slant route or out route or up route, so the release is key. So you gotta be able to beat that DB right on the second or third step by your technique and get him off stride, to get him a little bit out of and usually with the man coverage they're going to try to play you inside out. So if you can make what they call a slice technique where you slice inside and then go outside.
Yeah.
And you got really good feet and you got good hands, you get yourself open.
That takes a little bit more protection. So that takes a 2.5 for the quarterback.
Yeah.
But if you can get that release on a man, then it's it's
and what
fireworks.
You do by film, with watching the man coverage guys, you could tell on the film which guy that you can beat.
Yeah.
And you try to get by formation. By motion, you try to get mismatches.
Yeah.
Where you got a linebacker on a running back, or you got, you get yourself in something to your advantage.
I would say, because you're talking about linebacker on a running back, the thing that I really loved about what I saw from BYU's offense, and I don't remember what the stats are, the last time that 2 tight ends caught touchdown passes in a BYU game. But to be able to utilize the tight end
Noah Moyaki
is huge. Is huge for BYU's offense.
And another thing that I wanted to get to, because I saw this last night with the Philly Cowboys game. You watched the Cowboys were trying to run man to the outside, and when they needed the first down on third down, they went empty backfield, 5 wides. Dallas was trying to run man, and Dallas ran man a lot of the night. And what happens is their defenders are turned. Their backs are turned. And as soon as Hartz would see their back turn, he'd run right at the defenders whose backs are running. So there's going to be a key to Bear Bachmeier understanding, okay, there's man's out there. I've got a stacked box. I get a little bit of opportunity on the outside. I can go get the first with my feet.
Yeah.
Because he showed that he could do that against Portland State.
And I just had the thought that made me smile, right? Because Bachmeier comes in a little bit late. He doesn't have a whole lot of experience, necessarily chemistry with the receiving room. Just think, whether it's the middle of this season or it's next year, when he's got that kind of chemistry and he steps up to the line with a sight adjustment without making the call, he's just looking. Then Bosco used to do this with Glenn Kozlowski or with Mark Bellini back in the day. You step up to the line. The sight adjustment is, I see what you see. We both know that we both see it, and that play happens.
Don't even need to say a word.
It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. It's one of the most, for me, one of the most beautiful things that happens in football is that nonverbal communication.
The duo that had that more than anything I've ever seen in my life was Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison. Practicing around that, watching the non-communication, but the exactness of it.
Yeah.
And just the perfection of the cut or the break or the first step and then the quick release, and you're like, that's undefensible.
Yeah.
You can't
defend that.
What are you going to do? Yeah. So you need the first. You know where it's going, but you can't. It's like what we talked about. You can't stop it. Yeah. I'm hoping some of that starts to leak into this.
So the guy that they're putting in the Hall of Fame thing at the U, Roy Jefferson, with me, he was one of those type of receivers. He was great at Utah, but he was greater in the league. Because he was one of those guys. He was big, he was strong, but he was fast. So he had all the intangibles, and he was a team guy, and basically he was on the same page with the quarterback.
Yeah.
And so he wasn't. Some receivers are selfish guys, but this guy Jefferson, he was not a selfish guy. He was a team guy, and came out of Compton, and back in those days, Compton was not a fun place
rough.
to be. Yeah, it was a real neighborhood.
It was a real neighborhood.
And so
that and Weezer.
Yeah.
The mean streets of Weezer.
So this is like I could imagine Roy when he first came to Utah. He's saying, back in those days, there was no you had to look hard to find a minority person, a brown person or an Afro person. I mean, so he was all alone, but
what a stud.
Yeah, what a stud is right.
All right, I want to take a quick one because I want to get Utah State, Texas A&M. Just a touch.
Okay.
Scotty's currently in the air, headed to College Station. We'll touch on that game coming up next. It's Football Fridays. Hampton Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've heard us talking about Beehive Meals. Now you can get the Beehive Meals. In fact, my September menu is being delivered today. So here's the September menu. Barbecue chicken, the cracked chicken, which is incredible. Carne asada, making some tacos out of that. Breakfast casserole, delicious. Apple barbecue pork roast, haven't had that. This will be the first time I've had the apple barbecue pork roast. Chicken enchilada soup, so delicious on a cool evening. Creamy buffalo chicken, I'll be serving that on a potato. Sausage marinara, serve that on some fettuccine. Cheeseburger mac, delicious. It's one of those hearty meals, so good. And then the Parmesan herb chicken. That's our September meals at Beehive Meals. And all you got to do is go to beehivemeals, MEALS.com, and you can order that September menu. If you subscribe, you're going to get 10% off, and they're going to send you 10 meals every month. And these meals are easy. You don't have to prep anything. Everything's frozen in a package. You cut off the top of the package. You put it in your slow cooker. You set it on medium or you set it on high, whatever it calls for. And in just a few hours, you're going to have that amazing meal. It's easy. It's efficient. It's cost-effective. We're talking $3 to $4 per serving from Beehive Meals. Go to beehivemills.com and get that September menu right now. beehivemills.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This segment of Football Friday is brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. So good. Bronco Mendenhall, he got his season start with the Utah State Aggies. Got a nice win over UTEP. They head to College Station. This is going to be an experience, but this is not something that Bronco Mendenhall is not familiar with. He's played in some big environments, Emma.
Yeah, indeed. And this is a big deal. And I was having this conversation with Riley and with Frank Dolce, and we do a football panel on TV and that kind of thing. And we're talking about our football experiences and getting a chance to go to to College Station, to a stadium like this that holds 100,000+ Like that's what college football is all about. So if you're Bronco Mendenhall and you're resurrecting this, Utah State program, I think you go into this game. It's a business trip. There's no question about that. But you're realistic in your approach to it as well. And at the same time, you're providing an opportunity for your players to have a Division I college football experience that's part of being an Aggie football player now. And that's a big deal.
Coach Mack, when Bronco was doing his media availability, it was hilarious because somebody asked him, so this is going to be a neat experience. He's like, what experience? He's like, we're going there to win.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, believe me, Bronco is not worried about the team he's playing. He's just worried about his group. Okay, if I get my group to play as well as I'm going to play, we'll be there at the end. So he's not sitting there like he's, oh, wow, we got to go play these guys. Believe me.
This isn't Portland State coming into
Edward
State.
So he doesn't have that temperament. So he's not sitting there like he's all worried. He's just getting his team ready to play. So believe me, Bronco's being Bronco, and so he's stoic, and he's demanding, and he's. One thing is, you'll never see a player on his team take a loaf.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's an offensive player, a defensive player, assistant coach, or whatever. None of those dudes are going to take a loaf.
Yeah.
And his defense can present problems if you're not prepared. Like, let's say these guys just came off a huge win, the team they're playing.
Yep.
Okay, so they're feeling pretty good about themselves, okay? All of a sudden, you get into halftime, and you're either down by 3, and they're saying, what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And then they say, hey, we better wake up. So don't be surprised if they play them a good.
Yeah, I like that. I'm with you on that, Coach.
Yeah, because everybody in that university, because they beat Alabama, I mean, they like just resurrected their life, and so now, and they did. They deserved the win. They were tougher. They were a better team. But let's say these guys are looking at the film and they're thinking, Utah State, okay, anyway, when do I get to play?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the guy on the bus. I remember we went to Kansas once, and we're on the bus, and the coach from Kansas is on the radio. I said, turn the radio up so we can hear this guy. He said, yeah, we hope we're going to have all of our guys in the third quarter. We'll have all of our backups.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we kicked the hell out of them.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I said, you guys hear that? He's playing all of his third-string guys in the second quarter. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Oh, yeah. So
they show up.
Yeah. So we had a bunch of Polynesian kids. They're all of a sudden they're eating the paper. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, this is a 10:45 kick. 10:45 in the morning.
Well, that's
Utah State, Texas A&M.
10:45 for Utah State's not great.
Yeah.
It's not a great starting time. Yeah.
That is going to be on the SEC network, so I'm going to have to figure out a way to get that thing so I can watch that game. There you go, Football Fridays. Lemma Harrington, Ron McBride. We've got the Ring of Honor enshrinement that's coming up tomorrow. What time are you starting those activities, Coach?
Well, let's see.
Is that at 3 o'clock? Is that at 10 a.m.?
I think at 1, I think the first thing is. And then we have something tonight, and then we have something at the huddle, after the thing tonight, for the players, and then tomorrow. So it should be, I'll be tired at the end of, and then we're doing something at Frank Henry's restaurant on Sunday. So, yeah, it's
good for you, Coach.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, but it's gonna be nice. I'm happy for Roy. A great guy. Love him. And happy for what Mark's done up there with everything, and it's just fun. It's fun to see the success.
Yeah.
A lot of times when coaches leave a program or whatever, they say, I hope they fail, now that I'm not there. What you hope is that it goes upward.
Yeah.
It continues to go upward.
Because it just cements your legacy.
Yeah, because what it does is, and I look at the family experience with all these families that have continued to send their kids there, which means you're doing the right thing.
Yep.
When all of a sudden you got all the Kafusis, you got all the Monfalas, you got all these different groups, you got all the Bartons, you got them, the kid after kid, and all these kids are being recruited by everybody in the country.
That's right.
But regardless, like Jordan Gross's best player is recruited by everybody. He's coming to Utah.
He's a Utah man.
It's not because they're paying him the most money.
Yeah.
Everybody else offered him more money.
Yep.
But it's coming because his coach had played there.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It really is incredible to think. You know the other thing that's incredible? Only 2 coaches at that university since Coach Mack. Is that right? Urban and Cott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because you just mentioned it, the longevity. It's like you built something that allowed one man to come in and use your players to glorify his name. And then another man that came in and took the same kind of line of work and effort and has built it what it is.
Yeah.
You think there's some universities that have probably had 10 coaches
at least
in the same period of time.
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
So it's incredible. Coach Mack, congratulations. Alima, you're the man.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Coach, love you.
Alima.
Love you, man.
Good seeing you, brother.
Yes, sir.
And we are live at RGS. Greg hanging out with us.
Hey,
Greg.
Hey,
he's bowing as well in your
Greg's
presence.
responsible to make sure I get down the stairs.
Okay.
and if I don't, Mike's the fall guy.
Greg, he's got a fake knee, so we're gonna have to load Coach up on your back.
We'll be good.
We'll just go slow down these steps.
Yeah.
But Greg, we want people to call if they've got issues with their gutters right now. We can still get it taken care of before the snow flies.
Yeah, you want to give us a call right now so you can get on the schedule. We can get you taken care of before all the weather starts to hit, so you have that peace of mind. You're not going to have the icy stairs, the problem with, family and friends falling on your sidewalk. You don't want to have that, so get that peace of mind.
One way you can support Coach Mack is to support the companies that support this show.
That's exactly right.
And you can call RGS and get those gutters taken care of, and that's 801-280-3110. If you had gutters at the end of last winter, it didn't fix itself.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you.
It's still broken.
Gutters are not self-correcting. they don't fix themselves, Coach.
Well, and the number one thing with this group, they're responsible.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
they'll take care of business.
So they're not putting it off on, okay.
Somebody else's fault.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that guy over there, it's his fault. No. We take full responsibility.
We take care of it.
I have seen Greg blame his brother Ross.
No, he didn't. Did you? Have you blamed your brother Ross?
No. I would never do that.
Where's Ross right now?
He's not downstairs. He can't defend himself.
Hey, I apologize, Ross. If there's any hard feelings, we're not blaming you if something goes wrong.
They'll get you taken care of, whether it's Greg, Ross, Tim, or anybody else. 801.
Hey, Ross is taking a minus on the show.
That's because he played golf well at our golf tournament.
Oh, that's exactly what it was.
He deserves it.
801-280-3110. JJ and Alex are next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I thought both schools, honestly, were going to be in the top 25 given where they were receiving votes in the initial poll and how many teams were slotted to fall out. But the Utes climb in. The Cougs do not.
It's the value of being on Fox.
I actually think Utah got a bit of the shaft only getting in at number 25, and they certainly got the shaft in the coaches poll by not getting in at all. What I think got them in is because they ragdolled a Big Ten team.
That 10-minute drive was one of the greatest drives I've ever seen. And it's inconsequential because it's the first game and UCLA might win 4 games. They're terrible. But that was so impressive. That was such a plant your flag. Kyle Whittingham, Utah is back. I mean, that was punishing. That was an awesome, awesome drive. And everybody did their jobs other than the holding call on the very first play of the drive that set it up at 1st and 20 that was so amazing about him.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's a Football Friday right here with you, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone, and we are spanning the globe, at least the western portion of the United States for this portion of the show. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen, your normal JJ and Alex duo, but Harvey Longy, of course, joining us on Football Fridays this season long, and he joins me here in the studio in Salt Lake. So I can see you. That's good. I can't see JJ and Sly, but we assume that they're there. Fellas, what's going on a Friday?
We're here, guys. What's up from Vegas? We're at Bishop Gorman High School. We got high school football tonight. Nationally ranked Bishop Gorman is hosting Lone Peak.
Is it high school?
We're on the campus of the University of Bishop Gorman.
You know what? There's probably some truth to that, Sly, right? This isn't just this isn't the small time anymore. This is, and you know what this is too? This is a little bit of jealous Sly because he prepped down there.
You can hear it in my voice?
No, yeah, he preps in Vegas, not at Bishop Gorman, where apparently they get they already have the NIL money rolling in. So
Sly, tell him your history here. This didn't always used to be here.
First of all, I lived next door to the old Bishop Gorman. I'm telling you, that looked like a middle school, right? And so it was run down. It was it looked like an ox gym, right? The old Bishop Gorman. So I lived next door to that, to where I could hop the wall and go play in the playground yard and shoot hoops. So they shared the football field. I went to Valley High School down here. They shared my football field. When we did away games, they did home games. So they didn't have nothing back in the day. And to see this, JJ called me, luckily, because I'm trying to figure out how to get into.
You were going to go, and you're probably going to the old place. You're like, I'm at the old stadium. They're like, no,
I know they're not there because I've been following. I know they're not back there. But like, this is more Fort Knox than the Utah football facility.
We're lucky we weren't taken out by snipers.
Well, I'm telling you, I just talked to the guy because I had to get water because it's hot, guys. It's hot, right?
I bet. Yeah.
And so, like, the school shut down. I was like, you can't go in there. What are you talking about? I was like, I just need to find a vending machine. I just need some water. He's like, what? You're doing what? Anyway, I got questioned like crazy, and he hooked me up with some water. But it's just like, yeah, man, the security's tight. He's like, so you guys will be here. You guys will be there. It's just the two of you, right? I'm like, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I was like, all right, I'll let security know. I'm like, bro, it's top notch. I think the president's coming to this game tonight.
Has Bingham turned that corner yet, Harvey? I don't know if we've are we going the other direction?
We're talking with Sly right now. He's in his hometown, you know. This is Sly's moment. He's in his hometown. Just make sure, JJ, that Sly keeps his wallet in his back pocket now that he can go over there to those casinos.
We got Durango Casino right around the corner. I was talking to my grandma earlier. We're going to hit this thing later.
Hey, you just wait till after the game, Sly. Don't leave in the third quarter. Don't leave in the third quarter.
We got a little break before game time. Always bet on black, baby.
There you go.
Oh my! I'm telling you, this is we've never done a Football Friday like this where we have a portion of the show down in Las Vegas. First of all, I don't know. Have you guys ever done one of the Game Night Live games down in Las Vegas before? I guess the furthest we've probably been away is St. George, JJ.
St. George, yeah.
Yeah, we've done a couple of St. George games, but we've never crossed state lines. So this is a first for us. We're excited about it, and hopefully we get to do it in the future. It's fun to see how the best in Utah competes with other states, and we're going to get a chance to see that now.
Nationally, too. Bishop Gorman's been a national.
They're ranked third in the nation right now.
Right.
They won a national championship, however that works in high school.
So
in 2023.
Yeah, listen, it's like the old college football national championships where they just go, you know what? You guys go ahead and have it. We think you're pretty good. At least all these non-football player writers from their basements can tell you that you're national champions. It's fine. As if it matters at the high school level. What are you going to get? What do you get from it? Do you get I guess you probably just are getting more kids to transfer in from wherever across the country to play at your school. We've got lots on the program today. We have a ton on the program today, not the least of which is in about 30 minutes here, we're going to step away from Football Friday for a moment as Bear Tourney, his very first appearance, the coach of the Utah Mammoth officially now, the very first time with him as the head coach of the Utah Mammoth and not just the Utah Hockey Club that he's going to be joining us. First time this season, he's going to be making the rounds, and that means hockey is right around the corner. On top of the fact that we've already just been served with the very first week of college football, the NFL started off with an absolute bang last night with the loogie scene around the world. Not since Keith Hernandez in Seinfeld have we seen such a spit gate, a loogie gate. The magic. I couldn't believe what we saw last night. We've got all of it going on. Let's kick off the program as we always do here. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Let's get to the cut here, top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth, Trajan Wealth, brings you this portion of the program. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. All right, so first things first. Have you ever been spat on, Harvey or Sly? If you've been in a game, I would assume that what goes on inside of those piles in the NFL it's not always on the up and up. But last night, the defending champion Eagles, they get the win. It was a weird night because of the lightning delay. I would think that would absolutely take you out of the game, and it did. Both teams came out and they looked flat when they came back from that thing.
Yeah, that's the worst when you have to take a intermission like that in the middle of the game, especially at a late. That was a late start. It started at 7, of course, but on Mountain West time, but. It didn't finish until around close to midnight? No, past midnight.
Yeah, probably past midnight there for sure. And so I think here it was almost 11, so it was like 1 a.m. Eastern that game gets done. And so I don't know how you get yourself ready again for a game. That was something that Chris Collinsworth brought up, I think, during the broadcast. He was like, this is why Super Bowls are hard, because you get to the Super Bowl and you're waiting for so long and you're expected to be warm again. And we got ourselves, the Cowboys showed up to a degree that we didn't think that they would. You know what I have to remember every year? These NFL teams are really freaking good. I don't care if you just lost Micah Parsons. You're the talent level across the board. These defenses were both really, really good, especially after that delay.
Yeah, it's a rivalry game, right? That's an interdivision first week of the season. Everybody's talking about how crap you are because Micah Parsons isn't there. He wasn't there all of training camp, so these guys been playing together, right? And so, there's a little bit of let me show you what we do got, right? And so there is still talent on there. Again, as you increase every level, it's like it's a all-star high school team in college and an all-star college team in the pros every single week. So you got top competition. There's top competition everywhere. Of course, there's the guys that stand out, a.k.a. Saquon Barkley. But, overall, there's talent everywhere. And it's like that movie, right? Any Given Sunday, right? Anybody can beat anybody given a chance. And was it Denny Green? If you want to crown him, crown him. You can't win the game before it's played.
Yeah, right.
And exactly so right. And that's exactly what went on. And there was a lot. Again, a great showing by Dallas, but CeeDee Lamb can't finish the dang game.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
You got to make those plays. If you're CeeDee Lamb and you're making that kind of money.
Kind of money?
The most money. And you're an all-pro, Pro Bowl receiver. You think you're the best in the league.
Yeah.
You had multiple opportunities to change that game on that last drive, and you didn't get it done. And I will give him credit, though. He took responsibility and accountability for it. After the game, he said it was on me. I appreciate that. But if you're a Cowboys fan, you should be optimistic about the way your team played last night. The Eagles don't blow out many teams.
No.
The style of play they have, they grind it out. They like to run.
Jalen Hurts doesn't throw for 300 yards every game.
No, they push their way into the end zone usually. Yeah. The Eagles know how to win ugly and sloppy. They don't care. The Cowboys, they like to win in a different way. And last night they could have, and they had a chance. CeeDee Lamb didn't get it done. Dak Prescott didn't get it done. And if you're a Cowboys fan and you look across and the defense doesn't have a Micah Parsons anymore and you're going to lean on that offense to get you where you want to go, you realize you might be short but not quite for the season. I feel like the Cowboys are going to have a lot of games like they had last night where they have their moments. They have enough athletes out there to make some plays, but not always the best plays and the biggest plays when it really matters. And that's what happened last night.
But look at it, right? It's traditional Cowboys.
Right.
They do great during the season. You build up the hype. That's why Stephen A. just freaking loves it every single day. He's like, laugh.
All style, no substance.
I love you guys having a 3-game winning streak. Yep. I love it. Keep coming at me. This is our year. Keep saying it because you're going to fall. You're not going to get to a divisional round or an NFC championship when it really matters, and then I really get the gloat.
Isn't it crazy? They haven't won a divisional round playoff game since 1995 when they won the Super Bowl.
Hey, Cowboys was my team growing up.
So I don't have to remind you.
Yeah, I was. No, I'm good now.
Well, thankfully you got drafted by another team, literally. So now you don't have to.
That
hates
the Cowboys. So
there you go.
We're good.
I will say too, when you watch these games and you watch these teams fire off against one another, it immediately right out of the gates it's a division game, and that happens in the NFL too. This is why they play preseason games because they go, no, from week one we go right at it.
Right.
When you play those division opponents like in week one, Harvey, like. There's no version of taking a week off ever in the NFL, but I would think that a big-time rival, the defending champs in this case, like that's a big-time game right out of the gate, and I think that's a big difference between this and college.
No, 100%. When you go against someone in your division, first game, oh my goodness, they also won the Super Bowl, so they're world champions. You want to come out there and you want to set the tone. Everyone wants to know, hey, if we win this game, it doesn't only show that we are a Super Bowl caliber team, but it sets the tone in the conference. It's like, gosh, now we got to look out for Dallas. And Dallas is like, hey, we're the big boys now. And it starts off it looked pretty bad on the Eagles when Jalen Carter, had to spit on Dak. And, it just reminded me of when Belichick would say before every squad meeting would be like, gentlemen, in his monotone voice. Shout out to, North Carolina. You guys
stink. What?
Golly.
Yeah, Harvey, when are we going to talk about that?
We'll talk about it.
Oh, my gosh.
I love how we act like this is his team. Hey, you're old coach.
Bill Belichick needs a nurse, man.
I can't
He
believe
needs a nurse.
Hey, how are you going to defend the Tar Heels now? It's like, no, come on.
But he used to go in front of every squad meeting, and he'd say, gentlemen, we will win when we keep from losing. And it would be on the wall. And I'm like, man, I'm a rookie. I'm like, man, of course.
What does that mean?
Like, duh, we'll win if we keep from losing. Duh. Like, yeah, if you don't lose, you win. Like, I thought you were the GOAT coach, And eventually, it's so prophetic. And it's just like, gosh, this guy was talking about we will win when we keep from losing, when we can, limit the things that we could control before and after the whistle, before the game. When that happens, Jalen could have just easily been back where the rest of his defense was. But my guy was like 5 yards at the back with his huddle. He almost heard the whole play. He sat
why
there.
was he back there?
Yeah, why was he back there in the
weird.
first place? He wanted to go over there and just talk his crap, try to be, bring some intimidation. But, Javonte scores 2 touchdowns. What if Jalen was in there? Maybe he could help out a little bit.
That's exactly right.
There's other things, but, with CD – that intermission really hurt him because before that he was just on fire, and every target that every time he was targeted, my guy had over 100 yards in receiving. Too bad for Pickens, whoever chose him in your fantasy league.
My son did last night. He made sure. No. My son chose AJ Brown. He goes, "How has AJ Brown not been targeted tonight?" I was like, spoken like a true fantasy football kid.
You take that break, and then you come back, and the 3 most critical catches that he could have had, he drops. And Dak was in his bag still because he threw dimes.
I know. You know, I was actually that last ball even. Yeah. It would have been amazing to end the game on at least something getting close there toward the end. They needed that touchdown. The game was so sloppy after the weather intermission. It was just back and forth. The defenses showed up. The offenses were sputtering, and it was fun to watch because then I was actually excited because I went, you know what? We do this every year. We think that the NFL is going to be one thing, or we think one team's going to stink to this degree or whatever. Give them 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, there's still some dadgum athletes on the field that are going to get this done. But the spitting situation's wild to me because everyone obviously is going to be looking at you. Everybody's going to be seeing you. And now, how do you address how do you go into the locker room after something like that? How do you talk to your team like that? Sly, for example, if somebody did that on Mike Tomlin's team, what happens to that guy?
I mean, it's different personalities. I was listening to Harvey and that statement, right? It's actually interesting of how many different ways that statement is said, right? And it's like, do the small things and everything else will happen, right? And so in our locker room, handling that, I felt like the Steelers locker rooms are very talking to college teammates that are on different teams and just the culture on different teams. I think it's different. So the Steelers, it was really governed by itself. Mike Tomlin didn't really do anything. We had so many veterans from Hines Ward to Brett Kiesel to Rashard Mendenhall,
They kept guys in line then if somebody got out of line.
You just don't get that. You don't get that. Young guys are looking up to those guys. I mean, I got a locker right next to Troy Polamalu. You think I'm going to go spat on somebody and freaking ruin this for him? No, I'm not going to be that guy. And so, like, when you have different cultures and you're walking into that, you don't have to govern and say anything. Jalen Carter's different, right? He's a first-round draft pick, 2-time national champion in college, I believe. Just a guy who's extremely dominant, and he needed to be humbled. And I'm hoping this is a humbling experience. You know, he's been a guy who's pretty much probably this day and age, right? You know, his NIL days, and he's probably gotten everything, right, to where he can do whatever, talk to people, whatever, and nothing happens to him. But this was a public thing that tainted his image, which is all the headlines that I'm reading is how he's trying to repair his image after the spatting incident. He's so apologetic. But there's guys who just need to be humbled, and I'm hoping this is a humbling experience because he's such a talented player. As Harvey said, if he was in there, does Javonte score those touchdowns, right? And so, yeah, it's just different culturally between locker room to locker room. Championship football teams, you don't have to say much. And what I've read is that his teammates have his back. And so that's, of course, the main thing is keep that locker room tight and keep pressing forward. They got the W, so you can move on.
You survive all that. You have a little bit of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
You won at the end of the day. You probably spend the week with the guy making sure he knows.
I wouldn't even
hey,
spend a week. Spend a day. You're a grown-up, dude.
15 minutes, whatever.
We just won the
Behind
championship.
closed
We're
doors.
trying to do it again.
Right.
That doesn't help us.
And you're the Eagles.
Grow up.
You know how to handle it. They know how to
Move
handle
on to the
it.
next.
Yep.
You know what? It goes along with the narrative of how Cowboys fans and how the rest of the fans view Philadelphia fans, the team, all of it. It's part of the vibe. Everybody knows what you get with Philadelphia. Even if you don't,
that's Philadelphia nature, though.
I know that's what I'm saying.
Everybody knows the vibe when you're talking to Philly fans.
Uh-huh.
It's the same thing, New York and Philly. That's why I love the Giants-Eagles games, because it's just nasty on nasty.
Tough crowds.
Hey, I'm walking here. But that's everywhere. Everywhere you go.
Talk to me like that again, I'll break your windows.
Yeah,
who's
like
this guy,
saying
Javi?
something.
You ain't wicked smart. You ain't wicked smart. You wicked smart, Javi? Man, get out of here,
I forgot. Yeah, you probably did get a couple of hobbies in your day.
Yeah. In Boston? Oh, for sure. Oh, gosh. I can imagine.
They're like, how do you spell that?
Javi, is this your water? You got the tea,
Man,
Javi?
you ain't wicked smart, kid. Get out of here, man.
Let's take our first break on a Football Friday. We've got tons to get through. When we return, we've got ourselves some things to get into around the corner. So our very first reactions to the Week 1 performances from Utah, BYU and Utah State. They all get wins. You're supposed to, right? Those first weeks supposed to get wins. Well, they were all in different ways, and everybody did it their own fashion, and so we'll see what Week 2 brings. But we're going to talk about the reactions to the first week of performances. Like I said, in about 20-ish minutes, the coach, Bear Turney, is going to join us here in studio at Broadcast House, and we're going to chat a little bit of the Utah Mammoth as well. So stay right here with us on a Friday. More to go, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Slowdown's already in place next to Hill Air Force Base on northbound I-15 heading from Layton to Royce. Southbound I-15 in Salt Lake County is already with some stop-and-go movement going by the south interchange between Murray and Midville, with additional brake tapping southbound at 90th South. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service with GoPave. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do?
All college football, all day. It's a Football
Just
Friday
come on
right
down
here
to
on
Doug
the Zone.
Smith
Whether
Chevy
it's the
Spanish
Utes,
Sport.
Cougars, or
Doug, I'm
Aggies,
more
we
than happy
got
for
you
you to use
covered.
my name, image, and likeness to talk about
This
these
is a
amazing new
Football
trucks all
Friday
you want.
edition of
All I
JJ
want to know
and
is how do I
Alex,
get one?
presented by G2G Bars
You
on
have to buy it, Scott.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spanish Ford. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLRestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback, joining us.
We've heard a lot in the Coach Whittingham era about what the offense is going to be. Cautious optimism going into this game, and I think pleasantly surprised coming out of the game. And thinking of all the possibilities. We talked about if Utah scored 30-ish points a game, they're going to be a really, really difficult team to beat. I think that was confirmed. I would be willing to say if Utah scored 35 points a game, they might go undefeated this year. If Utah scores 30 points a game, they give themselves a really good chance with that defense on the field.
Undefeated?
Undefeated. I said it.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick lays out the expectations he has for freshman quarterback Bear Bachmeier against Stanford on Saturday.
Just continue doing his job. Just do more of the same. Obviously, he's going to have to throw more than 11 times to win this game. Playing a quality opponent that we have a lot of respect for, and so if he can just take another step forward, but doesn't need to do anything special, just keep doing what he did last game, just a little bit bigger sample size this game.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Football Friday, which, of course, means two former NFL linebackers in studio with us here. Harvey Longy across from me, and then Stevenson Sylvester Sly, of course, on the call tonight with JJ down in Las Vegas. Bishop Gorman, I mean, they kind of go without saying they're one of the better programs in the country. Obviously, they're nationally ranked. I don't know how that works. It's hard to do that. I mean, but we already had Corner Canyon walk into a team in Florida down there and show them up. Could there be the possibility of that happening again tonight, dudes?
That's a possibility. Is Lone Peak an underdog in this game? Absolutely. But Lone Peak is massive up front.
Right.
Sly's looked at the numbers. He's seen the film. They can play with Bishop Gorman in the trenches. I was talking to their athletic director before. They've got some really good talent, but they're very young on the line here at Bishop Gorman. And so that's a place where Lone Peak can get an edge. Now, can Lone Peak conjure up enough offense? That's going to be the question. They're going to have to play really well offensively to be able to win this game because Bishop Gorman they got dudes, and they move the ball down the field. And their defense has not given up a point yet, not 1 point. In 2 games. They beat Kahuku last week 38-0 over on the island. So this is a very good football team. They do earn that number 3 overall national ranking. But Lone Peak they beat a nationally ranked team before. They can do it again, and they're down here, and it's a business trip for them. We'll see what they do tonight. I think it's going to be close. I think if Lone Peak comes up short, you get it, but I think they're going to give these guys a game tonight.
I hope so.
I think this is time for Lone Peak to kind of make a statement. It's always been in Corner Canyon's corner to kind of make a statement for the state, and so I think there's a lot of pride on the line for the Lone Peak Knights, and so this is going to be awesome. And yeah, I've watched the film, and honestly, Gorman does have some dudes, right? Of course, when you're number 3 in the nation, that's
couple
what
D1
happens.
guys, yeah.
And they're all from the boundary here. They all live here in Vegas.
Yeah, they're
born
all
and raised.
Yeah.
All these Hawaiian names from Vegas, I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, from watching the film, they're beatable.
Yeah.
Right? They can definitely be beatable, but you got to have a sound game. And I'm thinking Coach Brockbrink has got the Lone Peak. The way that his vibe is, and just talking to him the last few years when he's had his good teams and his bad teams, I know he's going to be dialed in for this game tonight.
Fellas, first reactions from this week, speaking of explosions of offense across the board. You had BYU's 69-0 win over Portland State. You had Utah State winning 28-16 over UTEP. And then you had Utah. I don't know if it's surprising or not. I mean, in terms of the point total, I don't think any of us called anything near that. I think we all said that this one would be a win for Utah, but to have UCLA and Nico not be the storyline at all, it was Devin Dampier in that Utah offense. It was the Utah, back to the Utah way of doing things. First reaction of those, any of those three games here. We're gonna get into all of it, but your first reaction after week one and all three teams in the state going undefeated.
Let's have Javi go.
I really was impressed with Utah. I loved what I saw defensively. The only thing I could say, first reaction, is if the quarterback over there keeps running like that, it could be a short season for him. So let's just knock on wood that he can keep doing what he's doing. But I was super impressed by Utah. I think they're going to be contenders to take in the Big 12. BYU went against Portland State. Everyone was over there enjoying their cougar tails and having their family evening activity.
How dare you? You can say all that because you went there. Okay?
So so they got the dub. They probably practiced some things that they wanted to practice and make sure they can handle. And then Utah State, man, Broncos. He's hidden everything that he's doing over there, and it's just coming out. So it's the fruit will show. His labor, and it's showing. So shout out to the Aggies over there.
Go ahead, Sly, because I was just thinking about when you were on the sideline, obviously watching that Utah win. Was it as impressive in person as it was on TV?
Well, I haven't seen the TV copy, but I'm telling you, as what I've been telling people all week is, if you think it was impressive on TV, it was. I believe it was probably more in person. It was They kicked their butt every single play. It wasn't like a normal, I'm just throwing a chunk play here. It was up tempo, down tempo. UCLA was running in circle. It was to the point to where in the fourth quarter, you look at UCLA to see if they're dejected, and they're just like, ain't nothing I can do about this. They weren't pissed off at how bad they got beat, because they knew that Utah was that good that it didn't matter what type of preparation. Now I have a friend that was on the staff, and he was talking to me before the game. He's like, yeah, these dudes was in training camp on the beach, so they weren't in the right mentality anyway. But I feel like even if they did have a good training camp and tough and this and that, they wouldn't have been ready for Utah, and that is how impressive Utah was. And so, just being down on the sidelines, I got geeked, man, because there was, I'm overcritical. JJ and I, we cover, Corner Canyon games, and, Corner Canyon, when they be blowing teams out, we're trying to find something to, well, they could have did this better, just being overcritical. And that's how I felt with Utah. And I was like, I couldn't even be critical of them. Interviewing Witt after the game, all he was talking about was, we missed an extra point. And we muffed a kick return. We got to get better at that, man. And I'm just like, that's all the things you talked about for this game? 60 minutes of football, and you're talking about a muff punt in the first quarter, a muff kick return in the first quarter, and a missed extra point on the first field goal attempt by a true freshman. It was almost like Mortal Kombat, flawless victory.
Oh, there you go.
Is what it felt like. Utah completely dominated them, took their souls right out of them from the jump. It was absolutely awesome. Coach Beck, tips the cap, man. I absolutely love the game plan you put together. I hope we can do this. Now, the key is consistency, right? Week to week. It's awesome.
I was going to ask you before we get out to a break. We're going to take a little bit of an early break just so we can get to Coach Bear here in a few minutes. But I was going to ask you if, right out of the gate, is Utah this year is Arizona State from last year?
I mean, I'm not throwing that out there, man.
He doesn't want to play with any of that.
I tried last year. I was so hyped and giddy for last year, and we just went. We started 4-0.
JJ, what do you think? What do you think? I mean,
we all learned their lesson from last year. I was blown away by what I saw. Just 14 of 16 on third down efficiency.
Yeah.
When do you ever see that?
Never.
Yeah. And where were the chunk plays? Utah didn't have chunk plays.
No.
Where was the big explosive plays? They didn't need them.
He was belt to UCLA. Was it BTA, Harvey? Is that what the kids say? BTA, belt to.
You know what? They put UCLA through a meat grinder.
Oh yeah.
And just slowly turned for 60 minutes. And
I'll say it for you guys.
If you're a UCLA
Utah's
fan, that was
be,
painful to watch.
I'll say it for you guys. Utah's going to be the ASU this year.
Yeah,
right? There we
why
go.
not?
I'll say it.
Well, you know why it's different? Because Utah's used to winning, and ASU's not. Like, that's the thing is last year, Arizona State, what they did was just something that was out of what they normally do.
Out of the norm.
I think that this is the norm for Utah. This is what people thought they were going to be last year.
That ASU-Utah game is going to be nice.
Coming up soon.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Hey, I got one little thing.
Yeah.
Harvey, you mentioned that you're not sure if Devin Dampier should be running like that, and I have to disagree, right? I think that's who he is. Right, and honestly, he should have ran more. How many times did you see on film where it's open, he should be running and he's looking to throw?
Yeah.
And so, like, I just think that's who he is. It's like, Harvey, it's like what you're trying to say is Michael Vick shouldn't have done what he did.
Yeah, I
like,
agree.
No, he's built like that. His body has like a running back type body. He's not the tallest. If you see all of his old linemen, he looks like a little kid in that huddle, but he has complete command. It's Napoleon in that huddle. And, people are calling him freaking Kyler Murray. But I'm trying to tell you, it's who he is, and I think he should run. But don't take hits, of course.
Yeah,
get down, be smart, but run, man. Because the way he was making these P4, 5-star, 4-star guys look out there, ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was insane.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back. Bear Tourney is going to join us next. The head coach of the Utah Mammoth going to join us in studio here. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Offensive tackle Caleb Lomu talks about the energy new quarterback Devin Dampier brings to the huddle.
That was awesome. When the QB's confident out there, it brings confidence in the whole offense. And so seeing him go out there and make the calls with confidence and just playing with swagger. As a QB, you need some swagger to lead the offense, and Devin definitely has that. So him going out there and just leading all of us just gave everyone confidence and helped us relax and play with and excitement and have fun out there doing what we love to do.
To Utes of 50 update, come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Utah Mammoth head coach Bear Turney is next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen down in Vegas, so I'm going to give him a pass on this one, and I'll just take this interview all for myself. It's fine. I don't have any problem with it either. Joining us in studio, first time of the season, which means, of course, we're getting close to hockey season, and it is the coach, Andre Bear Turney, joining us in the studio again as he did all last season, but now officially coach with the gear on, and officially the head coach of the Utah Mammoth. First time we've been able to introduce you that way. How have you liked all of the different changeovers? You knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to be something, and the colors were going to stay about the same. But now it's legit. You have a team mascot, and you're the head coach of the Mammoth.
Yeah, like I said during the season, what I like the process. I like the fact it's the fans who pick the name. So what you want to create that relationship with the fans. You want to create that feeling of belonging and everything. So having them picking the name, I think that's pretty cool. I think now we fight for the name they choose, and I think that helped to create that feeling of belonging.
You know, I think all the times we chatted with you last year, something that you always brought up was, hey, I'm going to let Bill and his guys figure out what we're going to look like on this roster, and then I'm going to take those guys as far as we can take those guys. How much input do you have with, and when you're chatting with these guys and when you're planning some things out, because your roster has a mix of a lot of some new guys, and then some of those youngsters that have taken you guys so far. When you look at the roster top to bottom, how much does it differ from last year compared to with what you were dealing with then, with now? It seems like it's kind of a nice blank canvas for you.
Yeah, it's there's improvement will come from three fronts for me. There's the improvement will come from addition. Peterka, Schmidt, Tanev, Vanecek. That is for sure. That's an improvement. There's young player who are coming as well. Who are pushing guys like Shemeshev, Boot, and Iginla, and others who are trying to push for a place in the lineup. That's another place we can improve. But there's as well the internal growth. There, the Kool-Aid and the Gunner and all. I won't name everybody, but all the players are getting a year older. We're a really young team. So now a year for a young team like us, it's huge. It's a lot of experience, a lot of growth, a lot of maturity who will come in the balance. So I think that is all those three things will make us much better.
You have an interesting setup at the goaltending position. You've got a lot of names there. Obviously, Veggie's going to be that number one guy. What does the rest of the roster look like? And now with Connor coming back and being able to be cleared from the league, and How do you guys balance out what that's going to look like? Because it's going to be very competitive between the pipes.
That everywhere. I think if you look at on the back end, the addition of Schmidt at a group was already good. We had to. There's a price to pay when you want to get a guy like Peterka, but the addition of Schmidt will make up for the loss of Cass. And we have Shimashev who's coming in, and we have Simmer, and we have already all our veterans. So it will be really competitive on the back end, and I can go up front and talk about the same thing, the way Yamamoto played last year at the end of the season. Karts coming back, Obi, and plenty of other young players who will push for a roster spot. Plus the veteran we have, I think that will be it will be the best and the most competitive we had, not just for making the team. It will be to make the roster and then to have the role you want. So everybody who wants to grow their role, there will be a lot of competition.
There's competition, and that's what brings out the best in these guys, right? So when you sit down and you mentioned Simachev and Boot and TJ Ginla obviously is a name that people are going to hear, but the reality is that developing those guys and not putting them into a situation too early it's a big deal. You want to make sure they earn that spot before they're there.
I agree with that, but what determined that is them at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's you don't want to rush them, but if they earn it, they earn it. I hate put a lid on a player. Say that's the max you can do. Oh, no. Just, we all watch The Last Dance. Would you want to put a lid on Michael Jordan? You don't do that. You just let him be, and if you prove you're wrong, That's it. So that's the way I like to do to be with the player.
You've got a couple of Michael Jordans, I feel like, on this roster, but let's talk about your captain, Clayton Keller. What did he learn last year with that C on the chest and kind of the things that come with all of that? Because asking guys to be phenomenal hockey players, they've done that role before, but then asking them to come in there and then kind of attach a leadership role to it. What does that look like in an NHL locker room?
There's a few layers to your question. First of all, he did an amazing job. I think last year, I remember talking to you and others saying, hey, okay, how that will affect him? Well, he answered best point production in his career. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, nice start.
Nice start. That's A. But B, his leadership was – I really think Kels was ready. We could have done it a year earlier or two or whatever, but I'm not sure that will have been the same result. He was ready. He was groomed. We had several discussions, and then when it happened, it did not happen like a cannon in the room or whatever. It was just everybody expected it. Everybody knew the direction we were going, or it will go. So I think it was pretty smooth, and he was ready for it. He showed a lot of maturity, a lot more maturity, and he was a good leader for us and a good example. When we talk about our organization, what we want to be all about is maximize our potential. Mm-hmm. We want to every day want to maximize our potential. We want to do our job. We want to do as best as we can every day. Not on this game on November 18 or on this game on February 1st. No, every day. And Kels is obsessed by improvement. He's obsessed by his growth, and I think he's a great example for the rest of our team.
It's awesome to see the new names coming in, and obviously a lot of those guys have a lot of years of development in front of them. But last year was the year that you guys talked about so many times. Anytime we'd get you talking about it or Bill Armstrong talking about it, it was always a conversation of we've been building up through all of this to finally get to the point where we're going to be a playoff competitive team. And everybody wants to ask that question. If you guys, now that you've had this offseason, and I don't know anybody who works as hard as you do, because I remember at the end of the year it was like, no, I'm still in my office, man. Like, we're like, hey, you on vacation? Because all the other guys in all the other sports, they leave early. You're like, no, I'm in my office, and that's where I'm going to be, and that's where we're working. And I would assume all of the summer was development, watching guys and make sure you're on board. How do you guys turn that corner this year then now? Because I think fans and people are excited, and there's a little bit of that expectation to get to that playoff spot.
If you want to get to the summit of Everest, how you do it? One step at a time. You don't arrive at the first stage and you say, hey, tomorrow I will get to the top. That's not the way it happens.
Right.
You need to one step at a time and you get there. So we feel in the last 4 years we made we went to the next station, we went the next station and next station, and we believe that's the next station for us. We believe we're getting there. We're getting at the point where we need to squeeze a little bit everything we get, but we think we have it. We think we have a lot of talent. You mentioned it, yeah. We have young talent. We have young player, which last year it showed that moment where it's 1-1 in the game late in the third period against those veteran team, against those Winnipeg and Dallas and Vegas and LA and those kind of team where we were right there with them all the time, but we made one extra mistake. We lack a little bit of patience in those situations, and we paid for it. So we learned from it. You cannot just go in those situations and being hurt and not learning about it. No, it doesn't mean it won't happen again, but it has to happen way less. And then those are a few points there, and our growth in because we have young player, give you a few more points here and there. So hopefully that's the recipe, and we can push the cart across the line.
Coach Bear Torney, nice enough to join us on a Friday, which, of course, all last year he did, and to be able to give us those insights into the Utah Mammoth and this team. We're excited about how this thing's going to go. The rookies all getting together for the showcase, and that roster looks exciting. I bet you look again, I think with the way you guys look at prospects and guys we don't know, you guys get excited about guys that it's just too many names for us to understand and see.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that you guys being able to see what you have talent-wise, we're excited to see what the preseason's going to bring, what camp is going to bring, and when these guys all get together. We really love chatting with you, Coach. Thanks for being with us on the program today.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your time, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll take another break here. We'll come back. Our Football Fridays continue. Bear Torney, nice enough to join us this Friday, and he'll join us throughout the season at different times and give us some insights into this Utah Mammoth team. Stay right here dialed in. You're home of the Utah Mammoth. It is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace co-headlining show. Saturday, September 27th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or tune in Wednesday for your chance to win free tickets. It's Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Beehive Meals and beehivemeals.com. Look, if you just go to beehivemeals.com, you can see this month's awesome menu. I've got 7 kids. JJ and I talk about this all the time. Our wives work. Our kids are doing stuff all the time. The convenience of the Beehive Meals is one thing, but it's also about the idea of having, when you come home, a hot, home-cooked meal. The kids smell it as soon as they walk in from school. They go, oh, what is tonight? And sometimes you can tell what that smell is. If it's the creamy Italian sausage, you put that over some noodles. You throw in a salad that you already got in the fridge, and I'm telling you, you have a meal that you weren't even thinking about putting together, and now you have it put together. All you have to do is make sure that you get that Beehive Meals. Go to beehivemeals.com, and you can get started on the same plan that we're doing, which is Get those meals sent. You can have them different amounts sent to you during the month. You can also have it kind of pared down to exactly what you want as a family. If you want to have kind of a more keto-focused situation, you can. If you want to be able to make sure and get some of those soups and things like that, all of it. Beehive Meals tastes phenomenal. It's fresh, and it's right there for you at your home, at your disposal. You just cut the top off, you put it in the slow cooker, and it's done. And then you can pretend like you're an amazing parent. That's what I do every day. So if you go through, you can actually have this awesome meal together as a family, and those moments are precious. So get it back with Beehive Meals. That's beehivemeals.com. Use the promo code THEZONE and get $20 off right now. Just say you heard it right here in JJ and Alex, and you'll get that $20 off. Use promo code THEZONE. It's beehivemeals.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in. It's another edition of a Football Friday right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, Stevenson Sylvester, and Harvey Longy, of course, joining us all of these Football Fridays now as we get going in the season. We had a little bit of a hockey break right there. Did you get to hear the coach there across the ether, dudes? Did you get to by the way, Sly and JJ down in Vegas covering Lone Peak and Bishop Gorman High School. national interest high school game, of course, one of the best teams in the state of Utah versus one of the best teams in the entire country. So that's why you guys sound like you're a little bit far away. But you got to hear the coach, and it was like a breath of fresh air. You hear that French-Canadian accent, and you go, we're back, baby.
It is nice to be back, right? It seems like the season just ended yesterday, which is cool. And it's kind of like with the NBA that feels like the season never ends. But last year was such an awesome experience. It's crazy to think that we had so much fun with that, guys, and they didn't even make the playoffs. What happens when they make the Stanley Cup playoffs this year? And I think they will. It's going to be phenomenal. Can you imagine what Delta Center is going to be like when we have a Stanley Cup playoff series here in Utah? We have a lot to look forward to with hockey, so hearing Bear got me a little pumped up, knowing some of the guys are in town now. They're going to get ready to go. We're going to have preseason games this month. We're going to have the season start in October. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that, right? And I think all of Utah sports is very exciting, right? Like, I'm thinking that what if Utah or BYU has a playoff game in Utah? Would that not be great?
That'd be phenomenal. Oh, my goodness.
Man, I just
if they, one of these years, when LaVell Edwards Stadium or Rice-Eccles Stadium hosts a December 20th playoff game, I'm over the moon thinking about it. I know that the cold, everybody worries about that, but welcome.
That's what
I'm saying. That's what makes it kind of interesting, right? Where you got to have these two outdoor stadiums. By the way, you never get use out of those stadiums, the rest of the year. They're sitting empty for so much, let's put those things to use in December. Why not? Sly, during the break when we were coming in, I was talking to Harvey about these hockey players and how cool they are. They'll come and do interviews. They'll hang out and chat.
Do they have all their teeth?
I don't know about that. He did say that they train at a different level.
Okay.
Does that mean they train harder than the NFL guys?
They train so hard. So in the off season, I stayed over there in Foxborough, and there is a training facility out there that does, professional athletes, and majority of them were hockey players. And I kid you not, they might be 5'10", and some of them are 6'11". It's unreal. And these guys can they're just balls to the wall. They just go crazy. And I'm trying to catch my breath during a set. What takes us, Sly, it's an hour and a half workout. We talk about who's the GOAT, MJ or LeBron. We have these little breaks here and there. Hey, catch your breath. We have a big set here. These guys are done in 30, 45 minutes, and they just did everything and more. That's the type of guys these guys are.
You know what, Alex, my trainer in the pros, he is a Olympic trainer. He trained all the different Olympic sports from track to speed skate. He was Apollo Ono's trainer. So I'm training with Apollo, so everything Harvey's saying is very, very true. And snowboarders and all this. And you have to have respect for the different sports, right? Like football training has to be different than boxing, has to be different than track, has to be different than hockey, right? These guys are 6'11" and 5'11", very different in sizes, but the movements that they do is very different than the movements that you have to do in football and the weight that you have to carry, plus the continuous hitting. Yeah, there's some hitting in hockey, but there's not every single play where a linebacker like Harvey and I are banging against a 320 chunky guy. And
excuse you.
Yeah. I mean, and so and then running and then guarding somebody with, with all of our pads on. I know they're skating back, but you have to have respect for each sport. And that's what I did when I was training the pros is understanding the respect for each sport, from basketball to football to anything.
Well, we always talk about it from the perspective of what these guys do from a media accessibility standpoint, and just the hockey guys are. Part of it is they're trying to get a whole market to buy into them, from the get-go. But again, from the very start, these guys, JJ, we talk about it all the time. We're like, these guys are so dang cool. They're so much easier to talk to than some of these other professional athletes. I guess they're just
they honestly are.
They sort of
good vibe.
They sort of grow up a little bit more humble, and I think it's cool. Hey,
yeah, for sure.
We got to get into the show officially though. We've got ourselves the G2G bars bring us every show every day. G2G bar, perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today at Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Give it a shot. Let's jump in right here to the cut. Let's get going on some sound from the University of Utah. We've got lots to jump into, so let's get in right here. It's the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It's all found at the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. All right, let's start it off here. We put a bow a little bit on the reaction to last week, and we'll get into some of the conversations about the polls and what the national pundits say about teams early in the season, and especially teams that start playing a game at 9 p.m. Mountain Time, 11 p.m. Eastern, and most of the voters went to sleep. No matter. Utah's going to get a lot of looks this week, of course. They open a lot of other eyes. They're into the top 25. Kyle Whittingham, here's what he had to say about the positives with this offense in Game 1 against the UCLA Bruins.
Ran the football well, threw it efficiently, converted third downs really well. Red zone, outstanding. Didn't turn the ball over, 0 turnovers, and really never had any lulls in the offense. And we only punted one time. We had 10 possessions, 7 touchdowns, a field goal, a punt, and end of game. So anyway, it was very positive, and it was good to see the offense executing the way they did for the full 60 minutes.
So one thing he did talk about was, people were asking, well, what did you think about that first game with Devin Dampier? And then, Jason Beck now, everybody's asking about those two kind of in concert and at the same time. And he was like, I loved what they did with the run-to-pass ratio. He's drooling on the sidelines because they're having these long drives, and they ran 54 times, right, JJ, to 27 passes or something. Like, that's perfect for Kyle, a 2-to-1 ratio. So they had success on the ground, running for over 400 yards. They had success through the air. They had a super efficient day, and then, more importantly, they didn't turn the ball over. You saw it right there in person. What was the biggest change on this offense from a scheme perspective, Sly?
It's funny, like you're talking about Coach Witt salivating on the sideline. Like, so I watch, I try to watch Morgan and Coach Witt on the sidelines before the play starts, so I can kind of get a feel of what's about to happen. And Coach Witt's a clock guy, right? If you guys are fans, you guys understand this. Watch Coach Witt. He is always looking at the clock. And so when you have those long drives, he's looking at the clock. Yeah, we're killing them. Yeah, I remember this drive started at this time, because he keeps mental notes of that so he could speak to that at like halftime, because when I interview him at halftime, he recalls everything in that first half. So he's a clock guy. So them killing the clock is everything for Coach Witt. But for your question, yeah, it was incredible. Absolutely loved that offense. No real corrections. Only thing I have is consistency. Right? Can we consistently do this? And my biggest thing with Utah over the years is not beating people's, like, just blow them out of the water. Like, where's our 69-0 wins? Right? Like, when we played SUU a few years ago, we scored 70 points. Like, that's what we should be doing to these teams, and I want to get like that. And it's not disrespectful. It's showing your dominance, which you are. And I think that's exactly what we have to do this week against Cal Poly, is put it on tape. We can, and here's the thing. You said the 2-to-1 ratio with rushing. We abused them in the running game and still scored 40-plus points on a P4 program.
Yeah. It could have been 52, by the way. I mean,
it could have been.
Absolutely could have scored
right?
50.
So this weekend, I want to see that dominance. I want to see that consistency. And you play down, I've heard this ever since I was a kid, is playing down to your competition, right? Utah's had an issue with doing that. Right? We should be dominating teams, and that's what I don't want to see from Utah. In high school, we got running clock. I want to see a running clock in college to kind of get this game over.
Let me throw this out there as something that Utah can actually do better this week, and it's going to be a little easier because of the opponent. Explosives. They did not have enough explosive plays in that game against UCLA, and now they didn't need them. But I'm looking at the stat sheet, and I have 2 plays over 18 yards.
Oh, wow.
One was the Hunter Andrews run and the Tobias Merriweather catch.
My only caveat to that was that the game plan?
It could have been.
We only had,
I'm not saying it wasn't effective.
If I can recall, I think there was only 8 chunk plays drawn up. Out of those 70 plays,
so they're going to go.
So that was that. So what are you saying? That maybe that was FCS. By design?
Yes, to brutally abuse your opponent.
Yeah. UCLA's their vanilla FCS program. Is that what I'm hearing?
Like, no, because, like, here's my thing is when you want chunk plays like you're talking about, you want explosive plays,
Yeah.
you draw up those plays.
Right.
There wasn't those plays drawn
Dial
up.
them up, right.
Right? We missed on a few. I know there was a few from Tobias Mayweather. We missed on one. We missed on that Ryan Davis touchdown where he should have just ran it and walked it in. There was some other chunk plays that we missed on, but there wasn't many drawn up. It was more, I'm going to slap you in your house.
Yeah. And I bring that up because I think there is another level to this offense.
Yes.
As dominant as they were against UCLA, they did that by just grinding. What happens when this offense really opens up? What happens when this offense really tries to go get some explosive plays? I think that's still there for this offense. And, it's probably waiting for Texas Tech in a couple of weeks, which is the perfect time to break that out because they're going to need those plays to win the Big 12.
Yeah, I agree with you, JJ, because if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm like, hey, Devin Dempier, we got to stop him. If we stop him and let him just beat us with his arm, let's see what he can do. And that's what I would try to dial up. But what I was really impressed with the University of Utah was, we talk about how they just dominated. Well, it's just situational football. Third downs, they were what? They were third downs, 14 out of 16. UCLA was 2 out of 11. Fourth down, they were 1 for 1. Time of possession, they almost had it for 40 minutes. They had 37. So you just see, the turnover battle. They didn't turn over the ball. So everything that you want in a football foundation for your organization going into the season, you want to be dialed in on situational football. And these guys were just, flawless. Like you said, Sly, finish him. Flawless victory.
You guys in your 90s video games references.
Hey, don't tell me you didn't play that. That was awesome. That was classic. I went to school every day and started to do that.
Oh, remember like back in the day it was like, because now you can look it all up on YouTube, but like you remember it was like almost like hushed tones. People were like, "Were you able to pull off that fatality?" No, you got to go up, down, down. Like and it was like you knew the one friend who could do them, and you're like, "I'm gonna go over to his house and see how Sonya kills this guy, pulls his spine out. It's gonna be awesome." Look at us talking about Utah football offense more than we are the defense. The defense, though. I mean, this is the defense played like a defense who had an offense. Does that make sense? Because last year they didn't.
Yes,
I mean, it felt like there was an energy that just permeated the entire team, and it started. Obviously, when you have a confident quarterback, that was something that the defensive players were talking about. I was like, dude, you can see the confidence in that guy, and it helps us on the defensive side of the ball.
I think when people say defense wins championships, no pun because both of Sly and I are defensive guys, but when you have a defense that have your back, it just, makes everything easier. It's like, oh, we went 3 and out. It's all good. Our defense is going to go 3 and out, and we're going to get the ball right back. And when you have a defense, they had 2 sacks. Barton went off too. But I feel like Utah always takes pride in their defense. Morgan Scalley, Shaw, all those guys just take pride, and there's a culture there where their defense is the foundation of the University of Utah and the Utes every Saturday night or afternoon, and it's cool to see when you can match it up with your offense and your teams, and it's all 3 phases are just rolling and they're just dialed in like that. It's exciting to watch, and you can go to California and to the nice Sunshine State over there and just dominate.
If you look at this offense and you see how they score 43 points in the first game, and then people have an expectation a little bit later, but of course the defense is going to be that team that's going to just be there the whole time. When you saw some guys that showed up, I thought that, even though the stats don't show up a ton on the sheet sometimes, because I thought a guy like Levani Demouni had a freaking game. Like, that guy's a beast. Like, they were run stopping like crazy. They were just absolutely all over this UCLA offense. An offense that came in, and they were the ones that were most talked about because they have this 5-star quarterback. Even UNLV's talking trash about Nico this week. He's like, yeah, I've seen way better players than that. I played against guys, at Alabama, and I'm going, man, UNLV's talking trash on Nico. You saw him in person, Sly. Is this a guy that just has jumped the shark a little bit? Is he as athletic and as good as people say, or is it just Utah shut him down?
Yeah, well, Utah's defense will rattle you, and it'll make you look like a player that you're not, right? I said it on Football Fridays last week. I was like, Nico's a player. He is. Athletically, he's 6'6", which gives you automatic leverage over a lot of people. And he can run, as you saw in that third quarter. He started to take over into the second quarter, third quarter. He started to try to do that. But the way defense was just surrounding him and corralling him, he couldn't do anything. And so there was a level of frustration because there's zero chemistry over there. He literally got there he got there in June, right? So there was zero chemistry with that team, and you could definitely tell. As far as from what the tape looked like and what I saw is his chemistry with the Tennessee Volunteers, right? He played under Hendon Hooker at Tennessee the year before and then took over for him last year. So there was levels of development, but he also had all those chemistry with those guys there. Right? He had that. He did not have that at Tennessee, and that's what we took advantage of. We don't make excuses for whatever it is. Nico is a talent. He's not going to get that chemistry fixed this week against UNLV. So if you're UNLV, talk your stuff, but you better walk it.
They don't have enough talent for him to do his thing. I didn't see the talent. Anthony Woods was their best offensive threat, and he couldn't even get in the two deep for Utah last year. I know he was banged up and hurt, but That's the best they had.
He played Utah. He was injured before he came here, and he just used that year to freaking recover.
Okay, fair enough. But you know what I mean? He wouldn't even.
He played Utah.
That's the best guy they have for Nico. Right. I mean, we don't want to spend time talking about UCLA, and I'm not trying to defend Nico. I think he's a talent, but he doesn't have the same dudes at UCLA that he had at Tennessee, and it made him look bad in the opener, and they got to figure it out quick because if that's the best talent they have around him, Nico's going to take a big hit, and he made a big mistake. Obviously, he probably made a mistake anyway, but especially when it comes to
you do it that
his
late
perception.
in the year. You do it in January.
The timing of it, the whole mess, the way it went down is awful, and it's unfortunate because I think it's really impacted the way that people look at him in a negative way. And how is he going to be able to dig out of that moving forward without playing incredible? And he's going to have a hard time playing incredible because he doesn't have the supporting cast.
He put a target on his back by the way he handled that, right? Because
or the people around him put the target on his back.
Right.
I think he's just a player.
Because if he doesn't match up to what he's saying that he was, which he didn't look like it last week, he is now the enemy within your own team and your own community, your own fan base.
Right.
Like, who is this guy? He said he was XYZ, yada, yada, yada. We talking all this stuff
He's not winning games here.
I
thought he was a star.
We're not trying to
20 yards passing.
I'm not trying to disrespect Cal Poly here. That we're not talking much about Cal Poly. But I will say that it is a tough thing, and this is why I really hate the scheduling situation where you go from a UCLA game to a Cal Poly game and you're trying to get looks. It's a tough way to do it. And again, you're going to be at home and you can kind of walk through this opponent. That seems like a weird time to do it, though, and I don't know how beneficial having this type of a team on your schedule at this point is. You have who you have on the schedule, but how do you prepare for a game like this when you know that it's such an inferior opponent? Like, Harvey, that's one of the things that, like, you've had to play games against teams that are FCS level, and you got to go in and you got to beat them or whatever. But, like, to me, it just seems like you get a little bit out of your rhythm. Do you look forward to these games, or do you look at it and go, gosh, I wish we were playing something a little bit better?
No, 100%. People might think it's a stacked game, but the coaches are thinking, hey, now we can try to just wrinkle out the things that we want to try. Maybe we take a couple more shots to Mayweather. Maybe, we have Devin sit in the pocket a little bit longer and just try to work on some things that, you're not going to try to do if you're going against a, caliber team, which – no disrespect to Cal Poly, but, I don't know if I'm even going to watch that game. I might just so I can know what I'm talking about.
No disrespect to UCLA. I don't know if they were that team either.
Hey, slow down, guys. Cal Poly was getting votes in this week's FCS coaches poll.
Oh, settle down, everybody.
All right.
Don't
you guys
take
are in
the
Vegas.
Mustangs lightly.
I'll Venmo you guys.
Okay.
Let's go to Vegas now. Here we go.
No, I think
there's no line on this game. I checked.
Of course,
this hell right is 99.9%. You're saying there's a chance. I think it all depends on the type of team you have, where you're at with your team, how experienced and how much chemistry your team has when you're going into games like this, right? Am I, the team down south, BYU with Bear Bachmeier at quarterback, right? To where I need this experience to build chemistry against, not our own players. That's not scripted practice work, right? I need that. Or am I an experienced team that can experiment this week? Maybe I try out a blitz that I'm not so sure will work out on Iowa State, but I can try it on Cal Poly, right? So, I mean, it really depends on your team. Or you're Morgan Scalley, and I know I'm good. I'm going base defense right here. I'm, doing my base blitzes where, 4-3, outside linebacker blitz or, man coverage, cover 2. We're going very bland, and we're going to beat you that way because I want to make sure that you guys can beat a team with just playing cover 2. Or offensively, same thing. I'm going to run my key plays, and I'm going to see more technique, right? This is a game for the coaches to pay attention to the players' technique, right? Instead of, like, how did you execute on this play? It's more, did you do the right technique on this running play? What did you hear out of the huddle? What are your operations like? That's what these games are more for. And I agree with you, Alex. It's kind of weird, the placement in the schedule, but I think every team needs a game like this.
Well, do it in the preseason, because now I think about it in comparison to what we were talking about with the NFL, where it's like, yeah, is there ever a version of the game in the NFL where you're like, hey, I really want us to work on technique this game. Let's just take her easy. No. Of course not. I mean, from a viewing perspective, it's awful. So I get it. But we'll have some more of this to break down, of course, a little bit later. We've got tons to get to still as well. It's a Football Friday. I do have some audio, not just from something that JJ and I played earlier this week when they were talking about, you had a national podcast that was talking about polls, and then you had Josh Pate from ESPN bring up something very similar. They both mentioned Utah. They both mentioned Utah in the voting, and they both mentioned that this thing's broken. We are in a system that is absolutely broken because of when these games are played. So we'll talk about that next, and we've got much more to go around the corner before we get out. Hey, our Win Ticket Wednesdays, next Wednesday, we've got a winner for you when you call into the station all day long. All day, we're giving out tickets on a Win Ticket Wednesday on every one of the shows. This weekend, you can win tickets to Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace coming to Utah Credit Union Amphitheater. Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Saturday, September 27th. So you can win tickets to that all next Wednesday. Just give it a listen. More to go right around the corner. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No big problems heading from Park City into the valley on eastbound I-80 right now, unlike yesterday at this time. Typical slow spots on I-15 southbound between Murray and Bluffdale to go along with northbound delays heading up from downtown Salt Lake City. From system installs to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Ryan from the Dish Pro standing by to make sure you get the best television watching experience. Don't get caught with the worst programming on the planet. Don't get caught with bad internet. Don't get caught with any of that stuff, and Ryan can help you out, and he can hook you up, and you're going to get the best deal guaranteed, and it's a local company. Ryan, what do you have for everybody?
You know, this is so crazy what we're doing for customers. I had a customer that called in, cable customer. He was afraid to drop his TV because if he calls the cable company, they are like, oh, your internet's going to go up. Well, we got him actually fiber, and because there's so many other internet options, for cheaper than what he was currently paying, lowered his TV bill, ends up saving like $120 a month. Plus, right now at this promotion, we're throwing in the first 3 months of Dish's top package for free. You get the NFL Red Zone, the multi-sports pack free for 6 months. Movie channels, we've got those thrown in, plus Paramount Plus. And yes, I said Paramount Plus because Dish is completely integrated with the whole streaming. You just put in your logins once, and they're like a channel. It's super simple and easy. Guys, there's so much money to be saved. With this offer, I guarantee it, you're going to save money. You're going to have the best TV solution, biggest DVR, auto-records your games, auto-records the local channels. All those games that are on the local channels on the weekends, they're just going to be on your DVR. You can watch them at your leisure. If you don't, they just drop off. Call us up. Take advantage of that. Ask about the internet solutions. There's so many. We're like literally 7 or 8 different providers in this market. We have a lot of solutions, and prices are like $20 to $50 a month. So if you're spending $60, $70 a month, your internet's slow, are you having problems? Those are all the reasons. Pick up the phone and call us. Let's upgrade you, lower your bill, save you a whole bunch, maybe $1,000 to $2,000. You got to call us now, 424-DISH. We'll throw in dinner at JCW's. If you call to set up a dish, so call 801-424-DISH. That's 424-3474.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King, on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about his team having an early bye week this season.
We know that the bye's coming up, so we know what we can push ourselves to. Everything's deliberate. So as we work towards that, we have a plan for today, a plan for tomorrow, and a plan leading up to the game on Saturday. I think the more important thing is how do we respond and what do we do on Monday following the game. But until that comes, I'm not going to worry about that. We've planned this since January and February. So I think we're in a really good spot. I thought that all the work and the prep that we went into this physically worked out. So let's just trust it again this week, and then we'll get to next week and worry about that later.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It's a Football Friday right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. The way you do that is just go to kslsports.com/contests. And then every Thursday, JJ and I read the winners off for you of the awesome youth volunteers. We talk about this all the time, Harvey. There are people who are coaching our kids for us because we're doing this. And those people deserve extra credit, man. Like, there's somebody out there toiling with your kids and making sure they learn a sport, and they're doing a good job with them. And our hats off to those parents who go the extra mile. Almost everybody's doing it with zero compensation, and they're going into debt over it almost in some cases. So we appreciate those parents. And if you know somebody like that, maybe that's that team mom who goes way above and beyond for your team, you can nominate them at kslsports.com, and then they win they get a little bit of a reward from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. It's the Hercules Hero of the Week program. Gentlemen, we've got Sly and JJ down in Las Vegas, Bishop Gorman High School, down there in Vegas. They become a national powerhouse, kind of at everything, too. Who was it that it was Tavernari. Tavernari was a Bishop Gorman guy, right?
Yep. in basketball in high school. JT is Bishop Gorman grad, yeah.
Did you hear that sigh from Sly? I only brought it up because I think they played each other in high school. How'd that go?
We did. And it was basketball, of course. He had to miss the first half, of course, some transfer rules that Gorman was breaking.
What?
Or something like that. But, yeah, what? So he missed the first half. So I was waxing Nate in the first half, right? He comes in at halftime and starts pulling in their stupid little ox gym. I'll tell you, that school was so run down back in the day. In their stupid little ox gym, and he was pulling up from half court, and he just tore us up, man. It was despicable. So I don't even know if he remembers me, but I remember him when he came in because we're like, who is this guy?
Well, I feel like if there's going to be somebody who's going to remember some trash talking moments, it's going to be JT, man. Like,
there wasn't trash talking moments because he had this mystique about him. Of words of people around town that was talking about him. He's from Brazil, and he's like this huge, just elite player, yada, 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 and some crazy stuff. So, I was getting juice. I'm like, yeah, we're going to take this dude out, whatever. Right? And so just get into the game. It was like me. So, like AAU ball, I played against the Lopez twins.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
and they were the number one team in the nation.
Brooke and Robin.
And we were whooping their butt. It was early morning game, and they weren't ready to go in that first half. But that second half, man, we were up by like 12 at halftime, but we lost by like 40. I forgot.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
anytime those elite guys want to turn it on, they can do it. Yeah. Well, lots to jump into and talk about here. And one of the things that we wanted to talk about this hour, since we're kind of focusing on the University of Utah, is the idea that the first round of polls, which of course don't really matter except for – It does, and so I'll have you guys listen to this first one. We played this yesterday, and I thought it was interesting because listen to what happens when you are a super, super good football team, but you play at 9 p.m. Mountain Time. This is Chip Patterson and Tom Fornelli talking about the AP poll and what happened to Utah in the very first edition of it this week.
I wish Utah was higher. I just think that no one watched it.
They were left off of 28 ballots.
Yeah, Utah was checking in at like number Utah, I think, was like 26 in the preseason balloting, and they only move up, or 27. They only move up to 25. That is not in line with the statement that was made. I just think that 11 p.m. Eastern time kickoff. No one saw how clinical that was. Tom, no one saw that. What was it? A 10-minute drive.
Mm-hmm.
They just put that thing in park, and they were like, okay. We've been beaten up on these guys enough. Let's get this thing to triple zeros. They could have scored 50 in that game if they really wanted to.
And I'm really happy you brought it up, because this is like a poster case of like West Coast bias and then like Big 12 bias. You know what I mean? In that Utah could appear as high as number 7 on a ballot in Sam McEwen's. They also received votes for 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Like they were getting top 15 ballots. Yeah. But then you don't even show up on 28 ballots. That tells me that you were not watched, because you were the late night game on Saturday. So everybody else was either writing their stories, if they are actually writing members of the college football media, which again, a lot of the people in this poll aren't. They're like radio hosts, or they're just whatever. But that tells me you actually aren't watching college football, and yet you are voting in one of the polls that we use to argue about it.
Stupid radio hosts.
Wasn't us. Just tell everybody it wasn't us.
Now, he brought up two things. He said the West Coast bias, and then he also brought up a Big 12 bias. Are either of those things legit in not just polls, but just kind of across the world of college football?
Yeah, it's a function of the schedule. It's a function of playing late games, and I think it's been a problem for Utah and BYU. It was a huge problem for the Pac-12.
Yeah, but if USC played that game, if USC would have beeten UCLA
all
43-10,
these media people that vote in these polls didn't watch you play.
Yeah,
they don't know who you are.
But
they know who Ohio State is.
Yeah,
because they watch Big Noon.
Like I said,
I think that's a factor, but I think they already predetermined who they want. That's why I think
having
a poll before week 3 or before week 4 is stupid. I don't think polls should come out until
but that doesn't fix this problem though, Slide. That's the thing, is that like you go, because somebody made that point. They go, look, don't do the polls until week 6, and yet at the same time, it's like, but
there's so much money being made from it.
You still have great teams playing.
There's so much money.
9 o'clock games.
Exactly.
This is why I disagree with JJ.
You're still going to get ignored.
Well, you got to look at.
This is why I disagree with JJ. Is because there's so much money in the polls, preseason polls, way too early polls. There's polls that come out before the national championship game ends. Right. There's so much money in those polls that it doesn't matter. These first 3 weeks is so stupid.
And they want people that follow Texas and Ohio State and Florida State and Oklahoma.
Why are they
Oregon
automatically
to read
in
those
there?
polls?
They are automatically in there every single year.
Well, you got to look at
automatically.
You got to look at the fan base first off, and then second off, let's just look at ESPN contracts. It's like, gosh, you have a big ESPN contract.
That's what you have to look into.
And,
ESPN and Fox.
It's so stupid.
And if you have
pay attention to none of those.
If you have a dang good Fox or ESPN contract, guess where they're going to put you? They're going to put you at noon. They're going to put you at 1. They're going to put you at 2, and then. Yeah, you see Texas, Clemson, and Notre Dame. All 3 of those guys lose. Arch Manning looks like my son, who plays fourth. And he's 5 years old, and he plays in the 7-on-7 league up in Provo, and he's the quarterback. And my son could throw better dimes than him. But Texas, Clemson, and Notre Dame, they only go. They had moved down right outside the top 5 because they want to just keep them right there, because these guys probably have the best contracts. They want to try to keep them close to the playoffs as possible, and it's all about the money.
I've got another piece of sound here. Josh Pate on ESPN brought up Utah also, and brought up the fact that people should be ashamed of themselves if they don't look at Utah or watch these games late when they're expected to be talking about these teams or voting for them.
The most egregious omission from the top 15 this week was Utah. Utah is number 8 for me. Utah is a top 10 team because Utah committed some light crime against UCLA, and I know what happened. We all know what happened. Those of us who are really diehard and we love the sport, we were sitting up at 1:30 in the morning watching Utah. Most people with an AP vote were sound asleep. And that's why Utah is currently, 25th in the AP. It's such a joke. This is why I don't have time to be schooled about my power ratings by people whose rankings are this big a joke. Utah dominated week 1. I will virtually guarantee you there will be severe upward mobility. People will be so far behind the curve on them. Well, I'm not. I'm ahead of the curve. Well, actually, I'm just on the curve because I actually watched them play the other night. The audacity, by the way, of ranking teams after you watch them play.
All right, so there you go. Josh Pate says it. How about
Alex,
top 10?
Look at the coaches poll, too. Coaches poll and the AP top poll.
Is it the same?
Coaches poll don't have Utah on there.
Yeah.
Right? But Alabama's still on there after that disgusting performance.
Those head coaches, secretaries who submitted those votes, they were also asleep on the East Coast when they put that in.
But that's where the money is off of these opinions, whether it's your secretary or your fourth-year-old. We talked about the GM for the Giants. His son is a better GM than him.
Oh, yeah, the little
he
kid
was just
who...
like, why pay Saquon? Keep Saquon in New York.
Pick Saquon, Dad, please. What I was going to say was, but he mentioned it, and he kind of blew past it. It was more just about the disrespect part. But he said top 10 team. He put him at number 8 on their poll. Do you think that's a little high, or do you think, or do you look at it and go, why not? Compared to with what they did, it is too early. But are they? What you've seen, is that a team that could definitely be at the top 10 by the end of the season?
Oh yeah, hands down. For me, I get to hear from Javi, but for me, yes. And it's more than just the score and the opponent. It's how Utah did it, and that's what those guys are talking about. Those guys are talking about how Utah dominated. They said they could have and should have scored 50-plus points, and that is very true. We only scored once in the third quarter. We scored 40 points in that game and only once in the third quarter, and that's because it was a 10-minute drive. Like Utah, yes, the way Utah abused them, they should and could. Again, let's not jump the gun. We want to have consistency week to week and confidence and let everybody else do the talking. But, yes, the way Utah whooped UCLA's butt, they definitely have the poise to be a top 10 team here in 6-7 weeks.
The Texas Tech game will tell us all we need to know about Utah. And at that point, I'll be ready to make my judgment.
I think it was
obviously they're a top 25 team. Are they a top 15? Are they a top 10? Yeah. Are they the team to beat in the Big 12? All that will be determined by how they perform against Texas Tech here in 2 weeks.
Why is Texas Tech took a hit. They're not even being appreciated.
Well, and you know what's interesting
about they scored 67 points.
It lets me know. It lets me know where Utah stacks up against a team that I believe is a Big 12 contender and is a top 25 team, even if all those voters that fell asleep don't know that.
See, and here's my rebellious. Just negative thought process. I'm a pessimist.
The devil's advocate.
Yeah, there we go. What? Not Sly.
Not Sly.
You said team. Is Texas Tech a team?
We don't know yet.
Right? Sure. They're a bot players.
Right.
Oh, quit.
But are they a team?
Hey,
That's
come
fair.
on.
Right?
So, well, I'll tell you.
They scored 67 points, so we'll see.
Here's the thing. Coach Joey McGuire this week, I think Mitch and I talked about it. I think maybe you and I talked about it too a little bit, JJ, this week, because he actually, in his weekly press conference, started talking about all of his guys, and what he was talking about was getting them ready for the Utah game, like looking straight past these next opponents, because he's like, we got to have him back for that Utah game. You think Joey McGuire knows who the how they're
you know darn well he knows.
Look, and on top of that, they're coming to a place that they've never played before.
He ain't the only coach.
I know, and so like if you think Texas Tech has all these names, all these stars next to their great, but you know what, like. He knows. Coach McGuire knows what he gets with Kyle Whittingham, and playing at Utah is no joke, and that stadium is no joke. And so when people are there, and you're going to see that, I think Texas Tech is going to get shocked. I think Utah getting Texas Tech there, that's their first conference game of the year, right? For both teams, right?
Correct. That's their conference opener for both teams.
It's a perfect time for Utah because they can just absolutely – if they're going to steal one, they're going to steal it there. And I think they'll still be better than Texas Tech, maybe even if they played at the end of the season. But if you got them in Lubbock at the very front end of the conference schedule, maybe not. You know what I mean? So it's a perfect way that it works out, I think. And Texas Tech knows if they're going to be that team to get to the Big 12 championship game, they got to go through Utah, and they'd probably have to play Utah again at the end of all of it by the time things were said and done too. Let's take another break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Let's jump in. When we come back, we've got some things to still jam into this hour here. We have tons going on a Football Friday. It's never enough time for us to be able to get it all in, but we'll chat about it next right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash coming out of downtown is bottling up northbound traffic on I-15. It's right at 6 North and blocking the left lane with backups to 13 South. Northbound delays continue further north on both I-15 and US 89 going up from Layton up to the Ogden area. Advanced Window Products get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Aggies versus the Aggies this Saturday as Utah State hits the road for a battle against Texas A&M. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been an awesome program for JJ and I to be able to whip ourselves back into shape here. It's been an awesome year for us. We started this thing in April of 2024. I dropped 65 pounds in the first 60 days of this reduction phase, and then I got to the maintenance phase, which is where the real success has happened for me because I've dropped weight before in programs, but I've been able to keep it off. And look, I don't have time to mess around. I've got young kids. I've got to be around for these guys for a long time, and I've made a decision that I'm not going to go back. And the way to stay in that lane is to be able to go with the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, for all of you listening right now, we understand what you're going through if you're overweight and you're tired of it and you want to do something about it, but maybe you don't know what to do. And that's okay to admit that. I've tried a lot of things, but I didn't have a lot of success because the weight always came back or it wasn't lasting. This has been different. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program that's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally and safely. You're just eating healthy food, keeping your calories really low. No drugs or injections. You're not spending a ton of money on those kind of things. No prepackaged meals, bars, or shakes. No crazy exercise plan. The program helps reset your metabolism so that you can lose weight quickly, and then you're going to keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan. And you have ongoing personal support right on your phone. You've got an app where you can record everything. You hold yourself accountable. They hold you accountable. It's a program that works, and it costs half as much as a lot of the other programs out there. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about it. Get a free consultation. If you want to join the program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off. It's $200 off the program, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but WaterWise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Devin Dampier is fired up to make his debut at Rice-Eccles Stadium on Saturday.
Super excited. I've heard a lot of articles before I even came here. The Rice-Eccles effect. Everyone that comes here, especially away teams, are it's so hard to play here. So to be on the home team, I'm really excited to get to feel that.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I still can't get over the disrespect that was thrown at the radio host. I shouldn't take that so personally, JJ. When it was brought up on that I think it was Chip Patterson and Tom Fornelli who were like, and a lot of these guys are just radio hosts. And I was like, okay, hold on a minute. Oh, okay. So you get a pen out and you write it down on paper and suddenly you're an expert? Come on.
Well, I would tell Chip and Tom that I am not an AP voter, and I did watch the Utah game on Saturday.
Yeah, but you are a Heisman voter.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm going to tell him that, hey, do you not know
Can't
that
wait to share my
Fridays-
top 3 with Buffy this week.
Have you never heard of Football Fridays? Josh Pate and Tom Fornelli, get over yourselves, man. Football Fridays of legend.
Yeah, we're doing it big right now. Look at us. We're in 2 different spots right now. Big time right here. 4 of us, different spots.
I can't even see you guys.
We spare no expense here on Football Friday.
I know. That's why it's a big deal. Are you guys?
There's not even a game here tonight. We're just flexing.
So now I heard that you guys are actually inside in some air conditioning. Is that true?
Oh my gosh, I prayed for it.
So real quick, I know we got to get to break. So I arrived here. This place is a ghost town. Apparently they had some kind of teacher day where there was no students here.
Oh,
so
okay.
this place is a ghost town. Everything's locked up. And I take an Uber straight from the airport here, and it's like there's me and tumbleweeds. I look like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in that episode when he's in that room all by himself. There's nobody here, and I'm thinking, I've got 30 minutes to get ready for this radio show. I got this Comrex I got to plug in somewhere. The only power source I can find is out in the 50-yard line, the sun blazing down, one chair, and I was like, this might be it. Me and Sly might have to do this at the 50, sitting on the field turf, melting for 3 hours.
With Sly on your lap.
We're going to have a heat stroke before we even call this game.
I know. I'm actually picturing that anyway, that you guys are sitting in one chair together. That's fine.
So eat that, Josh and Tom. That's the expense we're going
Fridays
to.
Are out. Come on, man.
That's right. Fortunately, the Coach Rice hooks us up here. He's the basketball coach and athletic director.
Oh, that's great.
We're in his office right now. So thanks to Bishop Gorman for taking care of us.
We're going to take another break here. I know it just felt like we came back from the break. We've been going long on these segments because we have so much that we're chatting about. Next hour, we're going to turn the corner. We've got some Utah to talk about, or some BYU to talk about, some Utah State. We've got our predictions also coming up for this week, this next hour as well. So you don't want to miss any of it. Stay here dialed in. Harvey Longy, Alex Curie here at the studios in Salt Lake City, a broadcast house And then Sly and JJ down at Bishop Gorman High School for Bishop Gorman and Lone Peak High School tonight on your Game Night Live. It's going to be streaming. That's an 8 o'clock kickoff here, right? Am I getting that
That's
timing
correct.
right?
8 o'clock
Okay.
Mountain.
All right, so you'll see JJ in the normal TV time slots, but you'll get the game actually streaming for those Lone Peak Bishop Gorman fans that are out there, and anybody else who wants to see some high-level high school football. Game Night Live tonight, all across all of the platforms of KSL Plus, KSL Sports, and of course you can hear it right here on the dial as well. So we'll take that break. We'll come back. We'll break down some BYU and do our predictions next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace co-headlining show. Saturday, September 27th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get your tickets now at livenation.com or tune in Wednesday for your chance to win free tickets. It's Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone.
Ryan from the Dish Pros standing by. Ryan's going to help you out because if you have bad TV, if you have those subscriptions that just haven't paid off, even though you're paying a ton of money every month, how about you get with the Dish Pros and get that Dish network hooked up? But also, if you do have your streaming platforms, get it all through Dish as well. All of it in one place. And then an internet option that's going to be cheaper and more reliable than the one you have right now. Ryan, what do you have?
This is the funnest thing in my business. I talked about this last call. We had a customer that was afraid to cancel their TV service and switched over to Dish because they were getting just rolled over the coals, just paying way too much. But what happens is that you call and they're like, well, if you cancel your TV, your internet's going to go up. It's going to go up a lot. So we just said, well, let's see if we can get you internet. The internet we found right off the bat was like $40, $50 a month cheaper than what they were currently paying. And the TV was $60 a month cheaper than what they're paying. So, guys, this is so easy to save money, and this is happening day in and day out. Call us up, especially right now because it's not only cheaper monthly, but you get the first 3 months on Dish's top package for free. We're going to throw in the NFL Red Zone and the Multi-Sports Pack free for 6 months. The price is guaranteed not to change for 2 years. And be warned, cable DirecTV customers, your bill's going up $10, $15 in the next 2 months. That's just going to happen. So if you don't want to pay more, you want to pay less, call us up, get the free 3 months, get the new customer offer. If you want the Sunday ticket, we can get that to you for half price. That's a neat little additional we have on there. And like I talked about with the internet, I have worked my tail off. I just executed a new agreement with another provider in Utopia. So if you're in Utopia and you're spending too much, call us up because all that's deregulated. You can just pay a different provider and pay less money using the same fiber you're currently using. So call us, 424-DISH. We'll throw in dinner at JCW's, have you installed as early as next day, and I'll save you a whole bunch of money. 801-424-DISH. That's 424-3474.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, zero down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, zero down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores, we're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at utahRVSupershow.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in. It is a Football Friday right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, of course, your JJ and Alex duo that you're used to. But then, of course, also we add Sly and Harvey Longy to our Football Fridays, and we have a friggin' blast talking football. We're at the studios here at KSL Broadcast House in Salt Lake City, and Sly and JJ down in Las Vegas at Bishop Gorman High School. The scene tonight of Bishop Gorman and Lone Peak High School facing off in a nice little setting for these folks from Lone Peak to go in and maybe shock some people across the country. Why not? We have some pretty darn good football here in the state of Utah. In fact, high school-wise, prep-wise, is this the best it's ever been, you guys? I mean, we just keep getting better. Is this the best talent we've ever seen in the state?
Boy, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't think it's the best, but I think we're just being recognized. It's kind of like Utah and BYU, right? It's
the exposure's much higher.
Exposure's higher. We've been there on the stage. Corner King's doing a great job. Beating IMG last year was huge at putting us on the map, and then just being consistent year to year. Guys like Jackson Dart, Jackson Powers from the Raiders right now.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
He. And so we're getting more and more athletes.
Every year, somebody from the state of Utah that played high school in Utah is getting picked in the NFL draft.
Right, it's great. It's great for us on Sunday nights. Tons to talk about.
It's good for business.
Yes, good for business.
Yeah.
But I just think that I can't say that this is the best pool of athletes, but I just think the recognition is being there because now the Gormans, and since we beat that Florida school the way we did because the social media blew it up, whatever, there's going to be teams from across the country in Delaware, Maryland, Georgia, who are going to want us now play Utah schools. So the exhibition matchup is going to be better than the in-state matchup, I feel like.
And a lot of this, and I'd like Harvey to speak to this real quick before we get into some more college stuff, but a lot of this happened during Harvey's era here in Utah. When you had Bingham, all of a sudden they're playing national games on ESPN. They're getting nationally ranked. And that team, that Bingham teams that Harvey was on, was loaded with Division I football talent. But it wasn't just Bingham. You looked over and they have this rivalry with Alta where 20,000 people are showing up to their games because they've got Division I talent. And you had a concentration of talent at that point that was pretty crazy. I don't know that it's at that level as far as the concentration of high-level guys, but there's this, and I think Sly's right on it, is the respect around the country has been earned, and college programs are recruiting Utah harder than they ever have, and they're finding gems, and they're really happy with what they're getting out of the Utah kids.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Both of you guys, what you guys just said right there, I 100% agree. I truly do believe, though, that Utah's always been a pipeline, and it's always been undercover, but it's been a pipeline for colleges, mostly on the West Coast. But I feel like the exposure and the recognition that both of you guys are speaking of, it came with the internet. So when the internet just finally, is out there, now everyone knows the sauce.
All the socials and stuff, too, of these kids.
Yeah, man,
it's pretty
when
crazy.
Zach Wilson is, it's not Zach Wilson, it's
Isaac Wilson.
Zach Wilson. No,
Zach before Isaac. Yeah.
So when Zach Wilson is talking about people's moms, that's what gets national attention. They're like, where's this guy from? Where'd he grow up? And so
I don't know if that helped him, but if he would have talked about
I didn't say it helped him. It helped the state of Utah. You're like, oh, there's some good-looking moms out in Utah.
Draper moms have got it going on.
You get a lot of these,
Let's bring them out here to our neck of the woods. See if I can give me a Utah mom.
It's not the kind of exposure that Utah's looking for.
The reality TV shows are helping out with all that too, right?
100%.
Let's not give that.
But you get all this exposure, but you get this mini Silicon Valley in Utah where all the we have a lot of intelligent businessmen over here. The internet pops up. They start seeing how other high schools are doing it because they see the internet. Gosh, why the heck is Bishop Gorman do this? And they start to understand the weight of getting athletes to come to their school, not recruiting illegally before NIL. But they started to understand, hey, we could start building some big time schools over here. We could start investing more money into our high school and make Lehigh. Every time I saw a purple jersey growing up, I was like, oh, this is a stat game. If it was Tooele, Lehigh, Riverton, I loved seeing now you see a purple jersey and it's Lehigh. It's like, gosh, their school's great. They have a lot of good players over there. But everyone knows the secret sauce because once it's out there and it's on the internet, then everyone just copy and pastes it. And it's the same with these athletes. It's like, gosh, Sly was a good linebacker. Here's all his drills that he does on YouTube and on his TikTok and all this stuff. I'm going to do exactly that instead of, what we had to do growing up, and all four of us when we had to train growing up, it was like, gosh, go find a hill and go run. So
go find a hill and go run. And now it's not just like the Texases and the Floridas and the Californias. Like Utah is one of those places that people look at and they go, no, look where these guys have come from. Look where Penei Sewell came from. Look where, these guys are going to play in college. And winning those recruiting battles and keeping them in state, too, that's another huge part of it as well, where you go, all right, you don't just send the guys off to Stanford. Although they go to Stanford and then they just end up coming back right after like 5 minutes. But it ends up being one of those places that it's easy for you to look at and overlook. But the talent that's here, I think you guys are exactly right. The talent that's here, people usually go, oh, no, it's been here. Now other people are finding out about it. And then the stars start showing up on these recruiting things and everything. And so then it becomes a little bit different.
Got the receipts.
Yeah.
Yep. Real quick,
yes.
If you look at the top 5 high school recruits, it's not just BYU and Utah. It's BYU and Utah and Tennessee and Alabama.
Right. Yeah,
that's
so
all you need to know about where
now.
recruiting is in the state of Utah now in 2025.
Let's get into some BYU versus Stanford coming up, of course, tomorrow night late. Speaking of late games and whether or not you're going to get votes, you probably will not, even if you beat a Stanford team that everybody looks at and doesn't think very much of. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. And then this segment brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. BYU and Stanford. Here's what Kalani Sitake said about the Stanford program. Obviously, this is one that Coach Kalani is going to respect. Not a lot of people don't respect it, but it's certainly at the very least down right now.
A really good system. I mean, obviously, Frank Reich's leading the way as head coach. And you look at the staff, they have a really good coaching staff, good talent on their team. All you have to do is look at the guys that we got from there. I mean, we got Bear and Tiger, and they came from there. I think they were put in a really difficult situation as a program, and I think Andrew Luck and Frank Reich are doing everything they can to make it right and making sure that they can do what they can for the outgoing seniors and get that program going.
Stanford is down right now. Now, when you made this, when you put this one on the schedule, you didn't know if they were going to have be in a down situation. You certainly didn't know they were going to be in the ACC at this point. But what do you get with a program like Stanford when they come in that's going to be different right off of the bat from Portland State? Now, people are looking at it and they're like, oh, yeah, Portland State was bad. Well, and they're going to run it up on Stanford, too. I can't stress enough the difference of athletes you're going to get at Stanford, even a down Stanford versus a Portland State team that they saw last week.
I think that Stanford, they held, everyone knew if you go to Stanford, I was verbally committed to Stanford, and then I sort of got in trouble in high school. So all the kids are listening here, show me your friends and I'll tell you your future. It's real. All right.
Yeah,
it's real.
yeah, there you go.
And so, but with Stanford, why I was verbally committed there is because what they had to offer back then, it's like, gosh, hey, you come here, you're playing in the Pac-12, but not only that, you get an Ivy League type education. Well, let me tell you something about education now on these young bucks. These young bucks know that they can make money doing little TikTok dances and all this stuff. So education is not really big on their list anymore. So how the heck do you get recruits when you can go to Arizona State and, have a little fun and also play top-tier ball? And now Stanford's, main way to recruit's like, hey, you get an Ivy League education. Well, my dad made...
You're going to be a part of Stanford Network.
Yeah, well, my dad made X amount of millions of dollars, and he didn't even graduate. He didn't even graduate high school. And nowadays, with the internet and with all the social medias and all the ways that you can make money, kids are like, that's for the birds, man. Education and diplomas and stuff are for the birds.
Yep. I could be Mr. Beast and not go to Stanford.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, this is going to be a segment that we could never play for our kids, right? Like,
yeah, guys,
I know. He said the talk tick earlier. I was like, I'm not a talk ticker there.
A talk tick.
Knowledge is power. Go to school.
Yeah, there you go. See, there's the quote you get. Here's what he said about Bear Bachmeier. Obviously, he had a great first week, but he also only had to play one half. He also had to play one half against a team that was massively inferior. But, again, we talked about how they had a plan for him. They had the script for him, and he followed it very, very well. Here's what Coach said about Bear Bachmeier in that first drive that he had and then settling in after that.
Obviously, it was a little bit of a slow start that we wanted to convert and everything, but we had to punt, in the first drive. That's okay. Part of the game. I thought he was able to settle down and get used to the environment, especially for a true freshman. So once we started hitting the second drive and going through the rest of the game, you could see he started to get a lot more comfortable. It was really good. I liked the performance that he had. And, the question was whether we keep him going into the second half or not. And we felt like he accomplished enough for what we wanted in the first half. And that's why at halftime, we decided to hold out all the ones.
So one thing that happened in that game, 78 people took snaps for BYU, by the way. That's a ton of guys getting rotated in, and I'm glad that they did because that's part of what they wanted to do in a game like that. The defense flies around. A Jay Hill defense Jay Hill has his signature on that defense, and it's the type of flying around, a type of intensity that you've seen up at Utah for a long, long, long time, and I feel like you see it now on this BYU defense. What were your thoughts on what they did? Not just putting up a shutout against a bad team, but just the way that they did it, rotating in so many guys that have the same type of intensity and type of energy in that environment.
I think you just got to, tip your hat off to the defensive staff over there. I feel like it comes from development off the field. And, Sly talked about it a little bit before of just fundamental ball. When you get that many guys playing, what you want to do and what you want to see is can they do the same thing? Can they run your base defense? Can they do the right communication? Can they get their pad levels right? Can they get their hand? Can they get the right leverage? And if you can see that from your first string to your second string, and then you even dive into your third string and they can all do that, then it's like, gosh, we're doing it the right way over here. And I'm excited to see that even up at in Utah this week against Cal Poly, but BYU did that perfectly this last week, and it'll be fun to see them if they do take a quick lead and they get up there, 30 plus points by half against Stanford. If they're going to bring in a second or third team in there and see if those guys can play with the guys like Bear and Tiger came from there. Can you go over there and have the same type of fundamental ball and play that fundamental football against a good Stanford team? I don't know. Good.
It's tough to evaluate. It's tough to evaluate games when you're playing not just an FCS opponent, but a bad FCS opponent.
Yeah.
And so I've talked about it this week, and I want to get Harvey and Sly's reaction to how they would evaluate a team playing an FCS opponent like that. What you really want to see is execution at a high level and efficiency at a high level, because there's no excuse for not having both in a game like that. If you're sloppy or you don't do things the way that is up to your standard in that game and still get away with winning 49-0 or something like that, that's not really to be celebrated. But I felt like BYU did execute at a high level and were efficient at a high level after that first drive and after that fumble. After that, I felt like they played a really good football game and would have beat a lot of football teams on that day, not just an FCS opponent.
Yeah, if I was BYU, I'd only be mad that I wasted a home game on that, right? I want more exciting games at home. I would have wasted this FCS opponent on an away game is more how I feel about it. But I think there's a different ways.
Yeah, Portland State would love to get BYU at home.
Oh, yeah, of course. But, like, you score 69 points, you take your starters out, 78 players play, you take your starters out at halftime. Exactly what Harvey said. I'm enjoying my Cougar tails. You know, he's just like, it wasn't that great for fans. And I'm not a fan of BYU, but like, if I was a fan, like, I would not have been that excited about it, right? Because he's like,
listen to that. You did that like OJ. You did that with the confession. If I were to have killed, you're like, no, I'm not a BYU fan, but if I were, here's how I would act. And then you were very detailed about how you did it.
Gloves don't fit, Alex.
Come on,
Gloves
man.
don't
I'm
fit.
giving Utah so many flowers
Gloves
on this. I'm going to
don't
stop
fit.
it, all right? I'm going to stop it. I'm just going to cut them
Sly's
off.
still looking for the killer.
Yeah.
No, but like you got to measure it, and I think that's what I heard from Kalani in that presser is that we wanted to give Bear some experience, but we didn't want to overdo it, right? We didn't want to overdo it by putting them in the third quarter because you're not going to get much, right? But after that first drive, he let the nerves rattle. It's kind of like Utah with their kicker, right? We missed the first extra point. This guy can kick 60, 65-yard field goals, and he missed the extra point, right? And so after that, he was perfect.
Got to get him right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just be quick,
and
though.
so that's what happened with Bear.
To answer your question, though, JJ, I would evaluate a game like that when I see second and third stringers in there. I just want to, of course, the fundamentals you said execute at a high level. Yes, and yes. But what I would want to see is, okay, this is your read. If it's open, throw that read. But even further, I'd want to see my vets. I want to see my starters engaged. I want to see them, coaching up the guys that are behind them. I want to see the effort and the attitude. Like, if you can see the body language and everyone's still dialed in, even though it's 55-0 and everyone's not sitting back just talking about, hey, man, we're going to meet up at this pizza spot or this burrito place after this. Instead, if you see them all together and they're still – that's scary. And if you could see that, and I think BYU was doing that towards the end of the game, then that's scary for a team because you're like, gosh,
that's
these guys
not
are –
what I'm paying attention to, Harvey. I wouldn't be paying attention to that.
I'm in the details, man. I'm in the details.
I feel you, but I don't. I'm like, it's freaking Portland State. We're up by 60 in the third quarter. Come on, man. Like I wouldn't evaluate like that. I think JJ to kind of double up on your question or really confirm it is, are you asking more of evaluation on like how they played or
you can't. You're looking at the
what?
film and you're not worried about the opponent. You're watching what your guys did each and every play with the mindset of knowing who they were playing. Are you still executing at your highest level even though the bar on the other side is a little lower?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because we've seen BYU play Portland State. What was it, 2017?
20-6. Yep.
Okay.
20-6.
That wasn't good.
More importantly,
and there was a lot of red flags in that game
Yep.
that turned out to be true down the road.
Truthful.
This is not a good BYU team. The Sam Houston game a couple years ago, like the offense was up and down all year. It wasn't good in the Sam Houston game. There were red flags in that game that came to be true later in the season.
Yep.
They end up 5-7. So there's things you can see and evaluate in a game like that aren't necessarily about your opponent. It's about you. What are you doing? What's your execution in the game? Maybe some of the stuff that Harvey is talking about, you do take into account. What's our body language? How are we acting on each and every play? You know what I mean? I guess and I appreciate what Harvey's saying, and I want to know what you think too. Is what are you evaluating in a game like that? Because Utah's going to have that problem this week.
Here's the problem. Is why I disagree with Harvey is because these coaches are sickos. They watch film on everything. They critique everything from practices to they're gonna FCS opponent. So they're gonna. The problem is consistency, right? Coach Witt, Bill Belichick, everybody will tell you, I'm not treating this week any differently than I'm treating another week.
Right.
So I'm evaluating film the same way I would if it was UCLA. Right? So that's why I disagree with Harvey about it's Portland State. If we're all getting cougar tails after this game, I'm sure you guys are talking about it the last 2 minutes.
So you're telling me,
I'm not going to judge you.
You're telling
on
me,
that.
though, in your 2008, you guys go against Alabama. You guys are in the Mountain West, and, it's the Mountain West, and you guys get slaughtered 69-0. Everyone's just going to be like, Alabama, you guys are going against the Mountain West.
Are you asking as BYU or am I asking as Portland State?
Well, I'm just saying, that's SEC. It's the Mountain West. It's like, gosh.
Because here's the thing. My senior year, right, we're still ranked, right, but we got our ass waxed by TCU, right?
Yeah.
I tell you what, we weren't talking on the sidelines like that. We were engaged. I still was beating people's butt every time I got an opportunity.
No, it's the flip side though. It'd be like the TCU boys, It's like
when we beat Wyoming 40-0 or Colorado State 60-something-0. Yes, we were talking about the party that we were going to have later that night.
Listen. We can't.
And I'm not telling my team is any worse or better. I'm saying these guys are confident.
That's
and
the
I'm telling them, as a coach, you're coaching that, but am I worried about it? Is the question.
Yeah.
Touche.
I'm not worried about it.
All right.
And the party was at my house.
Hey, you know what? We got to as our producer Alex Napolis just said, he's like, unfortunately, we have to go to a break. Otherwise, because we're all sitting here, I'm eating the popcorn. I'm listening to these guys going at it. I love it. We'll take a break. Football Friday continues. We've got our predictions next. We've got our Utah State, BYU, everybody in action. The Aggies are down taking on the Aggies at Kyle Field at College Station, Texas A&M. That's a big stage for Bronco in week 2 of his coaching go up there in Logan. But you got BYU Stanford to break down. We're going to break down Utah Cal Poly in terms of some scores and some predictions. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays continue northbound I-15 from Murray to downtown Salt Lake, but it does appear to be easing. Crashes near 6 northbound and southbound are still there, but not having the same effect on traffic. US 89 is still barely moving in Layton from Antelope Drive northbound up to the I-84 junction. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's back-to-back home games for the Cougars to start the season as BYU welcomes Stanford to LaVelle Edwards Stadium this Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones, whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance. If you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Frank Dolce, former Ute quarterback, joining us.
We've heard a lot in the Coach Whittingham era about what the offense is going to be. Cautious optimism going into this game, and I think pleasantly surprised coming out of the game. And thinking of all the possibilities. We talked about if Utah scored 30-ish points a game, they're going to be a really, really difficult team to beat. I think that was confirmed. I would be willing to say if Utah scored 35 points a game, they might go undefeated this year. If Utah scores 30 points a game, they give themselves a really good chance with that defense on the field.
Undefeated?
Undefeated. I said it.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aaron Roderick breaks down how much freedom Bear Bachmeier has to call audibles.
Yeah, more than I've ever done with a freshman. We had a good number of check plays in the last game, and we have a bunch in this game too, and he's handled them very well in practice. Typically you wouldn't want to overwhelm a freshman with too many of those, but he's handled them so well in practice that we're just treating him like anybody else that's ever played quarterback for us.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, prediction time right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's our Football Friday. Before we get going here, though, got to announce kind of a big-time situation here at the station. Connor Daniels, one of our producers and techs here at the station, has just turned 25 years old.
Where's the Martinelli?
Yeah, man. Hey, you celebrate. I noticed you didn't bring any donuts in, which I thought was a shame. But, if you're going to go around and tell people it's your birthday, you better at least bring reverse gifts, brother. Let's go.
Hey guys, we are celebrating.
Connor's one of our phenomenal techs, and he's one of these producers here at the building. Is just does a phenomenal job, and we can always rely on him. And so, our producer Alex Annapolis learned everything he could from him. So we just really love it. Hey, Football Fridays continues. We're here in Salt Lake at KSL Broadcast House. Harvey Longy, myself, and then JJ and Sly are down in Las Vegas for Bishop Gorman and Lone Peak. And I will tell you, it's a pretty fun time because we've got. I know that these are still kind of slow weeks for us to get our feet under us with the predictions. I did say that Utah was going to blow out UCLA last week. I didn't say 43, but I did say that they were going to beat them by more than 10. And I felt pretty good with that. I think we can all be agreed with the 42.5 point favorite that Utah is against Cal Poly. Let's start there, guys. Harvey, I'm going to make you pick first. Utah, 6 touchdown favorite against the Cal Poly Mustangs coming into Rice-Eccles Stadium. Where are you at on the prediction?
49-3.
49-3. They cover then for you, huh? Okay. Yep. Not that that's a thing. Sly, what do you have there? And by the way, the over/under, it's 51.5. So this guy's done his homework over here. You guys should call him up next time.
He's right on the line.
Maybe I stole it from Alex.
No,
so.
you could have taken it from me. It could have also been that. But what do you? What's this one? Did the Utes pitch a shutout? Is it a 6-point, a 3-pointer, maybe a 7-point for the Mustangs? How's this one shake out for you?
I'm getting back to shutout days. I got a 45-0 at halftime. Here's the thing: is why, right? We didn't know last week. We didn't know anything about this team.
We know now.
We know now. And I'm telling you, my sideline view, it was probably better than your television view. We abused those guys. And so the goal this week is to do exactly what Kalani did against Portland State and pull them out at halftime. Doing that, you get up 45-0. And so I got 45-0. I know they got a good quarterback. He's leading in all of their stats. He's 6'6", 220.
He's dual threat.
Yeah, dual threat quarterback. But I think even our reserves, our second team, are nasty. You saw those guys get in the fourth quarter, and Trey Reynolds got an interception, and everybody's getting in on sacks. Kafusi is a freaking beast up the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. And so our second unit is great on defense. And so, and then again, I think we get late in that game, we're going to be trying to run the ball like crazy, so we're going to be killing clock again. So I got a shutout. I got a total score 63. We'll keep it in 7. Divisible in 7. Okay. 63-0.
63-0. JJ, what do you have, real quick?
Yeah, I'm going to go 59-0.
I'm going to stay in the 50s. I'm going to stay in the 50s. And
they'll have a drive that stalls late. They'll kick a field goal or something like that.
Kick a 60-yard field goal before halftime.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go in the 50s. You're going to get 2 field goals out of your. You're going to get 2 field goals out of your young kicker.
8 touchdowns and a field goal.
I'm going to go 50. I'm going to go 55 to 6. I'm going to say that they get 6.
See how they,
no safeties in there. Nobody's getting a safety in there.
No, that's 3 safeties. That's what I'm talking about. All right, BYU and Stanford. This one is an interesting one because it's a Power 4 team coming in, I guess. It's an ACC team. It's a late game. BYU and Stanford, we don't know much about this team. We do know that Frank Reich is going to be there for only 1 year. I'll start things off here. I think this is going to be another one where BYU kind of gets going quick, but I don't think you're going to see the same type of dominance from last week. I do think it is going to be a 38-13 win for the Cougs.
Nice. I'll go next. I am with 35 Cougs, and I think Stanford will get 7.
Hey, look at that.
I think Roderick is getting a little happy with play calling. I mean, there were so many pirouette plays for Bear in that
tornado reverse.
My God, right?
You should call it the pirouette plays though, just for fun. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
He did a couple pirouettes. Yeah.
I can't wait to see the annexation of Puerto Rico this week. But I for me, I think that they're on a quest to score points. They got a lot of talent around that team to spread the ball around, from Chase Roberts to Carson Ryan. And those guys didn't really get touches, and I think they'll be able to get touches in this game. So I got 49 to 10 in this game.
Yeah, I think BYU is going to do to Stanford what Utah did to UCLA. I've been trying to look at this, and I'm like, can Stanford make this tough on BYU? Can they give them a game?
No.
And that the offensive line looks great. Defensively, I think Stanford's going to struggle to score points. I don't think their quarterback is very good. I'm going 38-10. I think BYU covers and wins with ease.
All right, we're right there. All right, the Utah State Aggies going down to Kyle Field, taking on the Texas A&M Aggies, who are favored by 31.5. That's a big line right there.
Too big.
I think it's too big as well. I'm gonna go along the lines of I'll start things off here. I'm gonna go Texas A&M does score 41 points, and I think Utah State scores 14. I think we're gonna see a 41-14 kind of game here. Harvey, you're up, buddy.
I am gonna rock. Yeah, I'm right with you. I'm at 42-7. I think, man, Texas A&M's just nasty, especially their passing game. They passed the ball very well last game, I thought, and Utah State's gonna have a very hard time trying to stop all their weapons on offense. 42-7.
All right. Sly, you're up.
What's with all the Bronco Mendenhall disrespect this week?
Uh-oh.
I thought we were turning this program around.
I just think it's a little early still. I said year 2, he would have probably gone in there and given him a little bit of a run, but I think this year, just not enough time to get his feet on.
Hey, man, any given Saturday.
Okay.
Here we go. I don't think it's going to be a blowout like that. I think that Texas A&M wins by 2 touchdowns, so I'm giving them 35-21.
Oh.
But I think that it's going to be a good game for Utah State out there. I think Bronco Mendenhall is doing a good job of motivating teams. He's been across the nation with the different schools from Virginia and New Mexico and had a lot of different experience. I think he'll go in there and motivate these guys to come out and start fast and keep it close for the first 3 quarters.
UTSA put 24 up on Texas A&M last week, Kyle Field. Texas A&M only won that game by 18. I think that Utah State can keep it under 3 touchdowns. I think that
Nice.
I'm looking at 38-21.
Okay.
38-21, which is a 17-point margin, and I think that would be respectable for Utah State. That's what I'm going to go with, and they definitely beat the spread there.
JJ just Wheel of Fortune me.
I like it. Yeah.
Just
$1.
Just one up.
$1.
Oh, Price is right. Price is right me.
I like it.
Yeah.
I get to spin the wheel, right?
I like it. Yeah, you do. It's the Showcase Showdown. Hey, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next. You don't want to miss it. Stay here on a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Just when things were starting to settle down near Ogden, there's a southbound I-15 crash now just past 21st Street, and that's blocking 2 left lanes and causing delays back to 12th Street. There's also an accident on westbound 201 approaching Redwood Road, but that at least is over on the right shoulder. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a season-opening battle at UCLA, the Utes return home to the Hill for a battle against Cal Poly. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss has been the key for us to not just drop weight, but to keep it off. Over the past year plus, JJ and I have been on this weight loss journey, and you could join us on the same one, not just to drop the weight, but to keep it off. The way you do it is you get with the program. The reduction phase, you're going to see between 15 and 20% of your body weight dropped. And then, more importantly, you're going to be able to keep it off. Just go to their website, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com, to find out more.
Yeah, this is a great program, and you hear me and Alex talk about it all the time. I've told you all the details about it that I can in a short period of time. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on the program, and then more than a year later, I'm keeping all that weight off, and it's been awesome to be able to have that kind of success. And if you've been struggling with weight loss, or you want to start losing weight, or you're not happy with where you're at and you need some help, this is a great program to get that help. They're going to get you dialed in. You're going to learn so much, and knowledge is so important when it comes to weight loss. And I didn't realize that. I was like, well, if you just do this or do that, you're going to drop weight. Well, the understanding the science behind everything and gaining that knowledge is going to help you make the right choices moving forward to keep that weight off. And so that's why this program is so great. If you want to give it a try, go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. You can get a free consultation. And if you want to do it, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. They'll give you $200 off right now. Again, that website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, Let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Grass drinks up a lot of water, but Waterwise Landscaping thrives while using less. Visit slowtheflow.org to learn how to replace your grass and earn cash incentives. Save water, save money, and design a yard that works for Utah.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's our Utes at 50s update. Utes at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham talking about Lander Barton and his usage on offense. How much are they going to keep using that guy?
It's still a work in progress. He's still a vital part of the defense. Yeah, we do have some depth at linebacker, there's no doubt. That's a work in progress and conversation that we've had for the last several weeks, and the short answer is yes.
That's our Utes at 50 update. Brought to you by the good folks at the Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Go check them out, Kenny J's Barbecue. More to go around the corner, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, best and worst on the program here. Thanks for being with us on the program. It is a Friday. It's a Football Friday. Alex Curie, Harvey Longy here in studio at Salt Lake, and then Sly and JJ down at Bishop Gorman High School. I gotta see receipts on how cool this place is, you guys, compared to with what you're talking about. So I'm all about what this thing's gonna look like. But on our best and worst, we have a couple of things we want to get to. Number one, Spitgate, not in the NFL. This one extends to our guy Alex Napolis' favorite player, Luis Suarez, who just got a 6-game ban for spitting on another staffer from another team during the what was this? It was a cup of some sort. It was the league. Was it the League's Cup? Look at me. You know what? I can send it home now because I knew what I was talking about with soccer.
Yeah, the soccer experts are real impressed, Alex.
Hey, was it League's Cup? Yeah. So Luis Suarez, who's normally known for biting people, I thought it was a nice departure for him to be able to spit on a staffer. He got 6 games of a suspension. Does Jalen Carter see a suspension, do you think? I don't know what the NFL usually does with something like that. It's probably they probably hit guys. You guys get hit in the wallet more than
pockets.
You do.
He'll definitely get hit in the pockets.
Yeah,
I think
just a fine, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is his image, right? And if you don't do anything, you're sending a message to the crowd. You're sending a message to the rest of the league. As egregious as one person may think it is versus the other, it's about perspective, and I think that Goodell will suspend him for 1 or 2 games with a hefty fine. Wow. I believe just 1. That's just my belief. I think he'll be suspended because you don't want that to happen again.
And the suspension is money too. Like that's
you miss a game. It's a game check, right? However, you don't want to miss those game checks.
Oh yeah,
game
100%. And they're trying to enforce that because I believe it was Nolan Smith. He got up after making a great play, tackle for loss, and he flexed on top of I think it was Javante at the time, and then they threw a flag.
That standard works for the NFL, man. Come on, we can't have that kind of stuff
Covey-esque,
anymore.
Yeah, my guy was up there flexing. I did, saw some definition over there. He probably could do some more shoulders, but he flexed on them, and they're trying to enforce that because they're trying to bring some more. I think Sly hit it on the head with the NIL and how guys just think, hey, I get the Mercedes G-Wagon, I get whatever I want, and their palms are more facing towards the sky instead of putting your hand in the dirt and just going to work. I feel like with that, with all those guys and those athletes coming up, especially to the NFL, getting to the league now. Hey, man, let's try to get this league back to where it's at. We have some standards here, so I wouldn't be surprised if they suspend him for another game or so. But like we said before, his pockets are gonna fill it for sure.
And then our best for today, my favorite was that Micah Parsons has already said that this is the best locker room he's ever been a part of. He's been in there for 5 minutes, and he says, "I've never seen guys like this. I've never seen guys that are willing to
what,
be
did
around."
they leave cookies in his locker?
I literally.
What did they do?
I hate that.
Man, don't act like
Jerry
Jerry did
retires. As soon as he retires, he's going to be like, I'm a cowboy. I'm
Yeah.
a cowboy and be just like Michael Irvin at all the cowboy events after saying stuff like that, man. I was just like, just go play. Shut up.
You're telling
podcaster.
me that Jerry did not take care of him.
Right.
Whatever he wanted. Oh, hey, you want this parking spot? It's mine. Go ahead. You got it. Hey, Bill. Hey, we're gonna put concrete slab over here.
Training camp. Don't play.
Yeah, but he made it sound like he's like, all the players are there. Like, I came in for treatment and everybody was there. They're high-fiving each other. They're hugging. They like one another.
Everybody's in there for treatment.
But that's what I'm saying is, like, he made it sound like the Cowboys, they don't even come in. Like, they'll come in just for the things that are mandatory or whatever. And I don't know if there's a version of that but from team to team.
Well, you're in Dallas. So sometimes you want to get out of the building, and if you're in a spot like Dallas, then you probably have a lot of other places you can go to. I was in Foxborough. I was in, when I left to New Jersey, there was more places for me to go to if I wanted to go get my own massages or needling and all that. But when I was in Foxborough, I stayed in that training room over there. You're in Dallas, you're out. You're out and about.
Harvey's hitting it right on the head. It's very different from Dallas and Arlington than in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Right. All right. We'll take the break here. We'll be back around the corner. There's more to go. Best and Worst is always brought to you by the good folks at Doug Smith and the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. More to go right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit NHL.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, today through Sunday. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Today, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football.